Chapter 320. The world's trajectory has shifted. Tony emerged from the lab's private gravity chamber just as Thor and Loki, sweat still gleaming on their skin, pushed open the door. Their rigorous Asgardian workout had left them both exhausted. Tony offered them a brief nod. "Showers are this way," he said, leading them back to the adjacent wash facilities. Thor, ever the straightforward one, paid him no mind beyond a courteous, "Thank you." Loki, however, caught the tension in Tony's posture, the stiff set of his shoulders, the tight line of his jaw. They'd only just arrived, and Tony had always been direct. If he'd wanted them gone, he would have said so. Yet he hadn't. Loki frowned to himself, but said nothing as they followed Tony down the corridor. The longer they stayed, the less Loki understood what was weighing on Tony's mind. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the lab, Damien lingered near the lab's main console. He'd slipped in when Tony and Bruce Banner had begun their hushed, urgent conversation. Damien didn't catch every word, but he heard the name Bucky Barnes and the single terrible phrase that followed. "He's gone." Damien's heart sank. If Steve Rogers hadn't sugarcoated it for Bruce, and now for Tony, the fallout would be monumental. The fragile balance holding their world together was cracking, and Damien knew this news was only the beginning of the storm to come. Damien laid everything out for Tony, the truth about Bucky Barnes and the depths to which he'd fallen. He knew Steve Rogers would be worried. After all, Bucky was Steve's oldest friend, the one link he still had to his life before the ice. In the past, the moment Steve learned Bucky was alive, he'd thrown caution to the wind. He was ready to jeopardize his bond with Tony, and even dissolve the Avengers if that's what it took to save him. True, the Sokovia Accords and other pressures later drove the final wedge between Steve and Tony, but at the heart of it all was Bucky. To Damien, Steve's single-minded loyalty bordered on irrational. The Starks had always treated him like family. Howard Stark counted him among his closest allies, and Tony, despite their constant sparring, had become a genuine friend when they founded the Avengers together. Yet Steve didn't hesitate to sacrifice that friendship for Bucky Barnes. Now, however, things were different. Steve had joined the Void, and he had Peggy Carter depending on him. Those new obligations would keep him from acting purely on impulse. Damien believed that, armed with this understanding, he and Tony stood a real chance of finding a solution that didn't end in another Avengers schism. "It seems Steve has changed a lot," Damien murmured, watching the captain move through the gym with quiet determination. He'd always wanted to see a true head-to-head between Tony Stark and Steve Rogers, but in terms of sheer firepower, Tony held a massive advantage. He'd joined the Avengers years earlier and had access to technology that bordered on the extraterrestrial. Unless Tony stepped aside, there was almost no chance Steve could close that gap in the next few years, maybe not even in the next decade. Captain America's reputation stood at about 50-50 when it came to taking down any opponent. In reality, though, Steve wasn't naturally the strongest fighter. Faced with overwhelming enemies, he often pushed himself past the point of exhaustion, knowing that if he fell, ordinary people would have no chance. Bruce Banner and Tony themselves sometimes slipped up or were outmatched, and on those dangerous days, only Steve's resolve kept the team and the city safe. That's why Steve spent so many hours in the gym. He honed his punches, built his endurance, and refined his shield techniques, determined always to be stronger. He knew that more threats lurked beyond the horizon, more innocents who would need saving. But the challenge Steve faced now was nothing like what he'd prepared for in the ring. This time, the stakes and the mysteries were far more personal. Steve Rogers could no longer rely on just himself. With Tony Stark and Bruce Banner at his back, two of the strongest heroes in the universe, he felt a confidence he'd never known before. Both had ventured far beyond Earth's bounds and seen worlds few mortals even imagined, yet neither had forgotten their original mission, to protect Blue Star. Yes, they bickered from time to time, old friends will, but their quarrels never strayed from a common purpose. For Steve, that dependable support was transformative. He walked taller, spoke firmer, and trusted his teammates in ways he'd never allowed himself before. Had he and Tony patched things up completely at that moment, without leaving any loose ends, the Avengers' Civil War might never have erupted. But once the world's path shifted, Some events reshaped themselves in ways no one could predict. Others, however, remained destined to play out on schedule. So it was that some 2 years later, in 2016, another player would enter the field. Stephen Strange's arrival would reshape the battlefield in its own right. Damien, who had watched these developments with keen interest, found himself torn. He admired the Ancient One, of course, few could claim otherwise, but part of him longed for a more familiar alliance. He knew Asgard and its people. He'd fought under Odin's banner before. The Ancient One's realm, by contrast, remained a mystery, and that mystery made him hesitate. In the end, Damien decided he'd sooner stand beside Odin than plunge headlong into the Ancient One's inscrutable ways. After all, the universe was vast, and alliances, like destinies, were hard to predict. Yet for now his path seemed clear. Keep his eyes on Asgard, his sword at the ready, and let the rest of the cosmos reveal itself in its own time. Damien stared at the name Guyi on his crystal communicator and shook his head. He barely knew the man. Reaching out without permission could backfire catastrophically. Magic, after all, was as much about sealing and restriction as it was about power. Damien's own strength had grown tremendously, but he was nowhere near invincible. He did not need to provoke a potential enemy by making the first move. But there was another path. Stephen Strange, recently appointed Supreme Mage, was young, open-minded, and still learning the boundaries of cosmic power. Damien could easily mislead someone so inexperienced. Besides, Strange's hands remained partially impaired from that fatal car accident. Conventional magic could only stabilize the injuries. It could never fully restore the musculature and nerve damage. Void magic, however, worked differently. Its energies could reach deep into the soul, knitting flesh and bone back together as if nothing had gone wrong. If Damien could win Strange's favor, perhaps by quietly offering a complete cure, he might recruit the new Supreme Mage as the Void God cult's Supreme Magic Tutor. With Strange's official title and raw talent, other cult members would rise far more quickly. A healed, grateful, perhaps even indebted, Stephen Strange could become the perfect gateway for the Void God religion to expand its influence within the magical world. Confident in his plan, Damien tapped out a brief invitation to Strange. He made the message sound casual, just a conversation between mages, nothing more. Yet beneath the polite tone lay a carefully laid trap, a promise of healing, the allure of forbidden power, and the seeds of a bond that would bend the future to his will. Damien understood all too well that his reality was just one among countless universes, parallel realms and alternate dimensions stretching as far as the mind could imagine. There was the Shadow Realm, the Abyssal Plane, the hellish dominions beyond mortal ken, and countless others. Yet Damien harbored no grand ambition to conquer every world he could reach. Though he possessed the power to traverse these worlds at will, he intended to claim only this universe as his own. To secure his new home, he knew he must strengthen it from within, and himself above all. An unprepared universe, he realized, might suffer catastrophic losses if hostile forces ever spilled in from some rift or portal. That was why the Void Divine Religion had grown so rapidly, absorbing gifted individuals and molding them into defenders of the Void. Right now, the sect's reservoir of Void energy stood at just under 9.5 million points, only 500,000 shy of the 10 million threshold needed to unlock the third hero template. If all went as planned, Damien would claim that template by this time next year. Beyond that, his most fearsome guardian, Kha'Zix the Void Predator, still faced more than 2 centuries of evolution before it could undergo its next great 1,000-fold ascension. Patience, Damien reminded himself, was as vital as power. The long road lay before him, but with each passing day, the Void and his domain grew ever stronger. Damien had worked out that, if he truly wanted to inherit the primordial power of his fellow heroes, he first had to drive them to the edge of redemption, force the precise conditions under which their abilities could be absorbed. With the fabled death-omened star at his command, no cosmic force, neither the inscrutable court of life nor the hidden great gods would stand in his way. Only by mastering that ultimate power could he render himself invulnerable. He was certain that the culmination of his plan was now closer than ever. First update of 2,000 words will follow each day. Chapter 321, Thor's Limit. Tony's anger subsided, and he soon found himself in high spirits, bantering with Thor and Loki as they worked side by side. 3 months later, their progress became nothing short of astonishing. Loki was the first to break new ground. Relying solely on his physical strength, he spent hours in the 30 times Earth gravity chamber without once calling on his divine power. When he did tap into his godly essence, he pushed himself into the 35 times chamber for a grueling 12-hour session, his absolute limit. Between his mortal musculature and the measure of his divine reserves, Loki had reached the pinnacle of what that facility could offer. Thor outpaced him still. By sheer physical might alone, he conquered the 40 times Earth gravity room. Then, channeling all the power granted to him by Odin, he endured 11 hours under 60 times normal gravity. In other words, whenever he summoned the full force of his divinity, he could train at 60 times gravity, an achievement so formidable it left both Tony Stark and Bruce Banner visibly unnerved. Watching Thor emerge from the chamber, every sinew and muscle looked more defined, more explosive than before. His physique was not just honed, it was transcendent, a living testament to the blood of gods coursing through him. Even the genius of Stark Industries and the smartest mind at Gamma Base had to admit, this was truly the son of Odin, a warrior whose natural gifts and divine blessing towered far above what mere mortals could ever hope to attain. Damien already knew he couldn't hope to match Banner's raw power, a hulking physical monster honed by the void and countless evolutions. But that wasn't his real contest. He was determined to outdo only one person, himself. Now he stood alone in the 60 times gravity chamber, silver lightning dancing across his battle armor like a living storm. The air around him warped and compressed under the crushing weight, each breath feeling like he was inhaling through a soda straw. At first, the pressure was disorienting. His joints ached, and his focus wavered. But Tony and Banner had been right. This was the only way for superpowered bodies to truly feel exhaustion again. Damien welcomed the rare burn of fatigue. He wanted to know exactly where his limits lay. Drawing a deep, concentrated breath, he reached inward for the divine force that coursed through his veins. Asgardian runes of power flared to life on his skin, weaving ancient magic into steel-hard resilience. His grip tightened on the reinforced rail, knuckles whitening as he channeled every mote of thunderous energy into sustaining his frame. It wasn't effortless. Controlling divine power had never been his strong suit. One misstep could end in disaster. But here, under 60 gravities of pressure, he forced every spark into perfect alignment with his heartbeat. Muscle fibers trembled and bonds reformed stronger than before. In that gravity-bowed chamber, Damien realized that true strength wasn't about surpassing Banner. It was about commanding his own powers without fear. And so he pushed on, eager to discover what lay beyond the edge of exhaustion. Damien felt the surge of divine power flow through him, sharpening his focus and accelerating his control. Every pulse of energy was smoother and more precise than before. Just as crucial, he'd finally learned how to deploy his divine power without waste, preserving his divine body in peak condition. He couldn't help but admit how lax he'd been in the past. If only he'd trained like this a few years ago, he'd already be far stronger. Then again, it wasn't too late. In the control room, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Loki stood before the gravity chamber's countdown display. 11 hours and 59 minutes. Only 1 minute remained before Damien could officially meet the standard for the 60 times Earth gravity test. Inside the chamber, Damien's muscles burned, but he pressed on without hesitation. The seconds ticked away until the final moment. A clear, steady voice announced, "Damien, congratulations on successfully passing the 60 times gravity test. You are the 5th person to achieve this milestone." Tony let out a low whistle. 60G is an insanely harsh environment. Few could endure that long, let alone come out stronger. Passing this trial isn't easy, the sweet, cool voice announced through the chamber's speakers. But every drop of sweat you shed now will bring you far greater rewards in the future. So don't stop here. Keep sharpening your skills and dedicate your strength to the Void God Church. The words drifted through the gravity simulator like the last breath of winter, invigorating the exhausted candidates. Simultaneously, the artificial gravity began to ease, its intensity halving every 5 seconds. If the system immediately snapped back from 60 times Earth's gravity to normal, the sudden shift could seriously damage the human body. A gradual reduction was the only safe way. Damien's heart pounded. Yes! Finally! He realized he was the fifth person to conquer the 60G chamber. His muscles trembled with fatigue, but he couldn't help pumping his fist and letting out a victorious shout. For the past month, he had been locked inside this relentless gravity test, pushing himself harder with each attempt. And now, at last, he'd prevailed. Damien had come a long way since he first set foot in the Void God cult's gravity chamber. In the beginning, his fledgling divine power was so erratic that he could barely sustain more than 2 hours of training before exhausting himself. But now he genuinely met the chamber's demanding threshold. The countless hours of drilling had left his mind feeling numb, his brain cells practically begging for mercy, but the payoff was undeniable. There's a unique thrill in tasting the fruits of one's own labor, in feeling raw strength swell with each successive trial. At first glance, the gravity chamber appeared crude, nothing more than a windowless, steel-walled vault, but in truth, it was a hidden gem. The crushing pressure forced you to refine every ounce of your power, endure its relentless rhythm, and you emerged markedly stronger. Damien often wondered which genius had dreamed up such a merciless training ground. Today, as the artificial gravity finally shut off, the massive walls of the vault slid aside, letting in a rush of cool, refreshing air. Damien, slick with sweat, inhaled deeply, savoring the relief. The chamber's automatic controls only disengaged once they sensed a trainee had truly reached the required standard, and then they refused to reactivate until that standard was met again. Watching from a nearby control console, Thor turned to Tony with a puzzled expression. Why didn't it kick back on after shutting down? It didn't draw much power. Tony shrugged, tapping a few commands on his tablet. That's by design. It won't restart until the user proves they can handle another cycle. Efficiency, I guess. Thor raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself. Damien, meanwhile, pushed himself to his feet, muscles humming with the promise of newfound strength. Training might be brutal, but the results were worth every drop of sweat. Tony explained that this feature was courtesy of Miss Sonia, the Void Goddess. It wasn't strictly necessary, and it barely drew any extra energy, but by only unlocking it for those who'd passed the trials, it made success that much sweeter and stoked everyone's competitive fire. Trial after trial, Damien became ever more attuned to the importance of the smallest details. When the gravity chamber at last ground to a stop, Tony, Banner, and Loki held back instead of rushing in to check on Thor. They wanted him to savor that rush of victory a little longer. A moment later, Thor hauled himself out, drenched in sweat and utterly spent. He glanced at Tony and Banner, curiosity and fatigue mingling in his gaze. "Tony," he wheezed, "whose voice was that just now?" Tony exchanged a knowing look with Banner. "What do you mean?" Thor shook his head. Up through level 50, every prompt was a man's voice. Then, at 60, there was a woman's voice. Whose was it? Banner stepped forward with a faint grin. "That was Miss Sonia's. We set it up so only those who made it that far would hear her and get that extra boost of motivation." Damien glanced at Saul, curiosity written on his face. "So how did you end up with all these female voices in the gravity chambers?" Saul leaned back, smiling as he recounted the backstory. "Originally, I planned to use an all-male announcer, but Miss Sonia felt that since most Void cult members are men, giving them a more personal incentive would boost morale. A sterile, mechanical male voice just wouldn't cut it. So at her insistence, I re-recorded every level announcement with female voices." Damien raised an eyebrow. Which voices did she choose? Saul ticked them off on his fingers. 60G is narrated by Miss Claudia, 70G by Miss Lalatina, 80G by Miss Sarah, who normally handles the recorder, 90G by Miss Lacey, and anything at or above 100G, those announcements come straight from Miss Sonia herself. He shrugged. Each of the ladies adds her own tailored encouragement when someone hits a new milestone. Damien nodded in appreciation. "I can see why it's popular." "Exactly," Saul said. "Everyone in the Void cult respects Miss Sonia. Hearing her voice personally congratulate you burns the idea of success into your brain. So now, most people push themselves to break the 100G barrier just to hear her praise firsthand." Damien frowned, tapping the edge of the console. She said I'm the 5th successful candidate, so who are the other 4? Tony didn't hesitate. With a few swipes, he brought up a scrolling roster. Miss Sonia's program has produced some heavy hitters. First was Kyle, then Alex, third was Bruce Banner, and fourth was Lacey. At the bottom of the list, Thor Odinson's name appeared, stamped with the date of his transformation. Thor let out a low, pleased hum. Not bad company at all. He glanced back at Tony with genuine curiosity. What about Miss Claudia? She's a striking beauty, an ice queen, really. Tony chuckled. Claudia's gorgeous, but she's aloof, rarely makes an appearance. He shrugged. That leaves you, Damien, as number 5. From the corner, Loki let out a soft snort. His eyes flicked to Lacey's name. Lacey, the so-called female Tyrannosaurus. I can attest to her power. When she caught me once, I didn't even think of running. She may look like a fragile beauty, but as a humanoid T-Rex, she's terrifyingly strong. Thor's chest swelled with pride at the thought of standing alongside such formidable colleagues. Well, he said, meeting Damien's gaze, welcome to the club. Tony leaned back in his chair, a wry smile on his face. Among all the Void Cult's members, Lacey ranks second only to Lex in her number of successful evolutions. She's 50 times ahead of me, and every one of her transformation paths has hit its mark. Me? I've been flailing, trying to evolve in every possible direction. He glanced at Steve. If Steve could mimic Lacey's focus, catch up with her, maybe even surpass her, he might soon be nearly Tony's equal. Tony just hoped Steve wouldn't adopt Lacey's cold ruthlessness. Lacey had spent years as an intelligence agent at the Bounty Tavern, learning firsthand the suffering of the weak. Tony figured that was why, after joining the Void, she grew so merciless, though he admitted he hadn't dug deeply into her history. He turned back to Lacey. So, Miss Lacey, what's the highest gravity chamber magnification you can handle these days? Saul, who'd been listening intently, nodded. Check the training logs. That'll give you the exact numbers. Damien was attempting the 7th level trial for the 62nd time. In the control room, Tony's fingers tapped rapidly on the console. A few clicks later, a comprehensive status report materialized on the holoscreen. Thor and Loki exchanged glances as they studied the new data. At the top of the leaderboard stood Kyle, who had completed the same trial 80 times, his performance yielding the best insights yet into the Void God Cult's combat capabilities. Tony scrolled through the entries, then pressed a button. We've just received the 2nd update. Another 3,000 words of field intelligence on the cult. Loki arched an eyebrow. Excellent. With that much new information, we can refine Damien's training parameters even further. Thor nodded, his gaze drifting to the simulacrum chamber, where Damien's figure was locked in a glowing combat sphere. Let's see how our trainee handles the enhanced scenario now. Tony tapped the console again, initiating the next wave of Void God Cult projections. As the holographic enemies converged on Damien, the room fell silent, everyone waiting to see if this time he'd break past his previous record. Chapter 322. Scary, isn't it? Thor leaned over the datapad, scrolling through the gravity resistance leaderboard. His eyes widened. Look at this, he said. Banner's in 2nd place. He's held out under 75 times Earth's gravity. 3rd place is Alex at 70 times G, a record he set 8 months ago. 4th is Lacey, and in 5th is Damien. He shook his head in admiration. Alex is a monster, and that was half a year ago. He's probably even stronger now. Tony took a sip of coffee before adding, You've got to remember, Alex isn't exactly free to train whenever he wants. He's in charge of the branch temple of the Void God Church on Mowgli Star. Unless there's an emergency, he only comes over to Void Island for a few days each year. A branch temple? Saul frowned. I thought the Void God Church was still new. Thor cleared his throat and tapped the screen. It is, but they're growing fast. That temple on Mowgli Star is their first official outpost beyond the core worlds. Damien glanced up from his own station, a half-smile on his face. So that's why Alex keeps hanging back. He's been splitting his time all this while. Exactly, Tony said, which makes his 70G record even more impressive. Imagine what he could do if he trained here full-time. Thor nodded, still staring at the leaderboard. Don't you think it's a little scary? The gap's closing fast. Chapter 8. The Blue Star Question. The conference chamber aboard the Nightfall was illuminated by the pale glow of distant suns. Damien stood at a viewport, arms crossed, gazing out at the swirling blue planet below. He turned back to his companions and said, "Whenever the Void cult gains enough followers on a world, it naturally needs its own branch temple." Tony leaned forward from the head of the table. "Honestly, Blue Star should have had a Void shrine long ago, built by you, Damien." A flicker of surprise crossed Soul's face. Damien offered a wry smile. "Blue Star is my homeworld, yes, but it's firmly within Asgardian space. I refrained from building there to avoid a political conflict that could jeopardize both Asgard and the Void cult, let alone my own reputation." Alex, seated beside Tony, nodded in understanding. "We've discussed this at length. Your reasoning made sense. If we really decide to plant the Void flag there, you'll handle it personally. It isn't Tony's turn to build anything. It's yours. The fact that you haven't says everything we need to know about your reservations." Tony chuckled softly. Damien could have erected a temple in an afternoon if he'd wanted. His choice not to speaks volumes. Loki, who had been listening intently, tapped a slender finger on the back of a datapad. "Tell me this," he interrupted, eyes narrowing. "Besides the three of you, are there any other Void cult adherents on Blue Star?" A brief silence followed. Damien exchanged quick glances with Tony and Saul. Loki had zeroed in on a crucial detail they'd omitted: whether the cult's influence had already taken root among the planet's population. The answer, for now, would determine their next move. "Steve and his wife Paige, along with my own wife Pepper, are all members of the Void cult. With the two of us included," Tony continued, flashing a grin, "Blue Star is down to just 5 people. That American soldier with such a strict sense of justice joined the Void too?" Loki blurted out, eyes wide. "You haven't been back to Blue Star since the Battle of New York," Tony reminded him. "So you wouldn't know." Loki frowned. "After New York, I recommended Steve, and he accepted." "So he must be even stronger now," Tony said, leaning forward with interest. "Certainly he's grown," Loki agreed, "but I haven't had the chance to spar with him, so I can't say exactly how powerful he's become." Tony nodded thoughtfully. "Then work on bringing Banner into the fold too, and see that Steve helps with the introductions." At Tony's words, a spark of hope flared in Loki's chest. Members of the Void cult were frighteningly powerful, and their strength med to grow at an astonishing rate. Given the chance, Loki would leap at the opportunity to join the cult and receive the blessing of the Void. Tony's expression hardened the moment Loki spoke up. "Loki, don't lose sight of why you're here, or the instructions I gave you," Tony said, his tone brooking no argument. "Treat his theatrics as nonsense. Don't feed into it." He ran a hand through his hair, wariness creeping into his voice. "Let's call it a night. I'm exhausted. Tomorrow, I'll check out that sports arena you mentioned, and if we can, I'll find Miss Sonia and thank her properly." Thor clapped Loki on the shoulder with a grin. "Very well. Tomorrow we'll spar in earnest." Tony's eyes lit up at the challenge. "That's more like it. Thor, I still want that rematch. And Loki," he added with a smirk, "you can't steal my lines and expect me to just sit here." Loki laughed, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Of course not. How could I resist?" Bruce Banner shook his head, a wry smile on his face. "Take it easy, you two. One opponent at a time, please." Thor laughed heartily. Seeing that Loki wasn't going to push the Void cult idea any further, he let the matter drop. The 4 of them, Tony, Thor, Loki, and Bruce, strolled out of the gravity building together, the tension melted away by their easy banter and shared laughter. It was nearing evening, and the soft, reddish glow of the setting sun bathed the landscape in warmth. Thor and Loki strode back alongside Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, while Damien hummed to himself, evidently in high spirits. Everything around him seemed brighter, more alive. As Thor cast his gaze across the rolling hills, he caught sight of a slender, tall figure standing on a distant ridge, roughly 2 kilometers away. He blinked, certain he must be mistaken. Calling on his divine sight, he sharpened his focus, and the spot was empty. No trace of anyone remained, as if the figure had been an illusion. Thor frowned and nudged Loki. Then he called out to Tony. "Tony, does anyone usually go up that mountain?" Tony glanced in the direction Thor pointed and shrugged. "If there's nothing off limits up there, anyone can hike it." Thor pressed the point. "I swear I just saw someone standing there watching us." Tony tilted his head, still scanning the ridge. "Never mind. Wait, No, I thought I saw a figure too. By the build, it looked like a woman. Loki raised an eyebrow, and Damien stopped humming, curiosity flaring. Whatever, or whoever, was up there, they clearly hadn't vanished by accident. The four of them exchanged uneasy glances, each wondering if they'd stumbled upon something more than a simple mirage. That patrol must be Miss Sonia, so there's no need for alarm. Before Tony could respond, Banner spoke up. I only took a casual glance around, and there she was. If I'd had to rely on gut instinct alone, I'd never have detected her presence. It's unsettling, Banner went on, to realize someone is watching you without you even knowing it. Thor considered this, then said, Miss Sonia is the administrator of the Void Cult. Her reputation alone makes her more than capable of such surveillance. Banner nodded. Among Void Cult members who bicker about who's the strongest, Sonia is never even mentioned. As Lord Cassidon's steward, her power is simply on another level. Tony gave a slight, knowing smile. Most of the others understood that Sonia held a unique status in the Void hierarchy, but no one grasped her influence more deeply than he did. The trust Damien placed in her, the financial strings of Void Island, countless strategic decisions, they all ran through Sonia. Tony had always stood at her side, fully aware of just how formidable she truly was. With just a bit of help from Damien, Sonia's power could surge to terrifying new heights. There's no doubt she'd outstrip every other member of Void Island. And with that, the third 2,000-word update has been sent. Chapter 323, The Daily Life of Damien and Sonia. Damien fell silent when he heard Tony and Banner's explanation, but inside, he was terrified. If he hadn't stumbled on the truth by accident, he would never have guessed that Sonia, the god of the Void, had been observing them all along. Her gaze was distant, almost imperceptible, yet he felt its power keenly. It was a subtle kind of surveillance, one that only someone supremely powerful could sustain without being detected. The thought that Sonia had quietly watched him and Loki for more than 3 months left Damien both embarrassed and humbled. He recalled Tony mentioning that Sonia never joined the Void Cult's communal meals. She might slip in to study or oversee from afar, but she never took part in their discussions or pastimes. She didn't socialize with other cult members, nor did she make a show of her presence. Damien had assumed her absence was simply due to indifference, or perhaps an unspoken rule that he, as an outsider, wasn't permitted to approach. Now he wondered if there was more to it. If Sonia cared enough to keep them under her watchful eye, what exactly was her purpose? Damien's heart pounded as he searched the empty cafeteria for any sign of her. Why had she chosen to observe them so closely, and what would she do next? Damien watched Tony pace down the winding pathway toward the Gravity Research Building and couldn't help but wonder, had they somehow offended Void Island's inhabitants? He toyed with every possibility in his mind, some hidden protocol he'd unknowingly violated, a slight against the Void God's followers, but found no convincing answer. In the end, he shrugged off the concern. They'd lived here calmly for months. As long as they didn't openly disrespect the Void Cult, nothing would go awry. With that settled, he turned back toward the lab alongside Tony. Meanwhile, Sonia was completing her own rounds. Less imposing than Mr. Cassidon, she preferred overseeing Void Island from above, roaming the mountaintop villa's terraces to keep a discreet eye on both the buildings and the people below. From her perch, she'd spotted Tony and 2 guests, Thor and Loki, descending from the gravity building. So long as they caused no disturbances, she saw no need to intervene. Back in the villa, Sonia tapped out a quick message to the kitchen staff, then changed into a crisp white shirt and a pair of comfortable hot pants. She smoothed her hair back and straightened her posture, readying herself for the evening ahead. A soft knock at the door pulled her from her thoughts. She opened it to a uniformed officer, who bowed slightly. "Miss Sonia," he said, "Mr. Stark and his companions are arriving at the East Terrace. Shall I show them to the meeting room?" "Yes, thank you," Sonia replied with a warm smile. "Please guide them in and have refreshments ready." As the officer slipped away, she moved to the villa's broad balcony and gazed out over the island. Lanterns winked below, illuminating winding paths that led to every corner of Void Island. In the distance, the gravity building stood proud against the twilight sky. Sonia adjusted her shirt collar, took a steadying breath, chaleur, and prepared to greet her distinguished guests, confident that tonight's discussions would be both cordial and enlightening. "Cassadine, you have 20 minutes before dinner," Sonia called from the doorway, a gentle smile lighting her face. "Keep an eye on the time, and wrap up your game when it's almost time to eat." Damien Cassadine sat cross-legged in the center of the living room floor, controller in hand, eyes glued to the screen. He'd recently returned from Blue Star with a trove of rare and utterly addictive video games. So engrossed was he that he would have skipped meals entirely if Sonia hadn't stepped in to remind him to eat. Sonia had never understood the appeal at first. Why would anyone want to farm experience points by guiding underpowered avatars through endless monster fights? But curiosity piqued. She'd started watching from the couch and found herself just as hooked. "Aside from gaming, are you all finished with your work for the day?" she asked, settling in to watch Damien conquer yet another level. Damien heard her voice, nodded without looking away from the screen, and finally set the controller down. Thanks to Blue Star's rapid advances in technology, countless new games had flooded the markets across the galaxy. Interstellar multiplayer servers were still out of reach, too vast a distance to bridge in real time, but well-crafted standalone titles could be downloaded and played right here on Xandar. The style and mechanics felt uncannily familiar, almost like the games Damien remembered from his past life on Earth. He stretched, blinking at the ceiling as he drifted back to reality. "Done," he replied, pushing himself to his feet. "Dinner sounds perfect." However, unlike in his previous life, when he had to debate every game purchase, worrying about price and whether he'd have time to play, it no longer crossed Damien's mind. Now he could buy anything he wanted without hesitation. He leaned back and smiled. "Void Island is as peaceful as ever." Sonia reappeared, balancing a fresh drink for Mr. Cassadine. She settled gracefully onto the sofa beside him and offered a bright smile. Thanks to Sarah handling all the recording and La Latina overseeing the factory and negotiating business orders, Sonia's workload had lightened considerably. Her mornings now fell into a pleasant routine. She woke at 7:30, planned the day's breakfast, and roused Mr. Cassadine at 8 sharp. By 8:30 they'd eaten, and Sonia's official workday began. It usually stretched until 6:30 in the evening, unless an unexpected crisis cropped up, and then she was free to clock out. Of course, heading back to the villa didn't mean she was truly off duty, but at least her responsibilities had become far more manageable. Sonia still had her duties to attend to for Mr. Cassadine, and she had to sketch out a strategic plan for Void Island's future development. She'd remain on call until midnight, screens at the ready, to make sure no one else could reach her. Only once she was certain the world was quiet would she slip into the shower and turn in for the night. Her days were as packed as ever, with countless tasks yet to come, but Sonia had settled into this rhythm. Best of all, coming home to Mr. Cassadine made everything worthwhile. Whenever he was away on Xandar, she found herself shifting into a more restrained version of herself, as if preparing for his return. Patience, she reminded herself softly. Time is exactly what the Void cult needs right now. Damien caught her contented smile and gave a small nod. With Mr. Cassadine here, the Void cult will definitely have the breathing room to grow on its own schedule. He glanced over at the enormous hollow screen dominating the room. "By the way, what game are you playing tonight?" Sonia laughed, her eyes lighting up. She gestured toward the paused image flickering on the display, eager to share. "Final Fantasy." "Even though Blue Star's tech hasn't quite reached true cosmic civilization standards," Sonia remarked, "this game is surprisingly fun." Damien glanced at the screen, smiling. He knew Sonia wasn't exactly a gaming enthusiast. After all, she was born on Xandar, a planet light years ahead in technology, and had reigned as the undisputed Scroll Queen before her retirement. She wouldn't spend her precious downtime on mere entertainment. That's why he appreciated her effort to indulge him. Every time she asked a question, he patiently explained the mechanics and lore. He had to admit, Xandar's display tech was astounding. Its automatic projection optimizer could take a grainy, low-resolution image and upscale it beyond the original graphics, while boosting the frame rate so smoothly that lag became a thing of the past. It was this perfect blend of high fidelity and seamless performance that had hooked Damien on single-player classics. For the first time, he could revisit and truly experience the masterpieces he'd loved in his previous life, crisp and fluid, just as the developers intended. Damien frowned as he set down the controller. Though the character designs felt dated, he still enjoyed the game. It was unfair to judge it by modern standards alone. "So what's the story about?" he asked. At the mention of fantasy, Sonia's eyes lit up as she examined the image of the armored heroine on the screen. "I think it takes place in a god-forged realm of sword and sorcery," she said. "A ragtag band of adventurers is tasked with stopping some apocalyptic threat." Damien shrugged. "It's not like Xandar Star, where new alien invaders show up every other week." "Right," Sonia agreed. "Here on Blue Star, true mages and superhumans are few and far between. That's why people crave a world brimming with magic." He smiled. "Don't forget, Blue Star itself falls under the sway of Asgard's god king, Odin, and the supreme mage known only as the Ancient One resides here, too." Sonia tapped her chin thoughtfully. "So, gods and real magic actually exist among us?" Chapter 7, Awakening Blue Star. Tony's voice was low but insistent. "They're out there, but that doesn't mean they'll ever reveal themselves to humanity." Sonia frowned. "Asgard hasn't cared about Blue Star in centuries. If it weren't for what happened there recently, no one on Blue Star would even know whether the gods exist." Damien leaned forward. "So you're saying our perceptions have been deliberately limited, that we've been kept blind?" Mr. Cassadin exchanged a glance with Tony and nodded. "Exactly. The Inheritance Council decided long ago that most civilizations should remain in the dark. It was, easier that way." Sonia turned back to Tony. "But you want to change that, don't you?" Tony's eyes shone with determination. "Blue Star belongs in the interstellar community. I believe every planet should be connected, every species given the chance to look into the depths of the cosmos and see for themselves what they've only imagined." Damien absorbed the weight of Tony's words. He traced the rim of his coffee cup and finally nodded. "Then let's get to work. If we can open humanity's eyes, nothing will ever be the same." "Tony's vision is inspiring, but turning it into reality won't be easy," Mr. Cassadine remarked. "When a civilization first steps into the cosmos, it faces countless obstacles. Uniting the hearts of every species on a world is no simple task. This struggle isn't just detailed in Xandarian chronicles. It appears in the records of many civilizations that trace their origins to the dawn of the interstellar age." Sonia's eyes widened slightly at the reference to Tony's ideals, but she quickly gathered her thoughts. "Every intelligent society develops its own beliefs and priorities," she said. "Before any race can truly form a federation, it must overcome deep-seated differences, centuries of rivalries, cultural misunderstandings, and historical grievances. Those barriers can't be dismantled overnight. They demand patience and steady leadership over generations. That's why Xandar's peacekeeping policy, shielding developing worlds while banning the use of star-blasting weapons, is so crucial. It gives emerging civilizations the time and security they need to grow. Out there in the galaxy, no other power has committed to peace in the way Xandar has. Most empires prefer invasion, colonization, and outright conquest. It's no small task to look after yourself, let alone everyone around you," Damien Cassadine said with a wry smile. "And if Tony plans to lead the 8 billion people of Blue Star into the interstellar era, he'll face countless challenges. But as long as he never wavers in his convictions, I believe he'll succeed." Sonia listened thoughtfully to Damien's words. Reflecting on Tony's steadfast character and brilliant mind, she offered a confident nod. Chapter 324, Treatment. Damien leaned back in the plush armchair, controller in hand, eyes locked on the flashing screen. Across the room, Sonia sat at the small dining table, methodically organizing tomorrow's agenda. When the food trays arrived, they paused for dinner, Damien to refuel his avatar, Sonia to refuel her brain, then effortlessly slipped back into their routines. Sonia planning the next day's operations, Damien diving into a new level. It was a comfortable rhythm of work and play. Thor and Loki trailed behind Tony Stark as he led them to the laboratory. After a satisfying meal and a long, soothing bath, the Asgardian brothers collapsed into their bunks and were asleep before their heads hit the pillows. Early the next morning, Tony and Banner assembled Thor and Loki for a proper tour of Void Island. Ever since discovering the gravity building, the twins had spent most days shuttling between that facility and the experimental building. They'd barely glimpsed the rest of the island's marvels. Today's destination was the sports arena. Arriving before dawn, they found the arena gates still locked. Tony spotted the cafeteria down the hall and shrugged. Breakfast break? The group strolled past gleaming panels and silent labs toward the cafeteria, where Void cult members lined the corridor. Loki felt their icy stares but heard no greetings, only polite nods and murmurs for Stark and Banner. "Good morning, Mr. Stark." "Mr. Banner," they said, eyes flicking away. Sarah, tray in hand, greeted the party as they entered the cafeteria. With a warm smile, she fell into step beside them, ready for breakfast and whatever the day had in store. Sarah spotted Tony Stark and Bruce Banner across the hangar and approached them with a confident smile. "You must be Lord Stark's friends," she said, extending a hand. "I'm Sarah, the mission recorder. It's a pleasure to meet you." Banner offered a polite nod. Tony gave her a brief, appraising look. Before either man could reply, Sarah turned to the two towering figures behind them. "And you are?" Thor stepped forward, his voice rich and warm. "I am Thor, god of thunder." He inclined his head toward the other. "This is my brother, Loki, god of mischief." Loki returned the gesture with a sly grin. Sarah's serene beauty, unremarkable to Alex, a native of Mowgli where such features were common, shone brilliantly to anyone else in the cosmos. Alex watched, slightly envious of her effortless poise. "I've heard about you both from Lalatina," Sarah continued. "She said you're princes of Asgard. She had nothing but good things to say, I trust?" "Lalatina does enjoy her dramatics," Loki replied, "but she didn't slander us." Sarah chuckled, the soundlight against the hangar's steel walls. "That's a relief. We'll need your goodwill when we tackle this mission." Thor's laughter rumbled like distant thunder. "Very well. When do we begin?" Bruce tapped his datapad. "Once we're all briefed, our first concern is stabilizing the portal." "Lead the way," Sarah said. She motioned down the corridor toward the briefing room. And so the unlikely assembly, genius, scientist, recorder, and two Asgardian princes, moved forward together, ready to face whatever lay beyond the island's void. Tony shook his head with a small smile. "Loki, I don't concern myself with idle gossip. Sarah here handles everyone's check-ins and check-outs on the island. I'll give her a basic rundown of who you are and why you're here. You'll simply be assisting with a few tasks." Before Sarah could respond, Lalatina appeared at her side, having covered the distance in seconds. Brightly, she greeted Tony. "Good morning, Mr. Tony. You're up earlier than usual. Any special plans for today?" He returned her smile. "Nothing out of the ordinary. After breakfast, I'd like you to escort Damien and our other guests to the sports arena." Lalatina considered for a moment. "The sports arena sounds fun, but since it's still early, how about we start with breakfast in the cafeteria? Then we can do a quick tour of Void Island before eating over." "Perfect," Tony agreed, "and that means no lab visits for them this morning. Once breakfast is finished, I'll go straight to the factory." Lalatina nodded in understanding. "Understood." Tony gave a final nod. "All set then. Let's get started. Then we won't keep you any longer." Mr. Stark gave a nod, and Lalatina offered a polite bow before slipping away with Sarah. Once they'd gone, Stark, Thor, Banner, and Loki continued their stroll toward the cafeteria. Thor shot Loki a teasing look. "You seem rather put out around Miss Lalatina. What's the story there?" Loki's lips curled in a half-smile of exasperation. "I suppose you mean that time you dragged me into the lab," Thor chuckled. "Exactly. If Lalatina, who was just a civilian back then, had seen you squirm like that, she'd never let you live it down." Banner grinned. "She'll probably mention it the moment she's back with her friends." Loki stiffened as he caught the amused glances from Thor and Banner. He took a measured breath and let his voice drop to a cool, calm tone. "A civilian's opinion is the very last thing I lose any sleep over." Damien stepped forward as Loki fought to keep his composure. "You can deny it all you want," he said coolly, "but the truth is you just don't care." Loki's eyes narrowed. "Everyone has an embarrassing moment in their past they'd rather forget." Damien's voice hardened. "All the more reason not to spread rumors or slander someone behind their back, especially not Lalatina." She works for me now, but that doesn't mean her loyalty or her talents are mine to monopolize. Cross her, and you'll answer to me." He paused, letting the warning hang in the air. Lalatina was a one-woman army, able to accomplish the work of a dozen agents without breaking a sweat. Whenever Damien assigned her a job, he knew it would be done quickly and flawlessly. Having her on his side only bolstered his standing on the island. And beyond that, Lalatina had never given him cause for complaint. Even if she ever grew lax or overlooked a minor detail, as long as it wasn't outright betrayal, Damien would let it slide. But insulting her? That he would not tolerate. Damien reclined in his chair, watching the others closely. If Loki took offense and stormed out now, they'd be incurring a devastating loss. Across the table, Tony Stark leaned forward, a sardonic grin on his face. "Saul," Tony said, turning to the somber-looking man next to him, "how much do you pay Miss Lalatina each year?" Saul exhaled and shrugged. "Not much. 20 million credits." Thor, who had been quietly observing, nearly dropped his cup. 20 million credits a year? You've got to be joking." "I'm serious," Saul replied evenly. "That's her contract." Tony chuckled and shook his head. "You realize that, in just a few years of this service, she could buy herself a medium-sized battleship?" "Precisely," Saul said, meeting Thor's astonished gaze. "As princes of Asgard, you two have never worried about money. But once they join the Void cult, they're no longer royalty. They're mercenaries. Strong mercenaries, yes, but still earners for hire." He glanced at Thor again. For some members of the Void, 20 million credits is what they'd make in 2 weeks of frontline work. And Miss Lalatina hasn't taken a single day off in a year. She's worked for me every single day. Tony let out a low whistle. "I'd call that a bargain." Damien leaned back, folding his arms. The truth was inescapable. Lalatina's talents were worth far more than Saul was paying her. If Loki, whose alliance with the Void had become unexpectedly crucial, ever grew displeased and walked away, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Everyone at this table knew it. Yet Saul's pocket change deal was what kept her services, and by extension Loki's loyalty, firmly under their control. "I'll need to monitor things closely and be ready to give her a raise, make sure she wants to stay on board," Damien concluded. Tony glanced at Thor's stunned expression and could hardly blame him. 20 million was a fortune most people might chase for decades or even centuries. But nobody on Void Island was most people. Salaries here couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. After all, Damien had already commissioned a temple and furnished a lavish villa for Sarah, their official recorder, even arranging a bespoke meal supplement plan. The intent was obvious: spoil her enough that she'd never want to leave. Void Island was still in its growth phase, but its members of the Void Divine cult were accustomed to enduring a year or two of weakness before rapidly maturing into formidable forces. Opportunities to turn a profit were plentiful. The real challenge wasn't recruiting builders, it was retaining them. Why not secure their loyalty with top-tier pay and unmatched benefits? That actually makes sense. "So what's Miss Sarah's annual salary?" Recorder asked, intrigued. Tony grinned. "You'll like this. 12 million a year, plus her own recording studio, a luxury villa, and an extra 6 million for meals." "And working hours?" Saul chimed in. "Totally flexible," Thor replied. "As long as she stays on the island during her shift, she can come and go wherever she likes." Everyone fell silent for a moment. Sarah's role on Void Island was the envy of every member. Not only did she enjoy a special title, but she also had unprecedented freedom in her work. With the Void cult's growth, her position would only become more important and more exclusive. Most islanders couldn't even land a public office, let alone receive such a lavish package. "Honestly," Tony said with a laugh, "it's as if no one here really thinks about money." Saul stared at him, utterly speechless. Now that Void Island is down to only its core members, Miss Sonia's annual income by herself should easily top 20 billion, Damien noted, reviewing the figures on the holographic display. Tony raised an eyebrow. "But the island only has around 500 members in total, and fewer than 200 of them live there year-round." "Exactly," Damien replied. "Sarah, who compiled these records, holds a high-ranking post. With her status, that kind of salary is entirely normal." Tony leaned back, curious. "So what does an ordinary soldier in Asgard earn? You know, someone serving your royal family?" Damien glanced at Thor, who glanced away, cheeks reddening. An entry-level soldier makes about 50,000 cosmic coins a year. 50,000? Tony repeated, whistling low. That's actually not bad. Thor shrugged. After all, no one dares attack the Nine Realms these days. Our troops mostly patrol the borders and handle day-to-day tasks. Tony tapped his chin. 500,000, give or take. When you consider the hours and danger some people work through, that's pretty generous. Lalatina, who'd been quietly listening, couldn't help but chuckle. Try working 360 days a year at a celebrity hotel for under 500,000 yuan, she said wryly. Then we'll talk about generous paychecks. Damien stood on the edge of the courtyard, watching as Thor methodically distributed gleaming coins to the assembled Asgardian soldiers. Asgardian warriors don't just enjoy the honor of their lineage, Thor proclaimed, voice booming across the stone plaza. They also bear witness to extraordinary events like the rare dark elf incursions. And make no mistake, these coins aren't issued by some universal council. They're minted here, in Asgard itself. Tony Stark strolled forward, plucked a coin from the pile, and gave it an experimental tap. As long as it buys me coffee on Midtown Earth, he drawled, I'm all for it. At Tony's offhand approval, Thor's stern expression softened. He bowed his head ever so slightly, and his deep voice dropped to a respectful murmur. Damien caught Bruce Banner's gaze. Banner's eyebrows shot up in silent surprise, before they both simply stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 325, What Truly Defines a Great Achievement. Damien had always wondered what it meant to achieve something truly great. At first, he dismissed the question as irrelevant. After all, each realm in the Nine Realms, and every power within them, operated under its own rules and reward systems. It was only natural, he thought, that salaries and benefits would differ from world to world. But Asgard was an exception. Forged in myth and revered across countless worlds, its reputation and its coffers stood head and shoulders above any other power. Void Island might hover in the skies, but Asgard was the very bedrock of the Nine Realms. Asgardian soldiers traveled far and wide, and with enough cunning, they could earn a respectable living. Even so, most warriors were only marginally stronger than Steve Rogers at the height of his super soldier peak. Absent the freedom to seize spoils at whim, their earnings remained modest. To live entirely free of concern for money, that luxury was reserved for the gods themselves. Damien, too, had once tested the limits of Asgard's generosity. Under cover of darkness, he'd slipped into the royal vaults and made off with chests overflowing with gold, silver, and priceless gemstones. He'd traded them discreetly across the Nine Realms, turning them into fortunes. But what if that path was now barred? If his old tricks no longer worked, he'd need a new strategy, one that didn't rely on plunder or petty schemes. Only then could he hope to transcend the mundane chase for wealth and discover what in fact constituted a truly great achievement. Asgard's government is a theocracy? Damien's question hung in the air. Banner paused, then nodded. You remember correctly. Asgard is indeed run as a theocratic state. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. Brar, I never imagined that someone of your standing in Asgard would be treated so poorly. He turned to Loki and Thor. Let's face it, a theocracy is just the ultimate class system. Asgard is one of the universe's great powers. They talk about equality and honor, but life there can be rigid. From what Thor's told us, 500,000 kroner doesn't hold a candle to a single cosmic coin. Asgard's currency only works across the Nine Realms, but the cosmic coin is recognized by every advanced interstellar civilization, except for the most primitive worlds. With its buying power, you don't even need to show up with a pocket full of coins. You just trade a few cosmic coins for gold and silver, or for any rare materials and treasures that less developed civilizations lack, and they'll snap your hand off to make the deal. You can even trade grain as hard currency here, and instantly convert it into a hefty sum of the local coin. I admit Asgard's pay is a bit lower than Void Island's, Damien observed, but no amount of money can match the prestige of serving this royal family. Loki merely shrugged. After listening to Thor's grand proclamations, he felt there was nothing left for him to add. Tony faced Loki squarely. To be blunt, your house has neglected commerce for decades, enriching only your own coffers. Yes, your people enjoy peace and contentment, but true prosperity and freedom remain distant dreams for them. I realize God King Odin is well past his prime and content to preserve the status quo. But if you truly intend to outshine your father's soul, you must first surpass your mentor. Defending the 9 realms with blade and shield is a noble deed worthy of song, but transforming your realm's economy and uplifting your subjects is an achievement that will be remembered through the ages, long after the battles fade from memory. Loki said nothing. Tony, unwilling to waste words in ceremony, simply studied him. In Tony's mind, humanity's future lay among the stars. There was no time for idleness. Damien had made up his mind. He would shoulder the task, even though he wasn't Earth's or Blue Star's so-called king, and had no formal responsibility toward humanity. He simply believed in his own skills and talents, and that was reason enough. As long as no one repaid his good faith with thankless attacks, pamphlets, or public denunciations, he could bear any workload. What truly disappointed him was human ingratitude, not exhaustion. "I'm a fighter," he admitted with a wry half-smile, "not a politician." Thor listened to Tony's proposal, not out of stubbornness but out of honest uncertainty. In individual might and legendary artifacts, Asgard stood unrivaled. Yet in the broader sweep of interstellar civilization, its ancient theocratic system had fallen far behind. She knew she couldn't simply dismantle centuries of tradition overnight, but improving the lives of her people was a noble goal she'd gladly pursue once she sat on the throne. The only question left was how to begin. Bruce Banner was the first to speak. "You Asgardians possess technology unique to your people. With the 9 realms teeming with life, we should invest in finding gifted individuals and helping them thrive." Tony Stark leaned forward. "We don't need to divulge Asgard's deepest secrets. By selling surplus tech crystals, none of which are vital state secrets, we could raise funds to improve wages and benefits for everyone." Banner nodded. "Besides, the king has given us clear orders. He can't manage every project himself." "And let's not forget Master Cassidon, Lord of the Void," Bruce added. "With Miss Sonia at his side, he's already driven Void Island's rapid development." "In short," Tony concluded, "when it comes to specialized tasks, you leave them to the professionals." Bruce settled back, satisfied. But the instant he mentioned Cassidon's name, dozens of pairs of eyes snapped toward him, their gazes sharp and unforgiving. Loki felt that silent threat keenly. One misstep and they'd pounce. A bead of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Damien frowned. "If I could grant blessings, I could call on warriors from all 9 realms to rally in Asgard." "But I don't have Dad's power," he admitted, spreading his hands in frustration. "I can't bless anyone." He barely registered the curious looks around him. The future achievements Tony had described sounded incredible, and Damien had every reason to want them, but simply wanting wasn't enough. "As your father's true-born son, you do have the divine spark needed to bless others," Thor said gently. "Your problem isn't your lineage, it's that you haven't yet learned to channel your power fully." Thor paused, choosing his words carefully. "Think of a blessing as a more advanced form of enchantment. An enchantment can only be laid on an object, giving it special properties. A blessing, however, infuses living beings with divine strength and resilience." Hidden in the shadows, Loki's eyes gleamed with understanding. He'd already seen the bloodline gap himself in the gravity chamber. Though Damien and Thor were nearly the same age, the difference between his own fledgling divine power and Thor's mature godhood was stark. Now, Thor's explanation confirmed it. Damien's path to mastering his gift would be long, but it was neither impossible nor unprecedented. Thor's renown in Asgard is unrivaled, and his strength stands above all others. Unlike many who let dark or selfish thoughts cloud their judgment, Thor rules with a pure heart, qualities that make him the clear choice for king. Granting someone divine power is much like enchanting a weapon, Loki explained. When you bind an object or a treasure to the divine, it carries a blessing. That blessing can alter the wielder's very body and strength. Thor frowned in surprise. "But you told me before that neither of us could learn to bestow such blessings." "That was true then," Loki admitted, "but I've studied deeper magic since. I finally understand how to channel those blessings myself." Thor regarded his brother thoughtfully. Loki didn't bother to mention that he'd only discovered this secret after some careful experiments. and after convincing their father to assist Thor in his reign, it seemed only fair to reveal what he'd learned. Loki paused, meeting Thor's gaze. There's nothing wrong with Asgard's current stat, E, he continued. Still, I have to admit, Tony Stark's proposal has merit. Elevating the quality of life for every Asgardian would be a most worthy legacy. Thor's expression brightened. Agreed. If we can grant blessings on that scale, think of the good we could do. Loki nodded. Then let us begin. With that, the two brothers turned their thoughts toward the future of Asgard, and the extraordinary power they now knew they could wield for the people's sake. Then you can teach me how to do it later, Loki said, his tone casual but hopeful. Thor shook his head. I doubt that's the best idea. Think back. We first worked out the basics of blessing people many years ago, when your magic wasn't nearly as strong as it is now. Why not ask Father for guidance when you return to Asgard? Loki's eyes lit up. You really think I could? Thor shrugged, though his confidence wavered the moment he mentioned their father. Tell him you want to use magic to improve life for everyone in Asgard. He'll almost certainly show you the proper way to bless others. Loki nodded, his voice serious. You're right. Father's time is precious. If I don't seize this chance now, I might never learn these techniques, the kind of magic that binds our realms together. He glanced around thoughtfully. The other gods of Asgard weren't all born here, you know. They came from the 9 worlds because of their talents. How could our king deny them a blessing? Thor paused, then sighed. Very well, I'll go with you to him. Loki's lips curved into a determined smile. Then let us return. I am eager to learn. Together, the two brothers made their way back to the Golden Halls, where Odin awaited them. The fate of Asgard, and perhaps the 9 realms, rested on the knowledge they would soon share. If my father won't teach me, perhaps you can explain the fundamentals. I'd like to give it a try. Thor gave a curt nod at Loki's request. Around them, the other Void cult members barely reacted. They noted that the Asgardian prince hadn't once mentioned Lord Cassidon, so they simply went back to their own conversations. Meanwhile, Tony and Bruce Banner led the way into the island's cafeteria. Thor and Loki followed, marveling at the scene. Dozens of tables, each laden with an array of dishes far richer and more varied than anything they'd seen inside the experimental building. Fresh fruits, steaming bowls of stew, platters of roasted meats. The feast was astonishing. Before they could take it all in, a familiar voice rang out. Over here, this way. Loki and Thor turned to see Damien waving enthusiastically from a nearby table. Tony's arrival had already drawn curious stares. Now the two Asgardians found themselves the center of attention. Tony leaned in close to Loki and Thor. Just stick to what I showed you, and you'll be fine. Then he strode off toward Damien's table. Stark, Banner, came a reproachful call. You two are terrible hosts. These people have been stranded here for months, and it's only now you decide to bring them to the cafeteria? Renali, ever sensitive to the group's mood, quickly jumped in to diffuse the tension. Give them a break. This is their first time here. Surprise them a little. With that, the gathered Void cult members relaxed, and Loki and Thor finally allowed themselves to smile as they approached the long-awaited abundance before them. Damien paused at the entrance to the Gravity Building's main chamber and turned to Tony. I'd planned to bring Thor and Loki directly here, he said, but when we stopped at the Gravity Lab, they got completely captivated by the Gravity Chamber's new features. Tony raised an eyebrow. So they'll be holed up there for the next few months? Exactly. Damien nodded. Some people on Void Island already know Thor and Loki have arrived, and plenty know they're staying in the Gravity Building. What few realize is why. I'm about to send a full briefing, 3,000 words outlining the situation, to everyone. They've been on the island for months, without so much as a hiccup. So there's no reason to treat them as hostile. He tapped send on his tablet. The detailed update zipped out to coordinators across the island, ensuring that from now on, no one would mistake Thor and Loki's presence for a threat. Chapter 326, Business Matters. The curious stares around them finally eased as soon as Renoli and Tony spoke up. Thor did it, Renoli announced with a grin. He's the 5th person ever to conquer the 60 times gravity chamber. How did it feel when you broke through? Kyle asked, stepping forward to clasp Damien on the shoulder. Damien, once known as Soul, smiled back, proud but humble. "Fifth to pass?" one of the Void Cult initiates muttered, disbelief etched on his face. "No way. Are you serious?" A few others quickly pulled up the Gravity Building's leaderboard on their terminals. Sure enough, the list had just been updated. Thor Odinson, Asgard's god of thunder, maximum gravity 60 times, recorded yesterday. "He did it yesterday?" Another voice piped up. "Man, those Asgardians aren't all weaklings." Veterans of the Gravity Building among the Void Cult knew exactly how brutal the 60 times chamber was. Of more than 500 members, only 4 had ever passed it before Thor. For most adepts, even cracking 50 times gravity demanded years of relentless training, evolutionary breakthroughs, and sheer determination. Now that Thor had joined that exclusive club, respect for Asgard's storm god soared, and everyone in the room felt the pressure to catch up. Although the gravity tower can't perfectly gauge a person's overall combat ability, it does measure raw physical strength, and Damien Odinsson's physique is nothing short of terrifying. Add to that his thunder-based fighting style, and there's no question he ranks among the very best. The Void Cult members hadn't paid much attention to the God of Thunder before, but after seeing what Damien can do, even they couldn't help but feel a bit of reverence. Saul, in particular, felt the shift. His once icy glare, sharp as needles, softened into genuine astonishment as Renoli, Tony, and Kyle each voiced their admiration. Encouraged by their reactions, Damien turned to Kyle with a broad grin. "It took me a full month of training to clear that test," he said, his eyes bright. "Achieving that first pass gives you a rush like nothing else. And the announcement, when you pass for the very first time, it sounds completely different from the bell that rings after your 50th try. When that gentle, almost ethereal female voice welcomes you to the next level, it really takes you by surprise. Exciting doesn't begin to cover it." Damien hadn't uttered a single flattering word to curry favor with the Void Cult. His elation after yesterday's gravity chamber test was completely genuine. As the G-forces topped out and he realized he'd passed, a clear, melodious female voice crackled through his comm unit, congratulating him. It felt like stepping into a whole new world. That radiant voice was an unexpected reward for his exertion. After pushing himself to the brink, any vigorous man would be thrilled to hear praise from a beautiful woman. For Damien, her words were the perfect finishing touch, like stardust sprinkled over his triumph. "Ha ha ha! Looks like you've mastered it," she teased warmly. "Come on, let's grab breakfast and chat." Kyle clapped Saul on the shoulder, laughing as he steered him toward the mess hall. Renali ushered Loki to sit beside Thor, her eyes alight with surprise. "I never would have guessed a magic specialist could endure 35 Gs in the gravity chamber," she said. "Your physical resilience matches your magical talent." Because Damien had fought alongside Loki during the Battle of New York, he bore the trickster no grudge, provided Loki kept any mention of the Void Cult to himself. When Loki added that he was adopted rather than Asgard's true-born son, Damien didn't press the issue of bloodlines. Instead, he offered genuine praise. "They say those who practice magic aren't afraid to fight up close," he observed. Loki recognized the compliment, though it stung when he compared himself to Thor's raw might. He let out a quiet sigh. Had he devoted himself to divine power or some other grand discipline, he might never have taken up magic at all. Yes, sorcerer's strength grows with time and training, but what truly matters is mastering spells of extraordinary, devastating power. Under his mother Frigga's guidance, Loki had become proficient in the palace enchantments, gifts that served him well and granted him considerable strength. Still, strength is all about context. Against ordinary mortals, he was all but unbeatable. When measured against true superpowered beings, especially those with bug-level abilities, even the greatest sorcerers find their magic of little use. Loki has always known that the only reason he managed to hold his own against Saul was Saul's compassionate restraint. In a real fight, without his divine weapon at hand, Loki wouldn't last a moment against Thor's hammer. Others are born with terrifying might. Loki must painstakingly forge his power through practice. The thought alone fills him with helplessness. The same goes for Banner's Hulk. The old Hulk was a mindless juggernaut, brutally strong but predictable, with limbs as his only weapons. You could find a way around him if you struck decisively. Now, however, Banner transforms at will and steers the Hulk's power with complete control. In a serious confrontation, Loki would simply be crushed. There'd be no opening for a counterattack. Yet it was Odin's counsel that freed Loki from paralyzing envy. His father's wisdom taught him to accept his limits and focus on what he could achieve, rather than languish in resentment. Is there anything else like this? For the first time, Damien had heard such a suggestion, and he turned to Lacey in surprise. I've never come across the term, he admitted. Is it true that some master-level mages train to improve their close-quarters combat? Lacey considered him thoughtfully. Partly, yes. They want to eliminate the vulnerability of being slain at point-blank range. But more than that, if you can strike back with your own fists, you don't have to expend magic or overthink every move. At that, Loki leaned forward, voice earnest. Who wouldn't want to shrug off flashy spells and crush an enemy outright? Direct physical strength maximizes your chance of survival and spares your mind from constant magical strain. Spellcasters can develop all sorts of elaborate techniques, but every magic trick eats into your energy reserves. And boosting your mana isn't a quick fix. It takes years of steady meditation, not shortcuts. The three of them fell silent, each weighing the advantages of raw power versus arcane prowess. In a world where both blades and spells could decide a life or death, the path to true strength remained a question worth exploring. Damien pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling the twinge of fatigue. When your magical reserves run low, you can't simply cast every spell you've ever learned on a whim. You have to choose each one carefully. Even a victorious battle leaves you exhausted, and recovering your mana can take a long time. But surely there are some glitch-type powers in magic too, right? Damien asked, glancing at Lacey. Glitch-type? Lacey tilted her head. You mean abilities like true invisibility, astral projection, phasing through solid objects, grand illusions, mind control, protective shields, telekinesis, teleportation? Exactly, Damien nodded. All those superpowers I've heard about. Lacey sighed. Yes, they exist, but they're not something you can just pick up. Each of those requires a level of attunement and control that only a few mages ever achieve. He fell silent. So far, Damien had mastered shapeshifting, astral projection, energy explosions, molecular rearrangement, illusion crafting, hypnosis, and even creating clones of himself. But the likes of true invisibility, mind control, object phasing, teleportation, or raw telekinesis remained tantalizingly out of reach. Damien shook his head in disbelief. If you really want to call yourself a warrior and claim invincibility through magic, you'll need more than this. He glanced at Loki, who stood silently across the clearing. Astral projection, that's all you've truly mastered. Arid is nothing more than an out-of-body scouting tool. It lets you observe, but you can't affect the real world. In a fight, it's useless. Loki's expression remained inscrutable, so Damien pressed on. Your actual offensive repertoire amounts to 3 tricks: illusions, energy blasts, and creating clones. All the other mystic arts you've picked up, they're just flashy distractions. Hypnosis might lull ordinary mortals, but anyone with even a scrap of power shrugs it off. Lacey stepped forward, her surprise evident. But you're a prince of Asgard, she said, and the Ancient One is the supreme mage of the 9 realms. With that lineage and those connections, shouldn't you be able to learn true, high-level spells? She shook her head in disbelief. I never imagined someone of Loki's standing would be in the dark about such basic, some might say bug-level, magics. Saul paused mid-mouthful and set down his fork. Our relationship with the Supreme Mage isn't nearly as cordial as you might think. She's the guardian of the magical realm, while we Asgard defend the material world. She only steps in when the 9 realms face an enemy so overwhelming that even we struggle to defeat it. In everyday affairs, our domains never cross. No information exchanged, no magic shared, and meetings are virtually unheard of. I've only ever heard her name from my father. I've never actually seen her. Lacey considered his words. Then it all made sense why Loki had thrown himself on the Void Cult's mercy. His own magic, though formidable and adaptable across realms, lacked those rare, bug-level spells that tipped the balance. He wasn't weak, far from it, but without that extra edge, truly supreme power remained out of reach. Hence his desperate bid for the cult's blessings. Thor, Loki's elder brother and the god of thunder, can endure 60 times Earth gravity in his mortal form, and that's before he even summons the roaring power of lightning. With such a formidable sibling standing by, it's only natural for Loki to aspire to greater strength. Damien set down his fork and looked from Thor to Loki. By the way, I've got some news for you two. Loki raised an eyebrow. What about the Asgardian Valkyrie Legion? Or Hela, the death goddess? Are they stirring again? Thor's expression darkened. We haven't heard a whisper from them in over 1,000 years. Curiosity sparked in Lacey's eyes. She leaned forward, unable to resist. Pardon my intrusion, but both brothers fell silent. Loki exchanged a quick glance with Thor before replying evenly. If it's not convenient, you don't have to answer. Lacey waved her hand in apology. I didn't mean to pry into Asgard's highest secrets. She glanced at Damien. I'll drop it. Thor let out a slow breath, relaxing. It's not that we're hiding anything. It's just that the Void Divine Faith knows almost nothing about the 9 realms. Damien smiled. Far from a setback, considering Earth, or Blue Star as you call it, is Tony's homeworld. You've already done more to help the 9 realms than you might realize. Thor waved off Lacey's apology with a bemused smile. Honestly, he admitted, my brother and I know next to nothing about Hela, the goddess of death, or the Valkyrie Legion. Lacey hesitated, surprised. She'd assumed, just as Tony had, that Thor and Loki were already briefed on Asgard's most dangerous threat. Still, she recovered quickly, offering a polite smile. I understand. It's been a busy few months for you both. Allow me to fill you in. Thor nodded, his expression growing serious. The past weeks in the gravity building, training, repairs, planning, had pulled him away from his responsibilities. Now he recalled why he'd come here in the first place. Asgard needed protection and renewal much more than it needed an heir. And if Hela and her Valkyries posed the threat Lacey hinted at, he and Loki had to be ready. Thank you, Lacey, Thor said earnestly. We'll need every detail you have. Relieved at his response, Lacey drew in a steady breath. It was time to tell the true story of Hela's rise and the Valkyrie Legion's dark power. Tony Banner, Damien began, glancing between the two of them. We've been here for months without even noticing it. He paused, a rueful smile forming on his face. I'd really like to properly thank Miss Sonia and leave, once we've cleared up this whole misunderstanding. But first, we must return to Asgard. We can talk about gratitude, and maybe have a rematch, when we visit next time. Thor gave a slight nod at Damien's words before turning to Tony and Banner. He and Loki had pieced together a disturbing possibility. Their so-called sister Hela, the goddess of death, was almost certainly the one who wiped out the Valkyrie Legion. Yet before they could act on this, they needed confirmation from their father. If Hela truly survived, she would be a dire threat to all of Asgard. I'm sorry to rush off, but duty calls, Thor said with an apologetic shrug. Please don't worry about us. Tony flashed a reassuring grin. He had no regrets. Bucky Barnes, the man responsible for his parents' deaths, was finally gone. Damien wasn't in any rush to wipe out Hydra. Having Thor and Loki on hand was too entertaining to hurry through. Still, if his guests decided to return to Asgard, he'd slip back to Blue Star, finish rooting out Hydra, and finally purge that cancer from its roots. I'm so sorry. Lacey's voice trembled as she watched Thor and Loki prepare to depart. She realized she'd overstepped. Please, don't apologize, Miss Lacey, Thor said with a reassuring smile. Actually, we should thank you for pointing things out. Loki nodded. Staying here as carefree guests when danger still lurks isn't wise. Thor added, once this is all settled, though, if Void Island will have us, we'll gladly return as your guests. Lacey exhaled, relief washing over her. The tension drained from her shoulders under Thor's warm assent. Chapter 3 or 27, give me one Void Island lay tranquil, but the calm belied an intense drive among the Void Cult's members. Every cultivator here was laser-focused on self-improvement, each striving to outpace the next. Even Thor and Loki, once distracted by Asgardian politics, found themselves wholly absorbed in honing their powers, losing all sense of time and the world beyond the island's shores. It was only when Lacey appeared at their side that Thor came back to himself. She tapped him lightly on the shoulder and teased, You've been training non-stop, you know. Don't let the Void God sect's guest quarters become your permanent residence. Wrap up your business soon, and don't forget to swing by the sect properly next time. Thor laughed and nodded. Right. Tony, could you do me a favor and deliver the wine we brought for Damien? Tony Stark hoisted the wooden crate with ease. Sure thing, though if you're headed back to Asgard, there's really no rush today. After breakfast, Thor replied, we'll all board my space cruiser together. Tony glanced down at the crate. Banner and I actually need to get back to Blue Star ourselves. We've got some loose ends to tie up. He raised an eyebrow at the wine. Sounds urgent. Anything to do with an enemy show up while we were gone? Thor's grin only widened. You could say that. Tony hefted the crate onto his shoulder. Well, Soul's gift for Damien is special. Even if he usually prefers sweeter spirits over a strong vintage, he'll appreciate this. Let's get going. Do you want our help? Thor asked the moment he heard Damien was planning to head back to Blue Star. Damien offered a small, confident smile. Banner, Steve, and I can handle things here. You should focus on your own duties first. Thor raised an eyebrow. Hunting down Hydra isn't easy. Finding them is the real challenge. If you ever need me, you know where to call. Damien's tone was light, but his eyes were resolute. We're leaving Asgard for Blue Star. Won't take more than a few minutes by Bifrost. Thor folded his arms. Are you sure you want to tackle this alone? Blue Star is in crisis. Disasters keep piling up, Damien replied, voice steady. Lacey stepped forward. She'd only been back on Void Island for less than a year herself, and already Damien was rushing off again. There aren't many powerful allies on Blue Star. You'll need support. Going in solo is too risky. Damien's expression hardened. He'd made it a point to secure Void Island before moving on to his larger plans. With Renoli and the others maintaining the island's defenses, and with Xandar rarely facing threats of this magnitude, he intended to tie up every loose end before returning home. Honestly, there's no need for Hydra to dispatch heavy hitters like Renault. The Nova Legion can handle those threats on its own. That's precisely why Tony's been pushing to bring humanity into the interstellar age. With our own means of defense, he won't have to worry about these skirmishes. Once human civilization reaches that level of strength, the small-scale concerns vanish. And as for Hydra's indirect role in his parents' deaths, Tony never mentions it. There's no advantage in dredging up old grief. In the 9 realms, Tony continued, we'll only intervene to preserve the balance if an external menace or a rogue force within the realms upsets that equilibrium. With one caveat, Thor interjected, his eyes flashing. Our Asgardian warriors will not meddle in matters beyond that. We mustn't stifle humanity's free development. Thor's gaze darkened at the memory of past losses. Asgard had paid dearly in its wars against the Dark Elves. Yet put the Asgardian host against a civilized world like Blue Star, and the outcome would be one-sided. The same would hold true for countless other planetary societies. Where Asgard goes, victory follows. Tony smiled reassuringly. I know you Asgardians don't mean any harm. The situation I'm heading into is purely a human affair, hardly an alien invasion, let alone some unstoppable disaster. I'll have it wrapped up in no time, then I'll return straight to Void Island. Thor and Loki, anxious to press on, didn't argue. They filled their plates and joined Bruce Banner at the long oak table, trading jokes as they ate. In under half an hour, Tony and Bruce had finished their breakfasts. All right, Tony said, pushing back his chair. Before I leave, there's something I need to take care of. Hang on for me, will you? Without waiting for an answer, he rose and set off down the hall. Thor and Loki closed behind. A few minutes later, the trio emerged into the cool shadows of an ancient temple. Massive stone pillars rose to meet the vaulted ceiling, and the hush that fell over them felt almost sacred. They walked along the nave until Tony paused by an ornately carved doorway. Beyond it, bathed in the soft glow of torchlight, stood a striking woman with braided dark hair and clear, curious eyes. Master Stark, Master Banner, she greeted, inclining her head gracefully. What brings you here? Tony eased into a relaxed stance. Sarah, perfect timing, he said with a grin. We just need a quick word. Moments earlier, Sarah had slipped away with Lalatina to the temple's small cafeteria to grab breakfast. No sooner had she emerged again, coffee and pastry in hand, than she spotted Tony and Bruce loitering by the entrance. She offered them a friendly nod, already bracing herself for whatever they had in mind next. Damien sat behind the long service counter in the cafeteria, his eyes flicking between the digital log on his tablet and the thin line of steam rising from his coffee. Although this dining hall was one of the few public spaces on Void Island, it rarely saw visitors as prominent as Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. They were almost always tucked away in their labs, absorbed in some technological breakthrough that the rest of the island only heard about secondhand. So when the pair swept in together, Tony's trademark smirk firmly in place, Bruce's thoughtful gaze sweeping the room, Damien looked up in genuine surprise. "Damien," Tony called, approaching the counter with Bruce at his side. "Bruce and I will be heading back to Earth in a few days." Damien tapped the screen of his tablet and brought up the entry under their names. "Let's see. You arrived here 6 months ago today," he said, raising an eyebrow. "Already time to go?" Bruce stepped forward, folding his arms on the countertop. "Everything on Project Helix is finally coming together. We should have the last prototypes delivered within the next week or two. After that, we'll head home." "Good," Damien replied, fingers flying across the tablet. "I'll mark you down for a 6-month absence. Safe travels, gentlemen, and don't keep me waiting longer than that." Tony grinned and picked up the freshly printed copy of their departure slip. "Thanks, boss. We'll be back before you know it." Bruce gave a curt nod, and the two scientists turned and strode back toward the labs, their footsteps echoing off the cafeteria's polished floors. No sooner had they gone than Thor and Loki entered, casually brushing aside a few empty trays as they passed. Thor glanced at Damien, who was already closing his tablet with a satisfied click. "Every time they come and go," the Thunder God said with mock horror, "you make them report to you and get your blessing?" Loki laughed softly, pulling a data pad from beneath his cloak. "We like to keep things orderly. Besides, it gives us someone to tease whenever they're running late." Damien raised his coffee in a small salute. Order and punctuality, the true backbone of any well-run island. He took a sip and offered them both a slight smile. "Can I get you two something? You only need to inform Miss Sarah. You don't need to get her permission." Banner frowned. He recalled how, when he first met Sarah and learned of her role, he'd wondered the same thing. "So she really has no special authority?" Loki's eyes widened. "No privileges at all?" "Not at this point," Tony replied with a shake of his head. "Whenever you set up an organization, its rules have to evolve over time. Sarah is simply the official recorder right now. She hasn't been granted any extra powers. Whether she'll receive more authority later depends on how the Void cult develops. On Void Island, the only people who answer directly to Kassadin, the god of the Void, are Manager Sonia and Sarah. Beyond the island, Alex oversees the branch temple of the Void goddess. Since our faith is still in its infancy, we haven't formalized a strict hierarchy or handed out any special privileges by default. As the establishment of the Void God religion drags on, we've realized that, just like any other power structure, we need a proper organizational setup for smooth management." "I see," Tony said with a nod. "No wonder you two are so friendly with Sarah." Loki smiled in agreement. "Her status in the temple helps, of course, but the real reason is simple. Sarah is outgoing, kind, and undeniably beautiful. People naturally warm to her. Most of us are tied up in research," Tony continued, "so we rarely find the time to drop in on the temple. But there are plenty of Void Island members who stop by regularly, keeping meticulous records of its activities." He flashed a grin. "Men tend to avoid high-maintenance personalities, but who can resist a woman who's both eloquent and easy to get along with? And there's something almost ritualistic about seeking out a lovely priestess's blessing before embarking on any journey." Thor and Loki exchanged amused, slightly embarrassed looks. Tony's blunt honesty had left them speechless. Meanwhile, Heimdall stood ever watchful at the gates of Asgard, greeting travelers in and out with his usual warmth and courtesy. Heimdall never shirked his duty, of course, but it never hurt to have an extra set of eyes on the gate. Even gods appreciate beauty in unexpected places. Thor found himself smiling as he passed the gleaming checkpoint, the sentinel's presence somehow lifting his spirits. Once their watch ended, Thor and Loki regrouped, with Bruce Banner and Tony Stark at the experimental facility. Tony's first move was to fire off a quick transmission to Lalatina back on Blue Star, asking her to coordinate with Miss Sonia and to make sure Soul's gift reached its intended recipient. In the hangar, Tony set to work dismantling Jarvis's core units. Some of that technology, originally destined for Blue Star, was carefully integrated into their new interstellar battleship. Nearby, the fighters piloted by Thor and Loki were winched aboard. With everything secured, the crew prepared to depart. Thor and Loki settled into the ship's opulent guest lounge, where cushions were plush and trays were filled with candied fruits. As Thor selected a glistening piece of starberry, a warm, melodious voice filled the cabin. Estimated time of arrival at Blue Star, 27 hours. Please relax and rest before you return home. Loki leaned back, cracking a grin. An onboard AI, huh? Stark really did think of everything. Tony, your technology is incredibly advanced, and you clearly love working with it. Thor stood before the vast AI-controlled battleship, his voice tinged with genuine admiration. I have to say, this is one of my proudest achievements. Tony lounged on a soft sofa, legs crossed, a satisfied smile on his face. At the end of the day, technology exists to make our lives easier and more enjoyable. Thor raised an eyebrow. But how combat-ready is this AI? Could it handle a fight on its own? Absolutely, Tony replied eagerly. It can autonomously scan for threats, lock onto hostile targets, and coordinate both offense and defense. It plots courses in real time, even calculating the optimal wormhole jumps for us. It continually monitors local gravitational forces and adjusts the ship's systems to minimize stress on the crew. In short, it's a fully self-sufficient warship. Tony's grin widened as he surveyed the sleek hull. This was a battleship he'd bought, overhauled, and outfitted with his latest upgrades, and he couldn't have been prouder. Most current Starship AIs are little more than advanced autopilots. They still demand a human at the controls most of the time. It's not that Tony Stark doesn't know how to command a battleship himself, but he's only one man, and only has so many hands. What they really need is a truly autonomous AI, one that saves both time and manpower. Can you install one aboard the Asgard? Tony asked. At the mention of those capabilities, Thor's eyes lit up. 10,000 credits a day, he said, and you'll receive the first 3,000-word update immediately. Chapter 328, Striking a Deal. Thor, it's certainly within reach to equip Asgard with a ship like this, Damien said with a wry smile. But since your brother has already called in that favor, you'll have to foot the bill yourself. Thor's eyes brightened, and he gave Damien a grateful nod. Damien had never charged for outfitting Void Island, his second home, nor for upgrading the fleet on Blue Star, where he intended to invest heavily anyway. But Asgard, the seat of power across the 9 realms, had the resources. It was only right that Thor should pay. Damien tapped a few controls on the console. Tell me, Saul, how much to refit a battleship to my specs? Saul cleared his throat and shrugged, admitting he wouldn't get away with nothing. The gravity modulation drive is what drives up the cost. I won't gouge you. Let's call it 2 million credits. Thor blinked once, then twice. Damien simply raised an eyebrow, folding his arms. That's more than fair. Asgard always pays its debts. Saul grinned. Excellent. I'll have my crew begin the modifications at once. Damien offered his hand to seal the agreement. Consider the deal done. Damien leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. All right, Tony, he said. Give it to me straight. What's the deal with this AI package for the battleship? Tony grinned and spread his hands. Here's the beauty of it. Once you install our Neuralink AI, you can forget about manual controls. You'll run the ship as effortlessly as if you were lounging on your couch. Want to fire the main guns? Just issue a voice command. No complicated protocols or button mashing. Thor, leaning against the bulkhead, raised an eyebrow. You know, he said, other buyers were ready to pay 30 million cosmic credits for this exact setup. Banner glanced up from his datapad and added, That's right, and they didn't even haggle over labor costs. Tony nodded. But you and I go way back, Damien. Skip the labor fees, that's on the house. So here's my offer, 25 million credits, all in. Damien let that sink in for a moment. 25 million, he echoed. And that's the final price? Believe it, Tony replied with a confident smile. It's the best deal you'll find anywhere in this sector. Damien closed his eyes, weighing the numbers. Then he met Tony's gaze and gave a curt nod. All right, you've got a deal. Chapter 7. Price of a Black Hole. Damien stepped onto the observation deck alongside Tony Stark, the vast holographic projection of interstellar cruisers casting pale light across their faces. The low hum of the starfield simulation reminded them both of just how deadly space warfare had become. At this stage, any frontier destroyer is effectively a planet killer, Tony said, tapping a datapad. Asgardian battleships are formidable, but Dark Elf technology? That's a different league. Damien nodded, recalling the reports from their last campaign. It's why Asgard fell so quickly under the Dark Elves' assault. Their weapons outmatched ours by decades. He glanced at Thor, who lounged against the railing, arms crossed. Speaking of which, do you still have those Dark Elf grenades locked away in the vaults? Thor winced at the mention. The so-called mysterious grenades? They're priceless, 25 million credits apiece, and we only cataloged 10 of them. They were the turning point against Malekith's legions. 250 million for a batch of 10? Tony's eyes gleamed. Those figures make my head spin, but imagine if we could reverse engineer one of those micro-singularity warheads that rip open space-time. Damien raised an eyebrow. Strictly speaking, the production cost can't be that high. It's the Asgardians' trophy. They'd never sell the secrets outright. But we don't need to buy them, Tony countered, scrolling through 3D renderings of the grenade's containment coils. Sol's government wants Stark tech, but balked at our price. What if we offer specifications for a prototype, secured against the black hole grenade as collateral? Thor frowned. You would memble Asgardian treasures to seal a trade pact. We're not looting Valhalla, Damien interjected. We need Asgard's cooperation on a much larger front. If they withhold, the Dark Elves will strike again. Tony leaned back, a confident smirk spreading across his face. Exactly. I'll craft a plausible diplomatic cover. We need to study ancient microsingularities to stabilize the new warp drives. Asgard grants us limited access. We hand over revised hyperdrive blueprints to Sol. Sol pays up. Everyone's happy. Damien folded his arms, weighing the plan. And if they catch on, Tony tapped his gauntlet, then we remind them why no fortress in the 9 realms can stand against a well-placed quantum grenade. Thor closed his eyes and exhaled. I admit, I'd pay to see that. Damien allowed himself a brief smile. All right, Tony, let's see if we can get our hands on Asgard's greatest weapon and keep it from falling into the wrong hands. Black hole grenades represent the pinnacle of technology, and Tony Stark was more than willing to invest $250 million just for the chance to study them. These are true black hole grenades, he explained. Here in Asgard, we've managed to collect a handful. Before Thor could go on and reveal that the devices fused dark elf science with ancient sorcery, making them effectively impossible to reverse engineer, Loki slotted in between them with a smug grin. Don't worry, he said. Once we return home, I'll personally deliver 10 of them to you. Tony raised an eyebrow. You still owe me 10 modified space dreadnoughts, remember? Loki waved a hand dismissively. I never back out on my promises. After I finish settling business on Blue Star, you'll wire the payment. Then your Asgardian fleet can take those ships to Void Island. Thor shot Loki an exasperated look and jabbed him in the ribs, silently begging his brother to stop interrupting. Tony just laughed, pleased by their banter, and by securing the most coveted weapon of the century. Damien had always known just how devastating black hole grenades could be. Anyone who's ever witnessed one in action understands their sheer destructive power. In the aftermath of the war, Asgard threw its full weight behind researching these weapons. Yet, after countless experiments, their scientists reached a sobering conclusion. Advanced technology alone isn't enough. To trap a singularity in a handheld device, you need far more than mere engineering. You need arcane runes and eldritch enchantments. In short, black hole grenades are a cutting-edge fusion of science and magic, so advanced that when the Dark Elves fell into extinction, their unique crafting secrets vanished with them. That didn't stop Tony Stark from making inquiries of his own. He was willing to pay a cool 25 million credits for a single grenade, purely for the research value. Loki, knowing how unlikely it was that Stark could reverse engineer the weapon's mystical core, was more than happy to seize the deal. Even if Stark somehow cracked the enchantments, Asgard would still come out ahead. Their alliance with Tony, and, by extension, with the mysterious cult of the Void, only strengthened their position among the realms. With the new alliance sealed, Asgard and the Nine Realms could look forward to far deeper cooperation, so long as the Void God cult pledged never to threaten them again. Loki's sole responsibility was to stand at Thor's side, defending their worlds. How the cult chose to deploy its black hole grenades was no longer his concern. Best of all, their agreement promised access to the Dark Elves' most advanced technologies, a prospect that had Tony Stark practically buzzing with excitement. After a few more polite exchanges, Thor gently steered Loki toward a small side chamber. Across the hall, Tony and Bruce Banner already sat poring over the schematics of another piece of salvaged black tech, eagerly plotting their next breakthrough. Once behind closed doors, Thor dropped his voice to a hushed tone. "Brother, Stark's been more than generous with us. It wouldn't do to take advantage of his goodwill." Loki offered a faint, wry smile, but remained silent. Thor pressed on, eyes earnest. "And you know you can't just churn out black hole grenades on demand. Even for Stark Industries, 250 million cosmic coins is no small sum." Tony's hospitality on Void Island had truly exceeded every expectation, but more than the lavish welcome, it was Stark's gentle prods and his uncanny knack for reminding Thor of past complacency that lit a fire under the Thunder God, inspiring him to live up to the trust placed in him. They hadn't gotten much in return yet, and now they wanted to take advantage of Tony first, which made Damien's conscience ache. "How can you call it a scam?" he blurted, unease creeping into his voice. Loki shrugged, a sly grin on his lips. Tony himself put the value at 25 million credits per pill. Damien shook his head. "Just because Asgard hasn't reverse engineered it doesn't mean it can't be done. If they succeed, Tony stands to make a tidy profit." Loki folded his arms. "Precisely. And Tony is far smarter than you give him credit for, unlike you, who always thinks in straight lines. If we offer a limited edition of 10 pills at that price, that's a 250 million credit safety net Tony's already banked. If the research fails, he isn't out a cent. If it succeeds, he'll make a fortune." Thor watched Damien thoughtfully. "So you've already decided the research will fail before it's even begun?" Damien swallowed. The knot in his stomach tightened. Was he really about to deceive Tony like this? Damien shook his head in disbelief. "That's absurd. You can't just decide to invent something on a whim." He paused, locking eyes with Loki. "If you really want to close that psychological gap, you have to trip up a few times before you even book the lab space. And make no mistake, Tony may be younger than the two of us, but his research mileage doesn't come close to ours." Loki rolled his eyes and gave a helpless shrug. Nearby, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner had been following the exchange, and now they traded looks. Banner leaned in conspiratorially. "Knowing Loki, if he's that quick to hand over 10 prototypes, either Asgard hasn't produced anything truly useful, or he's already decided it can't be duplicated." Tony swirled the red wine in his glass. With his trickster streak, there's always a catch when he gives something away so easily. He glanced back at Damien and Loki. "But even if we can't reverse engineer a working black hole grenade, we'll at least walk away with ideas." Bruce nodded and tapped his temple. "Every new insight, every piece of advanced weaponry we master makes our armor stronger. And if someone does crack the formula, Earth will have a game-changing weapon in its arsenal." Tony grinned. "Honestly, Bruce, the look on your face just now, I was convinced you'd already cracked it. You just have to be ready for the consequences if it fails." Banner blinked at Damien's words, then let a wry smile spread across his face. "I know I'm a genius, but that doesn't mean I can whip up a miracle with every toy I find." Damien leaned forward, his eyes bright. "Our real goal this time is to get a sample of the black hole grenade and reverse engineer it. Once we understand its operating principle, we don't need a perfect copy. We can build a scaled-down version, something less powerful but still functional." He stood and began to pace. "In the cosmic arena, human civilization is still in its infancy. Sure, you and I have pushed the frontier, but we're nowhere near the limit. We have to proceed step by step." Damien's plan was unmistakable. The black hole grenade is their ticket to next-level technology. Even if the first prototypes fall short, each failure will teach them something new, broadening their expertise and fueling future breakthroughs. In his book, no progress at all was far worse than a dozen half-finished experiments. Damien's greatest dread wasn't danger, it was pointless failure that left him stranded, unable to move forward. The black hole, grenade embodied the pinnacle of dark elven genius. Though their armies had been wiped out and they never conquered Asgard, there was no question their technology surpassed even the Aesir's. To the human civilizations of Blue Star, and to Damien himself, this device was light years ahead of anything ever devised. Compressing the unimaginable gravity of a black hole into a single handheld explosive was simply unheard of. That is why the chance to study one up close was nothing less than a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Second update delivered, 3,000 words. Chapter 329, The Dark Side of Humanity. Damien watched Tony Stark formulate his plan without interrupting. Though their personalities couldn't be more different, at their core, they were both driven scientists, and the chance to study black hole grenades was too good to pass up. If we could get our hands on Asgard's stock, Damien began, already calculating. I've got 100 million cosmic credits set aside from Xandar. Lord Cassadin awarded Kyle 200 million, and I managed to claim half for our research fund. It's not Stark tier money, but it'll get us started. Tony looked up from the holopad in his lap. Just make sure you're not spending all of it on grenades, he teased. Once you're back on Earth, your first stop should be digging into that Hydra intel you mentioned. Damien folded his arms. Exactly. Something tells me Hydra's about to make a move. I want to be ready. Tony closed the holopad with a snap. And you deserve a break, too. Go have some fun once you hit New York. I'm sticking around here, so if anything blows up, literally or figuratively, you know where to find me. Damien let out a laugh. Deal. They turned in early that night. By dusk the following day, Tony's sleek space vessel lifted off for Blue Star, its engines painting the sky with fire and promise. Damien stood on the tarmac long enough to see the trail of light vanish into the stars. Then he set his sights on Earth and the dark side of humanity waiting down below. Chapter 7, Return to Earth. Thor and Loki had barely touched down on Earth before bidding a swift farewell to Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. With a final call to Heimdall, the two brothers vanished in a blaze of golden light, the Bifrost closing behind them as they returned to Asgard. Meanwhile, Tony made his way back to Stark Manor. Inside his private workshop, he finished installing the latest JARVS update and ran a quick diagnostic. Satisfied that the AI was online and fully operational, he tapped a message to Pepper Potts to let her know he'd arrived safely. Then he activated a secure line to Steve Rogers. The connection clicked instantly. Tony? Steve's voice was clear and grounded, no cosmic communicator involved. You back on Earth? Just landed? Tony replied, stepping into the great hall. He paused at the wide windows, taking in the sight of the ocean turning molten gold beneath the setting sun. What's our situation with Hydra? We need all the details before moving in, Steve said. Pull every bit of intel you can, monitor every communications channel, reroute the satellites over Earth. I want real-time eyes on Hydra's network. Already on it, Tony answered, tapping his wrist console. I'm locking down satellite feeds and routing everything through JRS. Expect full-spectrum data in minutes. He watched the last of the sun's glow slip below the horizon. Hydra might be hiding in the shadows now, but very soon they would discover there's nowhere left to run. End of Chapter 7. Damien leaned forward, his expression grim. I don't know exactly when Hydra first emerged, but the cell I encountered was founded by the Red Skull during World War II. Their ambitions are pure evil. They want to conquer Blue Star, and they've recruited top operatives from every corner of the globe. After I killed the Red Skull, I was convinced Hydra was extinct. I never imagined they'd manage to infiltrate S.H. Shield. That's what makes them so dangerous. Their agents are trained in professional espionage. They cover their tracks perfectly, and they're spread across multiple countries. Unless we monitor every single communications channel, there's simply no way to uncover all of them. We need to use the ultimate method. Across the table, Tony Stark swallowed hard and glanced at Steve Rogers. He hesitated, weighing the risks. Hydra's roots ran too deep. Ordinary counterintelligence wouldn't reach them all. Steve cut in without missing a beat. Then do it, Tony. This is exactly the kind of fight that demands extreme measures. We can't stop on T, till every last Hydra cell is exposed and destroyed. Okay, once I've found them and cut off their escape routes, I'll send you the coordinates. Understood. Banner and I will coordinate a three-pronged lightning strike. Tony paused as he reviewed the latest data Jarvis had uploaded. If they're hiding this deep, there's bound to be more than one stronghold. I'll wait for your update. Steve's voice crackled through the comm. What about the scepter? Do you have a plan for dealing with it? After I finish with Hydra, I'll return to Void Island right away. I won't be gone long, Tony replied. And as long as the scepter stays in our possession, there's no rush. Hold off on any final decisions until I report back. Got it, Steve said. He tapped the console one last time, then cut the feed. Jarvis, I need every scrap of information on Hydra, Tony said, tapping his comm unit. Compile it all and feed it to me in real time. Understood, the AI responded instantly. I'll start with state-owned networks, then breach every Blue Star satellite, crack all encrypted systems and radio-equipped devices. I'll monitor for the following keywords: Hydra, Red Skull, Will, for the organization, Lord, the Zola algorithm, Insight Project, and any references to events decades ago. I'll ignore everything else and report only when those terms appear. Good, Tony replied. And stay hidden. No unnecessary skirmishes or diplomatic incidents. When the call ended, Tony leaned back in his chair and muttered, If we were facing an all-out invasion, this could take ages. No problem, Jarvis answered. I'll keep at it for as long as necessary. Tony allowed himself a small smile. Over the years, he'd upgraded Jarvis dozens of times. While it wasn't a super quantum brain, it had matured into one of the most advanced AIs on the planet. In its presence, every encryption scheme in the Blue Star network was essentially an open door. Tony's ambition has never been to seize control of every fragment of knowledge on Earth and bend it to his will. What drives him is far grander. He wants to propel humanity into the interstellar age. But to do that, he first has to root out the hidden cancer of Hydra within S-Shield. And this time, he's prepared to take drastic action. Jarvis projected every scrap of intelligence on Hydra operatives embedded in S-Shield onto the holoscreen. Tony perched in his chair, swirling a glass of vintage red wine as he absorbed each dossier. When he saw the record of Hydra's barbaric experiments, siblings turning on one another, subjecting each other to unspeakable horrors, his eyes darkened with fury. It's a cruel irony that the most vicious conflicts often erupt within the same bloodline. Every sentient species harbors desires, but most individuals set moral boundaries for themselves. Hydra's agents, however, cast aside all restraint, indulging greed and cruelty to ever darker extremes. Driven by their appetites, they keep pushing humanity's moral floor lower and lower. Tony massaged his temples, closed his eyes, and took a slow, steadying breath to quell the anger burning inside him. These, he murmured, voice low and measured, are the atrocities of a tiny fraction of humanity. As long as they're gone. Damien muttered the words under his breath, pacing the length of the laboratory. He kept talking to himself, trying to steel his resolve. In the darkest corners of his mind, he feared that, having witnessed so much cruelty, actions loathed by both heaven and earth, he was in danger of staring at all of humanity through the same jaded lens. If that happened, how could he ever hope to lead mankind into the interstellar age? As a scientific prodigy, Damien possessed the knowledge and the means to carry out unspeakable experiments. The only thing that had stopped him so far was his own conscience. He refused to keep pushing back his moral boundaries, only to risk shattering what remained of his sanity. Even in the name of progress, there had to be a line you never crossed, and a point at which certain possibilities, no matter how tempting, had to stay off the table. That creed was the unspoken pact shared by every ethical researcher. Some things you know you could do, but steadfastly choose not to do. Damien understood all too well that he could, with the flick of a switch and the press of a button, build an unstoppable army of steel, arm every soldier on Earth to the teeth, and rake in untold fortune and power. But he wouldn't. Not if it meant betraying the very humanity he was determined to uplift. Damien paused before pressing the button. He knew that unleashing the device would ignite a war that could sweep the entire globe and cost countless lives, and he refused to be responsible for such devastation. In any decent scientist, there ought to be a moral bottom line. But for Hydra's operatives, no such limit exists. only a ravenous ambition and a fanatic madness to dominate Earth. In bygone years, even Hydra's worst atrocities vanished into the mists of history, quietly covered up alongside S.H.I.E.L.'s own classified failures. Yet now the organization has re-emerged. After decades spent in the shadows, Hydra resurfaces in our modern age, armed with technologies its founders could never have dreamed of. Tony Stark shuddered to imagine the human experiments they once carried out with rudimentary tools, let alone what they could achieve today. With all the advances of contemporary science, the very thought was too horrific to dwell on. One thing, however, was clear to him. Hydra must be eliminated entirely. If this inhuman force were allowed to survive, it would spell catastrophe for the world. And Tony was determined to ensure that never happens. Jarvis, I want a covert Hydra investigation, nothing shared with Pepper. Understood, sir. As Jarvis dove into firewalls and encrypted channels, he surfaced data that would have taken Tony months to uncover. The AI's relentless efficiency was impressive, yet sobering. Without feelings to shield it, Jarvis sifted through conspiracy and chaos unflinchingly. Even Tony, with his iron will, felt a pang of unease at what lay hidden in the digital shadows. All the more reason why Pepper had to remain in the dark. Outside, the gates of Stark Manor swung open. Hearing the familiar hum of her car, Tony swiftly terminated the Hydra logs and cleared his screen. Moments later, Pepper Potts slipped in, her business suit replacing the lab coat of Stark Industries. Relief lit up her features when she spotted him. "Tony, you're home already?" she exclaimed, dropping her briefcase and flinging her arms around him. He returned her embrace, smiling, but guarded. Pepper's joy sharpened the edge of his own secret. He'd planned to spend half a year on Xandar's Star Void station, researching new energy models, and only just returned, far earlier than expected. Now, every word he withheld felt heavier than his armored gauntlets. "Miss me?" he asked lightly, though his heart wasn't entirely in it. Pepper pulled back, tilting her head in playful reproach. "Half a year on Xandar, and you cut it short by weeks? Tony, you've got to start giving me a heads up." He laughed, smoothing a lock of her hair from her face. "I'll make it up to you. Plenty of time to explain everything, just not yet." Pepper frowned, sensing the undercurrent of something left unsaid. But for now, she settled for the comfort of home and the promise of answers to come. According to past experience, Damien's abrupt return to Blue Star Colony almost always meant trouble was brewing. As soon as he stepped off the shuttle, Pepper was waiting, arms folded, eyes sharp. "Can't I just come back 'cause I miss you?" he teased, gently scooping her into his arms. Pepper let him lift her, but didn't crack a smile. "I wish it were that simple, but you know that's not like you." Damien hesitated under her steady gaze. "You think something's happening again?" she pressed. He finally nodded. "This time the threat isn't alien, it's human." Pepper's grip tightened. "Then let me help." He studied her for a long moment, weighing the risks. At last he gave a slow nod. "All right, I'll tell you what's going on, but you have to promise me one thing." She raised an eyebrow. "What's that?" "Don't act alone," he said quietly. "Not this time." Pepper exhaled, relief washing over her face. Damien was opening up, and that was a good sign. "I know you'll handle this well again," Pepper said, folding her arms. "Damien," she added, "just promise you'll fill me in afterward. No need for every detail, but at least let me know how it goes." She glanced at him, curious. This time, Damien brushed her request aside as if it were trivial. Previously, he'd confided in her about Thor and Loki, even the alien armada poised to strike New York. But now it was something to do with mere mortals, and Damien clearly felt Pepper wasn't meant to know. Aside from the odd liaison here and there weren't many things he'd kept from her, and after witnessing Killian's grotesque human experiments, Pepper knew how ruthless people could be. "Do you believe me?" Damien asked with a playful smile. She returned his grin. "I may not buy every smooth promise," she said, "but if you've thought it through, I'll trust you." "Okay, once I'm finished, I'll think it over and decide whether I can tell you. If I still feel it's too dangerous for you to know, then you mustn't press me, because if I refuse, it means the truth would only do you harm." Tony reached out and gently stroked Pepper's forehead. He smiled reassuringly. "Understood. We'll let it rest for now." Pepper's eyes flickered with concern, and she gave a slow nod. Though Tony hadn't revealed much, his words conveyed everything she needed to know. Some truths about human behavior were so horrific that merely learning of them could crush a person's spirit and hope. Thankfully, those dark secrets stayed buried, far from ordinary minds. They shared a quiet, tender moment in each other's arms. After a beat, Pepper broke the silence. What about Thor and Loki? Are they really heading to Void Island as guests? Tony hesitated, surprise registering on his face. You heard about that? But you told me Asgardians aren't welcome on Void Island, she added, brows knitting together. He took a slow breath, preparing to fill in the gaps. There's more to what happened on Xandar. Originally, Asgardians aren't welcome on Void Island. But Thor and Loki came to apologize, Tony continued, his voice low as he gently stroked Pepper's soft, sunlit hair. So they've been granted temporary guest status. Pepper leaned back against him, thoughtful. That must be what Odin intended. Otherwise, why would his sons, proud as they are, humble themselves like this? Tony nodded. Thor did say he was acting on Odin's orders, hoping to forge a friendlier relationship with the Void Cult. Whether that makes them look weak or wise, I'm not sure. Odin's plans are never transparent. Pepper sighed. And though the Void Cult is a newcomer on the cosmic stage, its power already rivals the greatest forces in the universe. Every gesture they make carries layers of meaning, far beyond our ability to decipher. She paused, tapping a finger against Tony's chest. But frankly, it's not our battle. Let's leave it there. Tony released a slow breath, relaxing his grip on Pepper's hair. Even with all his clout at Stark Industries and his endless connections, he knew better than to pry too deeply into the affairs of gods and cults alike. Damien leaned back in his chair, eyes drifting over the data streaming across the holo display. Even Stark Industries, renowned for its cutting-edge tech, played only a limited role in cosmic affairs. At its core, everything on Earth still boiled down to power and profit. Beyond the planet, however, the true heavyweights held sway in countless domains. Take God King Odin, for example. One simple edict from him carried far more than a decree. It came backed by obligations, alliances, and the promise of future protection. Xandar's Nova Corps operated under the same principle. Despite the Void Cult's shadowy reputation, they'd maintained an uneasy peace for years. Proof enough that the Nova Corps' commander was a strategist of the highest caliber. Any leader lacking vision or consumed by arrogance would have ignited open conflict with the Void God sect long ago. This third installment adds 4,000 new words, bringing the story to 10,000 in total. If you're enjoying Damien's journey, please recommend and subscribe. Chapter 330, A Partial Victory. How long do you plan to stay this time? Pepper asked, folding her arms as she watched Tony pack. Tony paused, considering. I think it'll take me about 6 months to sort this out. If I finish ahead of schedule, I'll head back early. Otherwise, I'll stay until it's done. Pepper gave him a knowing smile. Just make sure you dig deeply into whatever you find. I don't want any surprises later. Tony nodded, determination shining in his eyes. You're right. Every day counts. She offered gently. And when you're ready, you can choose a worthy successor to run Stark Industries, someone who passes my approval. Then you can join me on Void Island. Tony chuckled softly. I appreciate the vote of confidence, Pepper, but I'm not in any hurry to leave Earth yet. My work here, my legacy, means too much. I'll think about a successor, but right now I've got my hands full. Pepper nodded, understanding his passion. I know your research on Blue Star technology is crucial. I wouldn't dream of pulling you away before you're ready. With that, the two shared a brief, warm smile. Each was resolved to see their own mission through, Tony to perfect his inventions, and Pepper to secure the future of Stark Enterprises. Though his trip wouldn't bring a complete victory, progress had been made, and in Tony's book, that was worth celebrating. Finding and grooming a completely trustworthy successor isn't easy. Stark Industries is now the largest energy corporation on Blue Star, with thousands of employees and massive operations to oversee. And since Tony has guided humanity into the stars, preparing to expand cosmic communications and trade in alien technologies, the company needs a strong, capable leader at the helm. It's the perfect solution. Damien had heard Tony describe the lazy, idyllic life on Void Island and couldn't help but long for it. Yet he wasn't the sort to take extended breaks. A few days off now and then was fine, but months of unstructured free time would make each day drag on. Anyone used to constant work knows that restless feeling all too well. You don't need to stress so much, Tony said. Give it a few years. You'll find the right candidate. True, Damien agreed. Once I fully open the gateway between Blue Star and the other civilizations in the universe, travel between Void Island and Blue Star will take just a day. We can meet any time, Tony said, his tone easy. He knew better than anyone how hard it was to find a trustworthy successor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Pepper on Blue Star by herself. I'm sure that day isn't far off. Pepper offered him a small, confident smile. They lingered a moment longer in each other's arms, then finally climbed out of bed and made their way to the kitchen for breakfast. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thor and Loki had just returned from their mission. Heimdall, ever vigilant at the Bifrost Gate, greeted them with a casual nod. How did the journey to the Void God Sect go? Thor and Loki exchanged glances, their eyes drifting to Heimdall's golden armor. They recalled Tony's remark about the gatekeeper's formidable power and couldn't help regarding him with a new respect. Heimdall noticed their strange looks and tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. It wasn't a complete success, Thor admitted, testing the weight of his hammer with one arm. But overall, the Void God Sect yielded valuable information. Heimdall chuckled, realizing his straightforward question might have sounded blunt. Forgive me if I was rude, he said with a quick smile. I can tell from the two of you, you're stronger than before. Thor and Loki glanced at each other, then at Heimdall's confident stance, and both nodded in agreement. Asgard's guardian returned their nod, satisfied that his friends had indeed grown mightier on their quest. Heimdall's voice rang out across the quiet courtyard. Did you catch it? Thor grinned and flexed, the muscles of his arms and shoulders tightening under his tunic. I saw every blow, he boasted. These last few months away ain't been idle play. I've trained, sparred, and I've grown stronger for it. A fine thing indeed, Heimdall replied with a small smile. He studied Thor for a moment, then asked, What of the 9 realms while we were gone? Has anything of note occurred? Thor's expression turned thoughtful. There's always unrest, minor skirmishes, bandits stirring up trouble, but nothing that threatened the peace of the realms. I handled what I could, the rest was best left to the local keepers. Heimdall nodded once. Very well, if no great danger has arisen, we may proceed. Nearby, Solid, relaxed now that the immediate crisis seemed past, stepped forward. Heimdall, he ventured hesitantly, do you know anything of Hela, the goddess of death? Before Heimdall could answer, Loki, pause of his departure halted, turned to stand beside Solid. His eyes were solemn as he addressed Heimdall directly. Tell me what you know. Thor glanced between them, surprised that his brother had posed the question to Heimdall rather than to their father. But Heimdall, the ever-watchful guardian of Asgard, had watched over the 9 realms longer than any of them and carried wisdom beyond their years. Damien frowned. Hela? I've never heard of her. Heimdall's amber eyes flickered with something like relief, then doubt. Your reaction isn't what I'd expect from someone who truly doesn't know the name. Loki stepped forward, voice low but insistent. Where did you first hear it, Heimdall? Heimdall ran a hand through his golden hair and sighed. Several of our scouts mentioned her. They said Asgard's greatest era was under Hela, the death goddess. Thor exchanged a grave look with Loki. Hela is, or was, our elder sister in name, he said. Even with every scroll in the 9 realms and every rumor whispered across the cosmos, her story refuses to stay hidden. Loki's eyes narrowed. Someone within our own ranks must know more than they'll say. Thor turned back to Heimdall. Now that Damien knows her name, we should ask Allfather Odin for answers. Heimdall hesitated. I'm not at liberty to share the whole truth, he admitted. He paused, gazing toward the distant horizon. The 9 realms are vast and have always been enough for gods like us to roam freely. We seldom consider what lies beyond them, but under Hela's rule, everything changed. A hush fell over the company. The silence spoke volumes. The tale of Hela, the death goddess, was a wound still fresh in Asgard's memory, one they could not ignore. If you comb the galactic archives for Asgard, you'll find virtually no trace of Hela, the so-called goddess of death. Yet when Thor and Loki set foot on Xandar's Void Island, territory that lies beyond the 9 realms, they discover that Asgard's legend still echoes across distant worlds. Once the most formidable power in the cosmos, Asgard's history has been scrubbed from every public database, but hushed stories of its glory survive in far-flung star systems. As they watch Heimdall's face turn ashen at their questions, excitement gives way to dread. His stunned reaction only confirms what Thor and Loki, and earlier, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, have come to suspect. Their sister Hela truly did commit an unforgivable crime, and someone powerful enough went to extraordinary lengths to erase her from all records. Yet no matter how thoroughly history is rewritten, a being of her stature, a goddess second only to their father, cannot vanish without leaving footprints. And now, encountering these scattered legends beyond the Nine Realms, Thor and Loki realize the full weight of what has been hidden and what they still must uncover. In the mythic chronicles of Blue Star's deities, Hela, the goddess of death, does appear, yet there's no hint of any tie to Asgard. That omission is far too conspicuous to be accidental. "Let's go ask Father," Damien said, determination in his voice. He was determined to learn exactly why their ancient records had been so carefully altered. Thor and Loki exchanged a glance, then strode across the Bifrost toward their father's grand palace. "Even if you're desperate for answers, what if Father simply refuses to tell us?" Loki murmured, eyeing the distant spires. After all, their father had clearly concealed this truth once before. There was no guarantee he'd be forthcoming now. "Then we'll plant a seed," Damien replied. "We'll offer a theory. Even if it's not entirely correct, if it's close enough, Father will either confirm it outright or set us straight." Loki hesitated. "Do you really think that'll work? Do we have any other options?" "Not before we speak with him," Damien insisted. "Let's hear what he has to say." As they drew nearer to the palace gates, Loki's eyes glittered with sudden realization. "There might be another source," he said under his breath. "Kassadin, the god of the void, he may well know the truth we seek." Together, the three brothers stepped inside, each wondering whether Father would welcome their questions or condemn them for prying into forbidden secrets. Kassadin, the god of the void, is intimately familiar with Asgard, and by extension with Hela, the goddess of death. Still, there was no guarantee our father wouldn't blurt out everything he knows, so there was no point in trying to question Kassadin directly. Thor noticed Loki already had a contingency plan brewing, so rather than press the matter, he decided to speak with Father about it first. At last, the two brothers made their way back to the family shrine. "Thor? Loki? You've returned." Queen Frigga's face lit up the moment she saw them. Her voice trembled with relief and joy. "It's good to be home, Mother," Thor said, stepping forward to embrace her. "We spent several months as guests in another realm. It felt only right to come back and see you." Loki gave a small smile. "That realm was hospitable, but we couldn't stay forever. It's more proper to be here with our family." Frigga drew them both into a warm hug. "Oh, my sons, how I've missed you." She stepped back, brushing a strand of hair from her face as she studied them. "Tell me everything. How did your mission go? Were you able to establish diplomatic relations as you'd hoped?" Thor's grin widened. "We made progress, Mother. More than we anticipated, in fact. And if I recall correctly," Loki added with a sly look, "we had that backup plan we mentioned as well." Frigga laughed, her eyes sparkling. "Well, I can't wait to hear all about it." "The mission was neither a success nor a failure," Loki announced, settling onto a carved obsidian bench in Asgard's council hall. Damien frowned, folding his arms. "Did you at least meet Sonya, the Void God's envoy?" Loki shook his head, a wry smile curling at his lips. "No, but we're still counted as honored guests. If they'd wanted us gone, we'd have been turned away months ago." Damien exhaled. "So we simply go back, again and again, until they agree to a formal treaty." Loki nodded. "Exactly. A few more visits, and I'm confident we can finalize diplomatic relations." He leaned forward, voice low and earnest. "This isn't just about avoiding conflict. It's about forging an alliance. The Void Cult already commands extraordinary power. Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Kyle, and Renoli sit among their champions, and Sonya herself, though still mysterious, must be stronger than any of them. Above all is Kassadin, the god of the Void and founder of their faith. In less than a lifetime, they've grown into one of the universe's most formidable forces. Their only weakness is how newly established they are." Damien absorbed the gravity of Loki's words. Whether the Void cult became friend or foe would soon determine Asgard's destiny. Damien stared at the empty courtyard with a wry smile. After all his appeals, so few recruits had come forward that the expedition still hadn't even left the gates, and the fledgling force's influence remained virtually nil. He exhaled and tried to sound upbeat. Well, I didn't win anyone over today, but at least no one flat out refused. Queen Frigga looked up from her embroidery and returned his smile warmly. That's still progress, Damien. Next time we'll surely do better. Chapter 331, The Truth Behind the Legend. Damien settled back into the grand hall, a gleam in his eye. We'll have to pay a visit to the Void God sect ourselves soon and work toward formalizing diplomatic relations. Thor offered an encouraging smile. That sounds like a wise plan. Damien returned the smile. Besides, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, both born in the Nine Realms, have become our friends. It's thanks to their influence that our reception on Void Island was far from hostile. Thor's expression brightened. He set Mjolnir aside, and in an instant, divine energy crackled around him. Lightning danced in his eyes, and thunder rumbled in his voice. I can see you two have come back stronger than ever. It seems you didn't encounter any real hardships on that trip. Queen Frigga moved to stand beside them, her hand resting gently on Damien's broad arm. I feel it myself. My strength has increased so much since we left. Thor laughed softly, the sound echoing like distant thunder. Clearly, this journey has borne great fruit. Frigga beamed with pride as she watched her son master the raw power surging through him. As any mother would, she was overjoyed to see him growing into his true potential. Damien's voice rang out across the training hall. Where's Loki? Lady Frigga turned toward her son with clear expectation in her eyes. Since the Void divine religion has no masters of magic with whom Loki can spar, his progress hasn't been as dramatic as Thor's, she observed. Still, I've noticed his endurance has grown, and his command of divine power is more precise than before. Loki inclined his head, unperturbed by his mother's appraisal. Actually, the Void cult founded by Kassadin, our Void god, has no one skilled in traditional magic under its banner. Frigga's brow lifted in surprise. Her husband, Odin, had always been deeply wary of Kassadin. Only a being of considerable renown could provoke such caution in the Allfather. No magic experts at all? Not in the way we understand magic, Loki explained. The Void cult channels energies that resemble sorcery, but it's an entirely different discipline. Even if we tried, there's nothing for us to exchange. Our techniques don't match. He paused to gesture toward the ceiling. Many Void adepts can truly fly, but my gift is simpler, a refined levitation that keeps me aloft, but never lets me soar. He gave a wry smile. So, no matter how much I've improved, I still can't claim to share their secrets. If the Void God cult were willing to teach me, I could potentially learn to fly on this journey, Loki mused. But Bruce Banner did say that even devoted members have to serve a full year before they can wield its powers. I'm not one of them, so it's unlikely they'd let me train. Frigga offered a reassuring smile. All the same, improving your control over divine energy is a sign of real growth. Loki returned her smile. I'm not discouraged, Mother. I see this as a challenge, not a setback. Relief washed over Frigga's face, though a flicker of worry remained. I'm glad to hear it. You weren't upset, then? Not at all, Loki said gently, giving her hand a squeeze. Now, what were you going to ask? Frigga hesitated for a moment, then pressed on. Where is your father at the moment? He's in the hall, Loki replied. And he wasn't comparing me to Thor, just making polite conversation, I'm sure. Frigga nodded, her expression settling into one of resolve. Very well, I have something important to discuss with him. We'll return to you later. When Frigga named the rendezvous point, Thor nodded at once. Very well. Their mother understood that both her sons had gathered important information on their journey and would want to report directly to Odin. With her blessing, Thor and Loki bade her farewell and set off toward the appointed chamber. As they entered, they found Odin standing before a great window, gazing out over the golden spires of Asgard. Hearing their approach, he turned. Thor, Loki, you're back. Did the cult of the Void cause any trouble this time? Thor stepped forward and saluted. Not at all, Allfather. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner hosted us most graciously. Loki inclined his head in agreement. It was an excellent visit. Their hospitality even softened the impression I left behind on my last trip. Odin's one good eye sparkled with amusement. Last time you certainly gave them a lot to talk about. Thor shrugged apologetically. Indeed, we haven't been the best hosts for our guests. Odin crossed his arms. If they ever come to Asgard again, we must return their kindness. Make sure they want for nothing. A proud smile spread across Thor's face. Of course, Asgard will roll out the red carpet. Loki allowed himself a small, satisfied grin. Together, they stood ready to share every detail of their adventure, and to ensure that the next time Earth's heroes visited, Asgard would treat them like royalty. Damien had just learned about Tony Stark and Bruce Banner's prodigious appetites, 5 full meals a day, and suddenly it made perfect sense why they bolted from Asgard after only a few days. Even though the palace kitchens turned out every Asgardian delicacy imaginable, they still made most provisions for ordinary visitors. Those scraps would never satisfy 2 geniuses accustomed to constant refueling. Who could stand the kind of hunger that comes from skipping even one meal? Thor laughed, slinging an arm around Damien's shoulders. See? We can offer halls of feasting and golden banquets, but evidently it still wasn't enough for some people. Damien shook his head, grinning. Well, at least your matchmaking scheme did wonders for Asgard's relationship with the Void cult. I'm betting they'll roll out the red carpet when we see them again. Odin inclined his head thoughtfully. Indeed. On that note, Loki and I paid a visit to the Void cult recently. We picked up some curious reports, but we haven't been able to verify whether any of it is true. Thor exchanged a glance with Loki. You two discussed it at length, and still can't tell whether the rumors hold water? Odin's expression darkened slightly. Our sources contradicted one another. We couldn't reach a firm conclusion. Loki stepped forward, eyes earnest. Father, if anyone can sift fact from fiction in this matter, it's you. We would be grateful for your counsel and for clarity where these rumors are concerned. Tell me the full story. At the prompt of his son, Odin's interest sharpened. Thor exchanged a look with his brother before speaking. Father, we've heard rumors from our allies, Thor began cautiously. Dark Elf King Malekith is planning an assault on Asgard. And there's word it ties back to the emergence of the Reality Stone, added his brother. But, at its core, Malekith believes Asgard has grown weak. Our glory no longer matches the legends of old. Our strength, our prestige, have all slipped. Odin stroked his beard, eyes narrowing. You think this falls on the disappearance of the Valkyrie Legion? Thor nodded. Without those fearless warrior women to bolster our ranks, Asgard's light has dimmed. Scholars still sing their praises in every hall, but in practice, we're not the force we once were. Odin paused, careful not to dredge up the name of Hela and risk an overreaction. It pains me to admit it, he said at last, but it's true. The Valkyries were unmatched in courage and skill. Their absence has left us vulnerable, and in Malekith's eyes, deserving of conquest. Silence settled over the hall as father and son contemplated that grim reality. Then Odin lifted his gaze, resolve hardening in his ancient, battle-scarred eyes. If we are to stand against this new threat, he declared, we must find a way to reclaim our former glory, beginning with the Valkyries themselves. Damien and Loki had spent their childhood poring over every saga about the Valkyries, yet no chronicle explained who had actually wiped out the Valkyrie Legion. Now, standing before Odin's throne, Damien decided it was time to learn the truth. Father, Damien began, his voice measured but determined. Loki and I grew up on stories of the Valkyries, but in all our books there's no clear account of who destroyed their entire legion. You've ruled Asgard for ages. You must know who our enemy was. Odin regarded him solemnly. Before he could answer, Thor stepped forward, his usual warmth replaced by gravity. What is it you wish to know, Damien? Thor asked. Speak plainly. Damien nodded. No need for riddles. Tell us what happened. Odin sighed, as if searching old memories. Very well. I'll speak plainly. You've heard of Hela, the goddess of death? During Asgard's greatest era, she was a force second only to me. Her power lives on in legend. Loki's eyes widened. She truly existed? Odin nodded, his gaze gentle yet distant. Yes, and that leads to your next question. Thor stepped closer. Hela was our sister, wasn't she? His voice caught on the last word. Odin's expression softened, tinged with sorrow. She was. your half-sister, born of my earlier union with the giantess Angerboda. In time, her hunger for power drove her to darkness. When the Valkyrie Legion stood between her and ultimate dominion, she struck them down. Damien and Loki exchanged a stunned look. The weight of their lineage pressed on them. A goddess of death, hidden in the shadows of their family tree, responsible for one of Asgard's greatest tragedies. Odin continued, voice low. After the massacre, I imprisoned Hela in the realm of hell. Yet even bound, her legend endures. Now you know the truth. Silence hung for a moment before Damien finally spoke. Thank you, Father. It's hard to believe, but I understand now. Thor placed a reassuring hand on Damien's shoulder. We'll face this together, he said, meeting Odin's steady gaze. Odin nodded, rising from his throne. Then let this knowledge guide you, and may it strengthen Asgard in the days to come. Chapter X. Whispers of the Void. Damien stepped into the great hall of Valhalla, the echo of his boots swallowed by thunder rolling across the vaulted ceiling. Seated upon his gilded throne, Odin's single eye fixed him in a silent, unblinking stare. At his side stood Thor, hammer in hand, and Loki, ever the trickster prince. Odin's voice broke the hush. Who told you this? Damien squared his shoulders. Kassadin. The Allfather's visage darkened at the name. Kassadin, the god of the void? We've never laid eyes on him. In ages past, Asgard's power eclipsed every threat across the 9 realms. Thor shifted uneasily. Loki's expression flickered with interest. Damien pressed on. A friend of mine, Lacey, served as an intelligence scout. She's heard rumors of Kassadin's stirrings, but she has no hard evidence regarding Hela's current domain or the Valkyrie Legion's fate. Odin leaned forward, voice low. Then you came to us seeking truths. Where does Hela hold sway now? What became of the Valkyrie Legion? Before Damien could answer, Loki rose and began pacing. Stories of the Valkyrie Legion's valor still ring throughout the 9 realms, he said, yet only Asgard knows the bitter truth. They were wiped out centuries ago. Beyond these walls, every world still believes the Valkyries stand as guardians of the Bifrost. He paused, glancing at his father. I've privately nicknamed Lacey the Tyrannosaurus for her ferocity, he confessed, a wry smile tugging at one corner of his mouth. But I thought it unwise to lower your estimate of her here. Damien met Loki's eye, grateful for the light-hearted aside. Then, voice steady, he returned to the questions no one dared to answer directly. So what must we do now? If Kassadin truly has awakened, and Hela's power endures, how do we muster the strength to face such darkness, without the Valkyrie Legion at our side? Odin's silence deepened, and the hall seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the Allfather's counsel. We've already told you, Father. We don't know, Thor said, folding his arms. We're not hiding anything, Loki added. The truth is, we know nothing of the Valkyrie Legion's destruction, or of Hela, our so-called sister and the goddess of death. Please, Father, tell us what really happened. Thor leaned forward. And why have we never heard her name until now? Who, or what, brought about the Legion's annihilation? Odin regarded his sons in silence, noting their shared look of determination. He sighed, a deep, weary sound that echoed through the great hall. I never imagined that your diplomatic mission would lead you to unravel these old mysteries, he said at last. But you two are no longer children, and your powers have grown. It is time you learned what common folk must never know. He paused, gathering his resolve. Sooner or later, you would discover the truth of Hela's return after my passing. Since you insist, I will not keep you in the dark any longer. I'm ready to get started. Could you please paste the chapter text here? Once I have the full 3,000-word update, I'll revise it into coherent, idiomatic English and rename the main character to Damien. Chapter 332. Who do you think I am? Thor and Loki froze, their hearts pounding as their father, Odin, opened his mouth to speak. Noticing their rapt attention, he casually wove a magic barrier, sealing off the hall so that no sound could escape. He let a moment pass, then spoke in a measured, almost gentle tone. The story your friend told you is true. He paused, gauging their stunned expressions before continuing. Hela is my firstborn daughter. In ages past, she served as Asgard's executioner, and she was once the wheeled heir of Mjolnir. Odin's voice carried quiet pride. Her power ranks second only to mine. Her skill in battle and her divine potential are unparalleled. When I stood at my peak, we fought side by side across all 9 realms. It was by her deeds, her sacrifices, that Asgard rose to its former glory. Thor's eyes widened, shock giving way to awe. You're saying Hela held Mjolnir before me? Odin inclined his head. Yes, she bore the hammer's burden long before it chose you. Loki glanced at his brother, breathing hard. Both gods felt the weight of their father's revelation settle over them, an unexpected truth that would reshape everything they thought they knew about their family, their heritage, and the power that bound them all. Odin's voice was calm but grave as he addressed his sons. I enchanted Mjolnir to temper its wielder. You must have the blessing of a truly righteous heart to lift it. Thor frowned, but the original hammer never tested its bearer's virtue or sense of duty. Odin's gaze grew colder. Precisely, and that's why Hela's cruelty took me by surprise. Thor and Loki exchanged stunned looks. If no worthiness enchantment was required, then why was the hammer immovable? Thor slammed his fist against the haft of Mjolnir. Then why can't I lift it? Loki folded his arms, brow furrowed. A question I'd very much like answered. Damien stood in the vast hall of Odin's vault, gazing up at Mjolnir's silent power. He had tried and failed countless times to lift Thor's hammer. No matter how fiercely he willed it, the weapon did not budge. You cannot raise Mjolnir without sufficient divine power to command it, Odin said, appearing beside him. The Allfather's voice, calm yet unwavering, filled the chamber. Though you are my adopted son, and I have granted you much of my power, your divine spark still falls short of Thor's and of Hela's. Damien bowed his head, frustration and shame warring inside him. He had grown up in Asgard, his strength surpassing that of most who walked the palace halls. Yet here, before the enchanted hammer, he felt like a child again. Father, he began, but Odin held up a hand. Do not despair, Odin replied. If you need greater power to stand against our foes, you may draw upon the ice treasure box. Its magic will weave strength into your bones and steel your resolve. But heed this warning. You must never misuse it to threaten the 9 realms or Asgard itself. And if you wish to retain your true form, you cannot rely on it continuously. With a gesture, Odin tapped a rune on the vault door. It swung open to reveal a frost-covered chest upon a marble pedestal, the ice treasure box, its surface shimmering with frozen glyphs. A cold glow pulsed from within, promising untold power to the worthy. Odin's gaze softened as he placed a hand on Damien's shoulder. I offer the same gifts to all my sons, by birth or by bond. Use it wisely, and it will serve you well. Steeling himself, Damien stepped forward. As the vault door closed behind him, he felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders, and the first stirrings of a new power within. Odin's voice was calm but resolute. Yes, if a foreign enemy ever rises too powerful to face by conventional means, I will unleash the icebox to safeguard Asgard. Loki's eyes narrowed. His father's words sounded less like a strategic contingency and more like final preparations for a death none of them wanted to admit. Father, he pressed, you've gone to great lengths to erase every trace of our sister Hela. Why? Or, standing nearby, gave Loki a subtle nod. He didn't object to the idea of Loki wielding another powerful artifact. Odin inhaled deeply, as though searching across centuries of memory, and then began to speak of the dark days when Hela's fury nearly consumed them all. I, Damien, was once in my prime, standing side by side with Hela to lead the Valkyrie Legion and the Asgardian host in the conquest of the 9 realms. We waged countless wars, crushing or subduing every foe who dared stand against us. It was in those days that the Valkyrie Legion earned its invincible reputation, and Asgard's power shone brighter than ever before. Across the cosmos, uttering our name struck equal measures of reverence and fear. Yet, after I claimed one realm after another, the unending cycle of battles began to wear on me. We came to understand that ruling so many worlds demanded more than sheer strength. It required us to protect those we governed, to shoulder responsibilities beyond conquest. Though neither Hela, the Valkyries, nor I ever faced true peril on the battlefield, our losses mounted with every campaign. It was then that I devised a new path, to abandon further conquest and embrace benevolent rule. Rather than stretching our forces thin in war, I would guide Asgard toward a stable, peaceful future. In those earlier days, I truly believed my power was boundless, and that nothing could resist my will, which drove me to subjugate realm after realm in relentless succession. But even the mightiest sword must finally be sheathed if we hope to forge a lasting peace. After centuries of conquest, Odin came to a stark realization. Raw strength, though essential for founding a kingdom of gods, was not enough. Every world he claimed added not just territory but a burden of duty, and that burden was growing too heavy. If he pressed on unchecked, no matter how many realms he subdued, he would never become the wise, responsible king Asgard needed. Unchecked power is a danger to us all, Odin declared. It's time we learn to be satisfied with what we already protect. Thor listened, and for the first time, truly understood his father's perspective. He nodded in wholehearted agreement. Loki, too, recognized the wisdom in Odin's choice. Safeguarding the 9 realms was already a monumental task. Asgard's warriors patrolled each world around the clock to keep peace. To claim more realms would only stretch their forces too thin and leave all of them vulnerable. Odin leaned forward, his expression grave as he addressed Damien. "Your sister Hela disagrees," he began. "She believes that Asgard's might entitles us to crush lesser realms. To her, our mission isn't just defense, it's conquest. She thinks we must keep expanding Asgard's borders until every world bows before us." When I challenged her, we quarreled fiercely. First, I stripped her of her titles and cast her out of Asgard. But her lust for war only deepened. She rallied our soldiers, urging them onward, refusing to abandon her ambition. In desperation, I dispatched the Valkyrie Legion to bring her back by force. I hoped their loyalty to Asgard would temper her zeal. But Hela would not relent. She slaughtered the Valkyries without a second thought for our shared past. At that point, I had no choice. I stripped her of her divine power and banished her to Midgard, what mortals call Earth. What she planned was too terrible to be allowed to stand. If her doctrine of endless expansion took root, it would poison the hearts of all Asgardians and destroy our honor. So I took the final step. I erased every trace of Hela from our records, her name, her deeds, her lineage, all of it. There must be no reminder of what she nearly unleashed. Odin's voice fell silent. He had laid bare the full story for Damien, leaving the hall heavy with the weight of his confession. In the great hall of Asgard, Thor and Loki absorbed the grim news. Their sister Hela was responsible for the annihilation of the Valkyrie Legion. A scandal of this magnitude threatened not only the realm's stability, but the honor of the royal family itself. Damage control would be paramount. Thor paced the length of the marble floor, recalling Hela's exile years ago. "She was stripped of her divine powers and cast out," he said. "In all that time, has she ever shown the slightest remorse?" Loki folded his arms, his expression dark. "Remorse? No. If anything, her hatred has only grown more intense. Deprived of everything, she sharpened her ambition to conquer the universe." Odin let out a heavy sigh that seemed to echo the weight of his son's fears. Thor met his father's gaze, unsettled. He had always believed that, even when forced into battle, one could temper their blow and spare a foe's life. But Hela, once a valiant leader who fought alongside the Valkyries, had turned on them with chilling ruthlessness. Madness, Thor realized bitterly, knows no bounds, and in her case, no mercy. Damien slipped into the throne room just as Odin dismissed the door guards. He pressed himself against a marble column, listening closely to the tense exchange between the king and his 2 eldest sons. "I'm not telling you this because you've already uncovered it," Odin began, his voice low but firm. "I'm warning you, and warning you both, to be extremely careful around Hela." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Thor shifted uneasily, glancing at Loki, who was studying the floor. "The source of her power," Odin continued, "lies in Asgard itself. Even if we strip her of her divine might, she will still possess enough energy to sustain her life indefinitely, to render herself, in effect, immortal." Thor's brow furrowed. Loki's jaw went slack. Odin's gaze locked onto them both. If Hela ever manages to reclaim her godly strength and returns to Asgard, the consequences will be nothing short of disastrous. Thor opened his mouth but could only stammer, "Father, you." Loki's eyes flicked up, then darted away again. He hesitated, searching for a response that wouldn't betray his true thoughts. From his hiding place, Damien exhaled quietly. He had heard enough. If Odin's warning was genuine, Hela's fate and the future of Asgard hung by the slenderest of threads. "We've already gone over this today, so let me be perfectly clear. Odin's voice was calm but strained. The divine power within me has surged beyond what I can contain. Under normal circumstances, I could rein it in with Odin's sleep, but I've been forced awake from it time and again by unforeseen accidents. Each forced awakening only aggravates the instability of this power. He paused, his gaze distant. If I cannot subdue it soon, my body will be torn apart by its own force. When that happens, I will lose all divine power, and at my age, that will be the end of me. Judging by how wildly it's raging now, I have at most a year or two left. Loki drew in a sharp breath, his expression pale. Father, you can't be serious. This is not something to joke about. Thor sprang to his feet. Dad, you're scaring us. Tell us this isn't real. But as he glanced at his father's long silver hair, the pallor of his skin, and the deep lines creasing his hands, Thor's heart sank. He realized that Odin would never make light of such a fate. Sorry? Loki's voice trembled as he looked up at his father, guilt shadowing his features. He understood now that it was his recent mischief that had disturbed Odin's rest. Odin gave a wry, gentle smile. Even gods must rest, and even gods must die. It's the nature of all life, divine or mortal alike. Thor's face tightened. But you'll come back, father, won't you? Your physical body dies, but your soul returns to the Hall of Valor. Odin nodded, placing a comforting hand on Loki's shoulder. Yes, my death is only the passing of my body. Our souls reunite there. This, he swept a hand toward Asgard and Midgard beyond, is merely a temporary parting. Loki's shoulders sagged with relief. Thor still looked unconvinced. Odin ruffled Loki's hair and added, You're young, Thor. Brothers bicker. It's healthy. Don't let fear of separation consume you. Thor swallowed hard. But once you're in the Hall of Valor, it could be thousands of years before you return. Is there no way to spare you that journey? Odin's expression softened. No path on this plane prevents my passing, son. But remember, in the hall, I wait for you, not as a ghost, but as part of the everlasting host. One day, we will stand together again. Odin and Frigga exchanged solemn looks, their resolve unshaken. They would not end their own lives to escape the coming doom, and so their sons would have to endure 1,000 years apart. Damien and Loki, who had spent every moment of their 15 centuries growing up under their parents' guidance, could scarcely believe the words they'd just heard. Forced separation for 1,000 years. How could they bear it? Damien's shoulders trembled. Father, this can't be permanent, can it? He asked, voice cracking. Odin placed a steady hand on his elder son's shoulder. Foolish boy, he replied gently. The separation is only temporary. It will not last forever. Damien shook his head in frustration. But my fate is sealed. I won't die in glorious battle. I'll just fade away. What sort of end is that? Frigga stepped forward, her eyes sad but determined. We do not fear death, she said softly. What haunts me is the thought that, when we're gone, Asgard might vanish with us. Loki, standing to one side, clenched his fists. He had always bristled at the idea of playing the dutiful son, yet now his brother's anguish stirred something protective within him. Odin looked between his two sons, his expression both proud and relieved. No, he said at last. Asgard will endure, because I leave it in your hands. I have watched you grow as brothers, and that bond gives me peace. Raising his free hand, Odin laid it gently on Damien's head. In that simple gesture was the firm assurance that, despite the vast expanse of years ahead, hope remained. As his life's final chapter drew near, Odin saw at last the reconciliation he'd longed for. Damien and Loki, standing side by side, united. Loki's once wild spirit had tempered, and Damien's heart had softened toward his younger brother. That, more than anything, was his true legacy. Though Loki's dark nature remained unchanged, he was unmistakably ready to aid Thor. The two brothers had been spending more time together of late, and their visit today, asking pointed questions about Hela, was clearly part of a larger scheme. Odin watched them with a mixture of relief and pride. We're still not fully grown, Thor admitted, glancing at his adopted brother. Loki nodded. Even with all my power, I could never sit on the throne of Asgard as you do. Odin's stern visage softened into a rare smile. An alliance between you two would make Asgard truly impregnable. At the edge of the hall, Saul fought back tears, her voice barely above a whisper, as she struggled to contain her emotions. Odin's voice resonated through the Hall of Valor, echoing like rolling thunder. Damien, Once you have fully mastered the power of the Thunder God, your potential will rival my own. All you need is time and the right understanding of your abilities. Though I will no longer stand beside you in life, know that I will watch over your every move from this hall." He paused, as if feeling the weight of his final words. "I have also prepared a contingency should my death come before Asgard's greatest trial. In the days ahead, our realm will face terrible enemies, and it may be forced to abandon its place in the universe. If that time comes, seek out the Void Cult and petition the Void God, Kassadin. He has accepted the treasure I entrusted to him and owes me a debt. Out of respect for that favor, he will grant Asgard's sanctuary, no matter the cost." Odin's gaze seemed to stretch across time itself. "I dreamt of watching Asgard prosper under your hand, just as I once did under Thor's. But the span of life is finite, and time spares no one. Though I cannot guide you further in the flesh, take heart, the legacy of the gods endures. Go now, Damien, and claim the thunder that is yours by right." Thor's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Father, Tony said that if you received the Void God's blessing, you could live far longer than any normal mortal." Odin glanced down at his son and offered a patient smile. He reached out to tussle Thor's hair. "My boy, do you forget who I am? I am Odin, All-Father and King of the Gods. Frankly, the blessings of the Void God Kassadin aren't so different from mine." He let the words hang in the air as Thor's brow furrowed in confusion. Odin continued, his voice as deep and steady as thunder. "With my power, I can reshape a human body, free you from the limits of an ordinary lifespan, and grant you years beyond counting. Why seek another god's favor when your own father stands ready to bestow the same gift?" Thor opened his mouth, then closed it again, uncertain. From the corner of his eye, he caught the dark figure of Kassadin standing nearby, the Void Lord's presence both ominous and magnetic. Odin gave his son's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "Trust in your king, Thor. My blessing alone is enough to stretch your days into centuries." With that, he lifted his hand, and a shimmering aura of golden light began to swirl around them both. Thor swallowed hard, a mixture of pride and relief washing over him. In that moment, the challenge of seeking out the Void God's favor suddenly seemed unnecessary, and perhaps a little foolish. He straightened his shoulders and looked up at his father with renewed confidence. "I understand, father," he said quietly. Odin nodded, the lines of his weathered face softening. "Good." With a final nod to Kassadin, he released the luminous energy, letting it cascade over Thor in a warm, life-affirming glow. The question of who possessed the greater power was now settled, at least in Thor's heart, and he knew he would carry his father's blessing with him for all the days to come. Chapter 333, Contact from God King Odin. The great hall of Asgard fell silent as Odin, the God King, considered the latest reports. He had long been wary of Kassadin, the Void God. Few beings could match that dreadful power. Yet the notion that Kassadin might bend Odin's will was inconceivable. "But I heard Tony say the blessings of the Void God's faith can grant infinite evolution," Thor ventured, stepping forward. He bowed his head respectfully, but met his father's gaze with earnest concern. Odin lifted an eyebrow. "Tony Stark was born a Blue Star man. His origins are modest at best." Thor pressed on. "All the same, in just a few short years, he's undergone hundreds of evolutions. Even if his strength still trails yours, the gap is closing fast. You should have witnessed him in battle. He claims his lifespan now exceeds 1,000 years, perhaps many millennia more." Odin reached out and ruffled his son's hair. "My boy, your faith in our allies does you credit. Still, the Void's gifts carry a price. Stay vigilant and never let your guard down, no matter how promising the boon." Thor straightened his shoulders. "Yes, father, I will." He bowed once more, determination shining in his eyes. As Thor withdrew, Odin returned to his throne, the weight of impending challenges heavy on his mind. If a mere mortal like Tony Stark could evolve so rapidly under heavenly or unholy blessings, then the threats facing the Nine Realms had only grown more complex. And somewhere beyond the veil of reality, Kassadin watched and waited. Odin studied his son with quiet authority. As guardians can live for millennia, so long as they avoid fatal accidents. Thor met his father's gaze, tension coiling in his shoulders. "The Void's blessing grants similar longevity. It seems we share that gift." Odin shook his head. "Not quite. My blessing bestows true divine power, a force that deepens and refines itself as you grow older. The void's gift, by contrast, opens you to other abilities. It can amplify your strength dramatically in the short term, but it cannot evolve without end. He paused, letting the words sink in. No blessing in this world, no matter how terrifying, can progress infinitely. Even the faith of the void god must ultimately confront its boundaries. Thor's jaw clenched as he fought to accept the truth. Seeing his son's stubborn pride flare, Odin's eyes flickered like lightning. With a deliberate motion, he withdrew his hand and spoke once more, his voice cold and unwavering. Remember this, my son. Every power has its limit, even those born of the void. Whether there's a hard limit or not, who's to say the void god's blessing can't actually extend a lifespan? Odin asked. Thor met his father's gaze. Father, don't you want to preserve your body? If you truly step away, Loki and I won't have the confidence to protect Asgard on our own. We need you here, to watch over us and give us time to grow. Odin's eyes darkened with worry. Your time is running out, because your mortal frame can't withstand the surging divine power within you. If you can strengthen your vessel, you'll have a much better chance of containing that energy. In fact, some of the Void Cult's members have bodies far more resilient than mine. Thor considered Odin's words. They made sense, and yet, despite the risks, he found himself urging his father on. Then let us try it, he said firmly. Damien listened as Loki outlined their mission. We'll be spending the next few months on Void Island, Loki said, his voice steady. Our quarters will be in the Gravity Building, a unique facility capable of dialing gravity anywhere from 0 up to 150 gram. Even with my Asgardian powers, I can only move unhindered in chambers up to 35 grams. Thor, thanks to his divine endowment, can withstand 60 grams, but the Void Cult boasts 4 members even stronger than him. Lacey of Xandar, 62 grams. Alex Mowgli, the demon born from the Mowgli planet, 70 grams. Bruce Banner, in his Hulk form, 75 grams. Kyle Hercules of Xandar, 80. Loki paused, meeting Damien's eyes. If you too can claim the Void's blessing, you'll undergo a glorious evolution, shedding this frail mortal shell and emerging far stronger than you are now. Damien's heart thumped. The promise of transcending his human limits. It was everything he'd ever wanted. Odin stood at the head of the long hall in the icy heart of Asgard, listening with mild surprise as his sons Thor and Loki spoke of recent developments beyond their realm. Thor, ever earnest, had just finished explaining how Tony, Lacey, and Bruce Banner had each come into possession of unimaginable power, thanks in part to enchantments and artifacts that rivaled even the mightiest Asgardian armaments. Now Loki, barely concealing his envy, pressed his advantage. Father, Loki said smoothly, I know you've granted me use of the icebox, the frost giant heirloom that has already doubled my strength. Yet I still wish to join the Void Cult. They're eager to have me, though they stop short of offering full membership. Odin's brow furrowed. They've invited you as an honored guest, but not as one of their own. Why? Loki stepped forward, clasping his hands behind his back. Because the cult's master, Kassadin, the god of the void, is extremely wary of offending you. He holds you in as much reverence as his own void gods. If Kassadin were to swear me in without your blessing, a war between Asgard and the void cult would be inevitable. Odin's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. But you believe your enlistment would avert such a conflict? Precisely, Loki replied, a triumphant glint in his eye. If you publicly condone my induction, Kassadin owes no debt to provoke your wrath. It's the only way to secure peace. Thor exchanged a glance with his father, then raised another point. Still, you must admit, these three are formidable. Asgardians speak highly of Xandarian physicality, but it still doesn't quite match our own, does it? Loki's lips twitched. Lacey, born on Xandar, is said to move at ease under 62 times normal gravity. And Banner, he's transcended any mortal limits, not to mention Tony's enhancements. They'll only grow stronger. And Lacey, as far as we know, has no innate superpower, Thor murmured, a note of uncertainty in his voice. Odin let out a low hum, his gaze drifting to the runic carvings along the marble floor. None of this surprises me as much as the prospect of my son allying himself with void magic. Yet if it spares Asgard from war, I must consider your proposal, carefully. Loki bowed gracefully, though his green eyes gleamed with unspoken ambition. Thor clapped his brother on the shoulder, and together they watched Odin ponder the balance between peace and power, knowing full well that loyalties among gods, giants, and mortals alike could shift like the sands of the void itself. What we do know is that Lacey isn't a superpowered being. She already made that clear when Tony invited her to support the Blue Stars during the New York War a few years back, Thor added. At that time, we weren't enemies. If she truly had any inhuman abilities, she wouldn't have bothered to hide them. Thor nodded in agreement. This journey into the void god's territory had taught him a great deal. Not only had he tested his current boundaries, but he'd also refined his divine power control. Under the crushing gravity, his potential kept rising. Initially, maintaining his godly energies for more than 10 seconds had been a struggle. Now he could channel them for under 5. While this hadn't necessarily raised his maximum strength, it meant that even without Mjolnir in hand, his power didn't falter as it once might have. He looked across the chamber. So someone from Xandar, without any innate superpowers, can withstand 62 times Earth's gravity. Odin folded his arms, his eyes thoughtful. And what of Tony Stark's limits? He asked quietly. Damien stood among the gathered gods and heroes, absorbing their conversation. My body can be enhanced 40 times over, Tony Stark announced confidently. Saul shook her head. Even so, Stark admitted he isn't the strongest in Evra among the Void Cult's disciples, and yet his baseline already outstrips Loki's natural physique. He began as a mere human. Damien frowned. Is it really possible to evolve without limit? Another voice scoffed. Infinite evolution? That's absurd. No power in the universe works that way. At that, Odin's stern face darkened. True, much of Loki's power came from sorcery, but his raw physical strength alone was formidable. After more than 15 centuries, Loki had had ample time to master every craft beyond mere muscle. In comparison, Tony, with all his enhancements, was still less experienced. Seeing this, Odin realized just how terrifying the Void Cult truly was. The fleet that had easily wiped out the Kree was only the tip of the iceberg. They had yet to display the full extent of their might. The Infinity Stones, for all their legendary might, are finite. 6 stones, 6 possible wielders. Even at their peak, they can empower only half a dozen individuals. By contrast, the blessings of the Void God know no such limit. They hint at not just extraordinary power, but the possibility of endless evolution. Could such boundless growth truly exist? And if so, what is its source? Odin, one of the universe's oldest and most formidable beings, has contemplated these questions deeply. Kassadin, the self-styled god of the void, wields terrifying, unfathomable strength. If the void's blessing can indeed unlock infinite evolution, then the origin of Kassadin himself demands our full attention. Odin has scoured every archive and legend, yet he uncovered almost nothing beyond Kassadin's own claim to have come from the void. In all of Odin's millennia-long life, he had never encountered, or even heard whispers of, any realm called the void. It was as if Kassadin had materialized from nothingness, shrouded in mystery and raw power. Even more unsettling was the failed reconnaissance on Asgard. When Odin and Heimdall first cast their all-seeing gaze over the realm, they detected no trace of Kassadin, nor could they infer his presence or purpose. As soon as their scrying eyes turned toward him, Kassadin sensed it and vanished from their view, leaving behind only questions and the unsettling promise of limitless power. At the same time, 2 envoys from the Void Cult, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, arrived in Asgard as honored guests. Their presence confirmed Odin's growing suspicion. Kassadin, the mysterious god of the void, had been keeping a close watch on the realm. Yet despite that scrutiny, Kassadin had shown no open hostility. Instead of storming Asgard's vaults to seize its treasures, he appeared to prefer a more subtle approach, establishing diplomatic ties with the Void Cult, hoping they would broker goodwill and protect him from reprisal. Still, Kassadin's true motives remained inscrutable. Was he genuinely interested in peace, or merely biding his time? Lacking solid intelligence, Odin decided the only way to find out was to speak with Kassadin directly. Who among our contacts in the Void Cult can arrange a meeting? Odin asked, turning from the glittering walls of Valhalla to the advisors clustered around him. I will send word at once, one attendant replied. They will inform Kassadin that you wish to speak with him in person. Odin nodded, though his brow stayed furrowed with concern. Very well, prepare the raven. Let it fly tonight. From the shadows, Loki stepped forward, eyes alight with mischief and curiosity. Father, he said with barely concealed eagerness, have you truly decided to parley with the god of the void? Or, he added, a sly grin spreading across his face, have you joined his cult instead? Odin cast his son a patient look. I join no god, Loki, but if Kassadin seeks allies, I prefer knowing his face before he sees ours. With that, he turned back toward the great hall, already contemplating the uncertain future that awaited Asgard and her mysterious observer in the void. Odin's gaze burned into his son. Don't be ridiculous, Loki. You really think you can decide to join the void cult on a whim? He peeped a knuckle against Loki's temple, smothering the boy's excitement. The origins of this void faith are shrouded in mystery and danger. If you rush in unprepared, you won't walk away with anything but bones and dust. Loki blinked up at him, eyes wide and innocent. Father, of course I want to stay alive. I'd hate to miss seeing the two of you rule Asgard together. Odin's stern expression softened only slightly. It isn't that simple. Even if you're eager to sign up, they may not want us. Loki spread his hands in a gesture of helpless openness. All we're doing right now is feeling out the ground, learning what they're after. The Allfather studied his son for a long moment before replying, voice low and steady. I am Odin, king of the Aesir. Would the Void Cult not be honored to have me pledge my allegiance? Standing just behind them, Sol spoke up, brow furrowed. And what reason would Kassadin, the so-called god of the void, have for refusing the offer of Asgard's king? Damien's eyes gleamed with determination. If my lifespan truly can be extended by joining the Void Cult, then I'll pursue it all the way. After all, gods and mortals alike are thinking beings, and wherever there's intelligence, there's endless desire. Without a word, Odin rose and strode to a heavy stone chair. He settled into it, folding his hands calmly in his lap. We do have contact information for certain members of the Void God cult. Give me a moment. I'll reach out to Renoli. Thor nodded. Since Tony had returned to Blue Star, he was beyond recall, so their only choice was someone still on Void Island, and Renoli was the perfect candidate. Thor produced the cosmic communicator and activated it. On Void Island, the afternoon sun poured through the cafeteria windows. Renoli had just finished his training session and, after a quick shower, was seated with Kyle and their friends for dinner when his cosmic communicator buzzed insistently. As always, that thing never shuts up, Kyle joked, watching Renoli pick up the device. So Ren, which lovely lady is calling you this time? Damien's striking good looks meant he was no stranger to admirers, but his immense, broad-shouldered frame often ended up frightening them off. He and Kyle were lounging in their quarters when Kyle nudged him with a grin. Hey, Damien, looks like Sal's calling. Damien blinked. Haven't they only just returned from the Nine Realms? Doesn't matter, Kyle teased. Why don't you pick up and see what he wants? Shrugging, Damien tapped the communicator. The soft chime faded into Sal's voice. Damien, Sal began, casual as ever, long time no talk. Mind if I pull you into a group channel? Sure, Damien said, raising an eyebrow. But why now, out of the blue? Sal chuckled. Beats me. Let's just catch up. A moment later, the view shifted. Damien found himself looking at an opulent hall flooded with golden light, marble pillars, intricate tapestries, and banners bearing a mighty hammer, Asgard. At its center stood Thor in gleaming armor, Mjolnir at his side. Seated behind him, wrapped in a billowing cloak of storm gray, was an imposing older man with pale hair and an unmistakable presence. Damien, Thor said, stepping forward, thank you for joining us. My father and I would like to ask a favor. Damien's breath caught. He'd never actually met Odin before, but now there was no mistaking it. The All-Father himself was looking directly at him. I'm honored, Damien managed, keeping his voice steady. Tell me what you need. Damien stepped into the mess hall, its usual chatter and clatter hanging in the air like static. He wove through the tables until he stood before Renoli, who looked up in mild surprise. Damien spoke without preamble. My father, God King Odin, wishes to speak with Kassadin, the god of the void. I need you to carry that message to him. The instant the name Odin left Damien's lips, the hall fell silent. Plates ceased clinking. Conversations froze. Everywhere, the mention of God King Odin resonated with awe and a touch of fear. Renoli's face grew solemn. He lowered his voice to a whisper. I can pass your request to Miss Sonia, Cassidon's official envoy, he said, but I can't promise the God of the Void will agree to any meeting. Damien nodded steadily. He produced a small data chip, engraved with an encrypted comlink. If Cassidon consents, he said, have him use this to reach me. Renoli accepted the chip with a bow. Consider it done, he replied. Then, with a final glance at the silent diners around them, he slipped away to find Miss Sonia. As Damien stood alone in the suddenly noisy hall, he allowed himself one controlled breath. In this universe, direct contact with Cassidon was unthinkable. Everything always passed through the Void God's envoy. Now it was in Sonia's hands whether a king's summons would be answered by the God of the Void. Sure, please paste the chapter text you'd like me to revise, and I'll transform it into a smooth, coherent English version with the protagonist renamed to Damien. Chapter 334, Damien Speaks with Odin. All right, I'll relay the message at once. Damien recognized the urgency in the request and nodded. He ended his current call and immediately reached for the comlink to Miss Sonia. At that moment, Sonia was laying out afternoon tea for Mr. Cassidon in the sunlit veranda. When her device chimed, she glanced at the caller ID, Damien, and raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Swiftly smoothing her expression, she tapped the screen. Damien, is everything all right on the island? She asked, her tone polite but curious. Good afternoon, Miss Sonia, Damien replied crisply. I've just received a transmission from Thor Odinson, the god of thunder. He let that sink in for a heartbeat. He asked me to inform you that King Odin himself wishes to speak with Lord Cassidon, god of the void. Sonia's composure never wavered, but Damien could sense her attention sharpen. Understood, she said. Please send me Thor's comm frequency. On it. Damien tapped a few commands and forwarded the secure channel details. Then he gave a respectful nod, visible even through the holoscreen, and added, That's all, Miss Sonia. I'll await your confirmation once Lord Cassidon is ready. Thank you, Damien. I'll prepare him immediately, Sonia promised as she ended the call. Damien exhaled, the weight of divine politics settling over him once more. Soon, King Odin would be speaking to the god of the void, and all of them were caught in the thunderous aftermath. Sonia's communicator emitted a soft chime as Renoli's voice spoke up. I'll relay the message to Lord Cassidon, she said, but I can't promise he'll agree to meet. At the mention of God King Odin's request, Sonia's eyes flickered with restrained excitement, though her warm smile never faltered. Understood, she replied. Thank you, Renoli. With a curt nod, he cut the transmission and forwarded Odin's secure link. Pocketing her device, Sonia made her way to the palace lobby. There, she found Lord Cassidon pausing his hologame, the glow of the screen reflecting off his armor. Lord Cassidon, she said respectfully, God King Odin has requested a private audience. Cassidon set his controller aside and regarded her quietly. He reached out personally? Sonia nodded. Very well, we'll speak with him. At that, Damien rose from his chair. He clasped his hands behind his back, and the segments of his combat armor slid smoothly into place, concealing his face in a sleek, protective helm. If I'm to meet someone of Odin's stature, I ought to change into formal attire, he said. Please wait for me here. Of course, Lord Cassidon, Sonia replied promptly. Damien inclined his head and strode out of the lobby, leaving Sonia to prepare the Asgardian comlink in the palace's grand hall. As she arranged the crystals and calibrated the channel to Odin's realm, anticipation thrummed through her veins. Soon she knew they would stand face to face with the ruler of Asgard itself. Both of you, quiet down and stand behind me, Odin commanded, his gaze sharp as he turned toward Thor and Loki. I'll handle the conversation. He shifted his attention to Cassidon, the enigmatic god of the void. You haven't agreed to open a line of communication with us yet, have you? Thor bristled at his father's words. But father, he began, we've already gone to the void divine sect. We earned their respect and prestige. Surely that counts for something? Odin fixed Thor with a withering look. Respect is earned, yes, he replied, but the decision to speak with us lies entirely with Cassidon, not with. We'll do whatever you ask, father, Thor interjected hastily, casting a triumphant glance at Loki as if to say, see, we've got this under control. Loki merely smirked and moved to stand beside Odin. Thor reluctantly followed suit, folding his arms behind his back. 10 tense minutes passed. Then the crystal orb in Sol's outstretched palm flickered to life. "They're calling," he announced softly. Thor leaned forward, eyes bright with excitement. "Finally, Res if it's an unknown channel. Let's switch to video." Odin's forehead creased as his gaze burned into Thor. It was going to be a long conversation. Damien stiffened and, as ordered, tapped the device in his hand. He'd been told he was about to meet the legendary void god Kassadin, so he briefly crossed his arms and struck what he hoped was a handsome, confident pose. Loki couldn't help but roll his eyes at his brother's theatrics. He folded his arms in return, silent but clearly amused, and determined to spare Thor any further embarrassment. A soft ripple of light coalesced in midair before Thor, Loki, and Odin, forming a three-dimensional projection. In the spacious, ultra-modern villa around them, the illusion felt almost tangible. Standing at its center was a tall figure wrapped in flowing white robes, overlaid with intricate gold armor. His face was hidden behind a pale mask, from which two dark, empty eye slits stared out with quiet authority. By his side stood a striking woman in a deep red gown, her posture regal and composed. Though her beauty was undeniable, the air around her carried a weight far greater than mere elegance. "Kassadin, the void god, revered across countless worlds," intoned a deep, echoing voice. Odin recognized the woman instantly, Sonya, void goddess and Kassadin's counterpart. He bowed his head in acknowledgement, but kept his gaze fixed on the armored god himself. Thor and Loki exchanged a glance. They had both visited Kassadin's temple before, but this was their first direct sighting of the deity. Even through a projected image, his presence radiated a solemn grandeur that made their hearts skip a beat. "I've long known of your name throughout the 9 realms," Damien said respectfully as he approached the Allfather. Though he'd heard countless tales of Odin's deeds, this was the first time they met face to face. "My sons spoke highly of the hospitality you showed them on Void Island." At the mention of his grandsons, Odin's weathered features softened into a rare, wry smile. "They honored me far more than I deserve. Hosting your boys was my privilege." A knowing smile crossed Damien's lips. "It seems we already understand each other well enough. Let us dispense with pleasantries. What is it you wish to discuss?" Thor and Loki, standing just behind their grandfather, exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Damien took that as his cue to continue. "My sons told me the teachings of the Void God grant not only limitless evolution, but also prolonged life. Are these claims true?" Odin regarded Damien thoughtfully, noting the earnestness in his eyes. "You've heard correctly," he replied. "The power of the Void can reshape a being's very nature and stretch their years far beyond mortal bounds. But such gifts demand a heavy price. If you wish to learn more, sit with me. I will answer your questions." Damien bowed his head respectfully before the God King's throne. "Your Majesty," he began softly, "your power grows ever greater, but with every advance, death draws that much closer." Odin's silver eyes glittered in the subdued light. He leaned forward. "So you ask whether the blessings of the Void God can save me now? Is that it?" A gentle smile touched Damien's lips. At his side, Sonya covered her mouth in astonishment. The universe's most feared and supposedly immortal monarch was on the brink of death? Odin raised a hand. "Yes, I had believed there was no hope left for me. I never imagined my own sons would speak to me of void god blessings. Tell me, can this power still bolster my body and extend my life?" From the rear of the chamber, Kassadin stepped forward, voice calm and assured. "The blessing can fortify any vessel it touches. It heals wounds, renews vigor, even rolls back the years, so long as the recipient still retains a shred of vitality." Odin's gaze lingered on Kassadin for a moment, then turned back to Damien. "And me? Have I crossed the point of no return? Will the Void's grace do me any good, or have I grown too old, too broken?" Neither son flinched. Although the wider galaxy had not yet heard rumors of the God King's decline, all those with true insight understood. Even Odin's colossal deeds could not forestall time forever. Drawing on his father Bor's legendary lifespan, every astute scholar had already marked down the final chapters of Odin's reign. Now they waited. Would the Void God's blessing turn back the clock, or simply prolong the inevitable? Damien stepped into Odin's hall, where the Allfather sat slumped on his throne. His one good eye glowed faintly, the other socket was sealed by ancient runes. Odin's voice, hoarse with age, filled the silence. Behold the blessing of the void god, boundless evolution, unending life. This gift is not a trick. I can extend your days, restore your youth, even heal your lost eye, but you must give me a reason worthy of such power. Damien kept his expression serene. Had Odin still been in his prime, had Thor and Loki already proven themselves, convincing him to embrace the void cult would have been impossible. Asgard's walls were secure, and the Allfather had always been prepared to enter Valhalla on his own terms. Now, however, Odin teetered on the brink of death. His heirs remained untested, and the realm lay vulnerable. In that moment of desperation, even the mightiest god might seek any salvation. Damien inhaled, meeting Odin's gaze without flinching. The time for hesitation was over. With measured confidence, he began to make his case, knowing that in this frail, fear-filled moment, he held the true power to shape the Allfather's fate. As long as one possesses strength and power, the longer he lives, the more fiercely he clings to life. For as long as there's breath in his lungs, there will always be unfinished business. Odin should have been ready for death, yet when Thor and Loki whispered that a sliver of hope remained, he found himself unwilling to let go. "Could my sight be restored as well?" he asked. "You must remember," the void entity answered, "the frost has corroded your eyes beyond the reach of ordinary remedies." "Are you certain?" Odin's eyes widened. If the blessing of the void could truly grant renewal and lengthen one's days, that alone would be extraordinary. To think it might also heal an injury that had tormented him for centuries seemed almost too incredible to believe. The void embodies infinite evolution, it explained. It can continually erase weaknesses, drawing you ever closer to perfection. Your damaged vision and limited lifespan are nothing more than flaws, imperfections that can be removed or repaired. The god regarded it warily. "Why should I agree to this? To bind myself to you, to forfeit whatever remains of my fate in exchange for extended life and greater power." Damien spoke then, his voice unwavering. "Because I can give you exactly what you seek, freedom from your frailties, the chance to transcend them, and the promise of a strength unmatched in any realm." Thor and Loki exchanged tense glances. They understood why Odin had risked an audience with Damien, the god of the void. The Allfather's life was slipping away, and only Damien's blessing could prolong it. Odin stepped into the heart of a churning black vortex. He lowered his voice. "I know my days grow short, yet you did not refuse my summons." Damien lounged against the void's edge, unhurried. A faint smile curved his lips. "Indeed, you did not refuse," he said. "It seems you hope to entice me into your void cult." Odin concealed his desperation behind a measured bow. "Speak your price," he replied. "Name any condition, and I will weigh it." Damien's amusement deepened. "Very well. Instead of begging you to justify your plea, tell me what you demand. Only then will I consider bestowing the blessing you crave." A flicker of surprise passed over Odin's face, but he recovered instantly. Damien leaned forward, his voice dropping to a silken whisper. "God King Odin, your power has declined. Yes, but it remains among the greatest in the universe. Pity you can't wield it fully. Otherwise, even I would approach you with caution. Our death would not trouble me in the least." Odin stood straighter, eyes steely. "I understand," he said, "and yet I remain willing to bargain." Damien merely watched him, silent now, his confidence absolute. Then, instead of naming his own terms, he began to speak of the ancient ties between them. Old pacts, forgotten debts, and the price of power. Odin listened, every muscle tensed, knowing that whatever Damien demanded next might cost him more than a few breaths of borrowed time. Chapter 335, God King Damien Joins the Void. The great hall of Asgard pulsed with an otherworldly glow as Kassadin's void-forged presence hovered before the throne. Damien, God King of Asgard, stood firm, every line of his face betraying centuries of battles won and ages of questions unanswered. "You have your doubts about me, and I have mine about you," Damien said, voice echoing off the runic pillars. "You claim to come from a place called the Void, a realm I've neither encountered nor understood in my 10,000 years of rule." He paused, measuring each word. "Still, I will not deny that the promise of extended life holds a powerful allure. If your price is too steep, I will simply walk away. So, what are your terms?" Kassadin remained motionless, his form shimmering with dark energy. The silence stretched until at last he spoke. To bind yourself to the void, you must swear a vow, one that cannot be undone. Damien's eyes narrowed. He had forged alliances and vanquished foes across countless worlds. The idea of absolute surrender was foreign, yet the temptation was undeniable. He folded his arms and replied steadily, "Before I make any promise, you will explain exactly what the void is and what I must commit to." Turning slightly, Damien addressed Cassidon directly. "And understand this. Even if I enter the void, no other Asgardian is guaranteed the same path. You and I both know that no intelligent creature's desires ever have limits, mine included." A hush fell over the hall. Thor's hammer hand twitched at his side, and Loki's eyes flickered with concern. Neither sibling could remain calm when their sovereign weighed a pact that might reshape all of Asgard, and perhaps the cosmos beyond. Damien and his sister stood in solemn silence. They had witnessed the dread power of the void's blessing firsthand, and now, after their father's audience with Cassidon, the god of the void, they knew it was only a doorway to something far more terrifying. If their father were officially recognized by the void faith, their own standing could be swept aside. The thought left them both uneasy, but they honored his command and spoke only when spoken to. "I understand your concerns," their father said, his tone measured. "The Void Divine Order is already among the most powerful sects in the universe, but it's still young. Its internal hierarchy hasn't fully formed." Damien exchanged a glance with his sister before speaking. "That's why you refuse to let the Asgardians join the Order, isn't it? You're afraid that once we possess the Void's power, we'll break away and form our own faction." Their father's gaze sharpened. "Do you believe this could undermine the stability of the Void Divine Order?" As the king of Asgard, a major force in the cosmos, Odin knew all too well the subtle calculations behind Cassidon's diplomacy. Such concerns were the burden of any ruler who sought to balance power and allegiance. In the towering chamber of Valhalla, God King Odin sat upon his throne of gleaming gold, his one eye on Damien. The heir of the nascent void faith stood before him, composed and resolute. Damien spoke first. "Powerful rulers don't sow needless bloodshed. Unless someone seeks to profit from chaos, there will be no open or hidden skirmishes among your soldiers, no needless casualties." Odin inclined his head in approval. "As expected of the God King," Damien continued, "the cult of the Void is still in its infancy. I understand why you forbid Asgard's warriors from joining its ranks." The Allfather's gaze sharpened. "Then let us not speak of every corner of Asgard. State your purpose." "I ask only one thing," Damien said softly. "Let my wife and son receive the Void's blessing." Odin studied him for a long moment. "A handful of believers cannot steer a faith, nor can they control its fervor from within," he observed. "If command of the Void religion is your aim, you will be disappointed." Damien met his gaze without flinching. "I seek no dominion over the faith, only what is rightfully due my family. I am prepared to abide by your conditions." The God King's single eye gleamed. "Very well, but do not mistake this concession for your surrender. Asgard, and indeed all 9 realms, remain under my authority." "Of course," Damien replied, inclining his head. "Grant the blessing, and I will carry out any reasonable order you set." Odin raised a hand in solemn promise. "And I, in turn, will bind myself by an oath. Asgard shall never harm the cult of the Void. If we break this vow, we forfeit our divine power." A faint smile touched Damien's lips. "Then we are agreed." With that, the pact was sealed. The God King's word against the Void Faith's hope, both bound by solemn oath, neither seeking war, only peace for those they held most dear. Damien stared across the long obsidian table at Cassidon. For centuries he had ruled Asgard. Now age was catching up with him. He desperately needed more time. Time to protect his people, to preserve the light of his world. But he would not barter away Asgard itself, nor the free will of its citizens, in order to prolong his own life. Cassidon's violet eyes glowed from beneath that shadowed helm. "You ask for a boon," he said, voice as hollow as the void from which he came. "In exchange you offer me—" "What exactly?" Damien's jaw set. He would not pretend to submit completely. "You know my terms as well as I do. I will grant you access to the vaults of Asgard, and I will swear fealty under specific, written guarantees. But I will not give you absolute control over this realm, or the 9 realms beyond it. My people have rights, rights I will defend." A laugh, cold and humorless, echoed through the chamber. You think to negotiate with me? Kassadin leaned forward. Your divine power has grown weak with age, but through the void I can restore it and restore you to peak strength. Rebirth, evolution, immortality, these are yours, so long as you keep your word. Damien's eyes narrowed. He had anticipated this. Then put it in writing. We will define the boundaries of your authority, the lives of my people, the treasures in my vaults, the fate of Asgard and all 9 realms, all remain under my protection so long as you hold up your end of the bargain. Kassadin stood, the void energy around him pulsing like a star collapsing in on itself. If you break your oath, he warned, every spark of divine power in your veins will be stripped away. I will consume it and leave you nothing more than a broken husk. In that state, you will be powerless before me, and every realm will fall to my will. Damien rose as well, cloak swirling at his shoulders. So be it. We'll put pen to parchment. But know this, Void King, Asgard has stood for millennia, and it will endure long after both our names have faded into legend. For a moment, silence reigned. Then Kassadin inclined his head once. Very well, Allfather. Let us write the terms of your continued reign, and the price you must pay to claim the future. As the two forged their uneasy contract, every realm held its breath. The bargain would grant Damien the chance to renew his strength, but at what cost, and with what unforeseen consequences? In the shadow of the void, even victory could turn to ashes. Damien stood before the Allfather's throne, heart pounding beneath his dark cloak. Odin's eyes, cold and unflinching, fixed him in place. I have no intention of replacing you, Odin said at last, his voice steady. Now that you've laid bare every clause of your oath, I am certain of your intentions. I see no reason to refuse you. He leaned forward, tapping a rune-inscribed parchment on the arm of his chair. The teachings of the Void God are not overly rigid. As long as you abide by its core precepts, you may pursue your own agenda. However, for Asgard's sake, you will cooperate with the Void Cult in developing certain technologies. Damien's grip on the parchment tightened. He met Odin's gaze without flinching. Since I have sworn myself to the Void Divine Faith, I will honor my obligations fully. A flicker of concern crossed Odin's face. And your personal life? Your wife and children. What of them? At the question, Damien's voice grew quiet. Frigga is still young, but if I embrace the void and extend my life indefinitely, they will age as normal. Years will pass. Their hair will turn white long before mine ever does. A man with silver hair returning to a black-haired family, it would be a lifetime of sorrow and isolation for them. Odin's expression softened for the first time. He nodded once, gravely. You possess a rare foresight. The Void God religion cannot allow any faction, even one as promising as yours, to become so powerful that it upsets the cosmic balance. We will find a way to protect your family, but you must understand, no single group may hoard its discoveries. The knowledge you develop must be shared equally among all who serve the Void. Damien bowed his head. The terms were clear. As long as he guarded his family's future and kept his innovations open to all, Odin's blessing, and that of the Void God, would be his. And so, with the old oath in his hand and a promise on his lips, Damien sealed his destiny. This decision will shape the future of the Void God religion, Odin began, his voice measured. In time, our faith will flourish and branch into many factions. We'll even be able to welcome Asgardian warriors without issue. Damien didn't hesitate. I accept your terms. Then I grant you, and your wife and children, the blessing of nothingness. Damien's eyes lit up. Thank you, your majesty. How do I receive the Void's blessing and formally join the Void God religion? Odin's head. It is simple. You must acknowledge your reverence for the Void, and for me. Do so, and the blessing is yours. God King Odin welcomes you, Odin proclaimed, voice echoing with power. Embrace the Void and embark on its glorious transformation. A pleased smile spread across Damien's face. Deep down, he'd already sensed Odin's intent, that the king himself sought the Void's promise. Odin craved the Void's power to prolong his reign, to stave off death itself. Now, with Damien's pledge secured, that quest could truly begin. It was no surprise that Damien's memory snapped back in that instant. Before the stunned gaze of Thor and Loki, their father Odin's body began to levitate. From every direction, torrents of violet energy surged inward, weaving themselves into his form. Odin felt his awareness slip free of its mortal bounds, drifting into a boundless void where innumerable stars swirled around him. In that vast emptiness, gargantuan shapes loomed, beings so colossal their size dwarfed even the mightiest of the celestial host. Each apparition struck a chord of terror deep within him. At the center of this vision hung a massive black hole, its edges awash in rippling purple light. Though it should have been a symbol of unimaginable dread, the void's surface shimmered with reflected starlight, transforming it into something almost hypnotic. Then, from that cosmic maw, a figure emerged. Its body seemed carved from the night sky itself, an endless tapestry of stars, draped in a robe of pure starlight. A golden mask concealed its features, and beneath it, eyes burned like twin suns, casting brilliant waves of light across the void. In one hand it bore a sword that glittered with the essence of distant galaxies. In the other, it held a living star. With measured steps, it advanced from the purple-black rift, as though the very mystery of the cosmos had decided to walk among the worlds. At that moment, the stars before him shrank to marble-sized specks, and he felt a gaze larger than the sun fix upon him. In that blazing stare, Odin saw an immense, shadow-swallowed globe, the void itself, so vast that everything else in the universe seemed pale and insignificant. Is this the source of the void? He thought. Even a battle-hardened warrior like Odin staggered under the revelation. The vision collapsed in an instant, receding into the void until it vanished. When he blinked, he found himself back in the chamber, staring at Cassidon's holographic projection. Awe gleamed in his wide eyes. "You have been touched by the void," Cassidon intoned. "Its power of evolution now flows through you." He let the words sink in. The simplest path to evolve is by consuming. With each evolution, your lifespan will stretch, and your youth will be restored. The finer points of evolutionary direction and the deeper lore await you on Void Island. Once you're familiar with your new abilities, you must journey there. Damien watched as Odin's consciousness returned to his body. When Odin's eyes reopened, Damien asked quietly, "You're back. How do you feel?" "Thank you," Odin said quietly into the calm. "When I've mastered this power, I promise I'll come to Void Island in person," Cassidon replied. Only then did Odin fully grasp the depth of Cassidon's might, equal, perhaps even superior, to his own. He felt awe and gratitude in equal measure. If Cassidon could traverse such distances and slip in and out of the void at will, what unimaginable power lay at his command? "All right," Odin murmured. "See you on Void Island." He ended the transmission. On the other end of the room, Damien watched him closely. "Father," Loki pressed, "what did you actually see in the void?" Odin took a slow breath. Even months after stepping through that threshold, the vision still burned in his mind. Cassidon revealed his true form, the root of the void itself, and its ancient origin. It was beyond anything we've ever known. He paused. "Let me meditate on it and ensure there are no lingering dangers." Loki nodded. "If it's safe, will you petition to let Frigga and me join you in the void?" Odin's gaze drifted to the horizon. "I will." He closed his eyes. Even the mightiest celestials paled beside what I saw. Whether Cassidon's illusion was magnified or not, I'm convinced that form is his genuine one, and that the void originates not in our cosmos, but in others beyond imagining. Silence settled between them. Each man was lost in thoughts of distant realms and powers untold, knowing that soon they might all cross the threshold together, and that nothing in their world would ever be the same again. Damien stands unrivaled across countless worlds. That is why his powers are so extraordinary. This third chapter runs just over 3,000 words, bringing our total to 10,000. If you enjoyed this story, please leave a vote and subscribe for more. Chapter 336, Void Fear. Korghos Damien had existed for eons, long enough to know that the cosmos was far more vast than any single universe. Parallel realms swirled alongside his own, and beyond them lay other dimensional planes whose boundaries he had never fully charted, until now. Confronted with the very source of the void, he realized the truth. Cassidon was not a native of their universe, but a being thrust in from some far-flung dimension. Had the void truly been present since the dawn of creation, traces of its passage, myths, artifacts, celestial scars, would surely have endured. Yet the void's sudden eruption spoke of an origin elsewhere, an invader from beyond the known multiverse. Damien understood then that Cassidon's power of infinite evolution was real and irresistible. Any who failed to embrace that power would be left behind on the evolutionary ladder. The implications weighed heavily on him. The emergence of the void would shatter the existing cosmic balance, rippling through every star cluster, every immortal dynasty. Even the mighty celestial clan, guardians of the divine order, could not remain untouched. Change loomed on the horizon, and it was not clear whether it would bring salvation or ruin. As these dark possibilities churned in his mind, a surprising sensation washed over Damien: hunger. It was the first time in countless millennia he had felt such a basic need. Cassidon's words from moments before echoed in his thoughts. The simplest path to evolution is through consumption. And now, more than ever, Damien understood that to survive the coming upheaval, he might have to embrace the void's appetite himself. He drew in a slow breath, gathering his will. The universe was shifting. There could be no more standing on the sidelines. If the void offered the key to infinite growth, then Damien would learn to wield it before existence itself consumed him. Damien felt his stomach growl, a clear signal that evolution waits for no one on an empty belly. He turned to Odin and spoke without preamble. First things first, get me something to eat, then arrange a proper lunch for everyone. Odin didn't hesitate. He understood better than anyone how voracious members of the Void cult could be. Sol sprang up and hurried off in search of provisions, while Loki slipped away to marshal cooks for an extravagant midday feast. Even Thor, ever mindful of his comrades' appetites, stood by to lend a hand. Xandar Star, Void Island. Damien could hardly contain his excitement. Odin's decision to join the Void cult didn't just neutralize a powerful threat, it had substantially bolstered his own forces. Instantly, the addition of the God King had poured 10 million points of Void energy into Damien's reserves, pushing his total to a staggering 19.62 million. And, as if that weren't enough, the long-awaited third opportunity to choose a hero template had arrived. But before diving into any new selection, there was one matter Damien needed to clarify with Sonia. He found her overlooking the roiling blue seas of Void Island, her expression a mix of curiosity and unease. "Sonia," he began, keeping his tone light, "you'll notice Odin won't address me with the formal respect you'd expect of a subordinate. His power level is right on par with mine now, so he treats me as an equal. Please don't read anything into it." Sonia glanced up. "Should I be worried?" "Not at all." Damien offered a reassuring smile. "He'll still swear the oath of fealty. Just remember how you handled Tony. No need to be overawed. Treat Odin exactly the same way." Sonia relaxed visibly, nodding. Damien felt a surge of confidence. With tensions eased and alliances secured, he was ready to contemplate his next great leap in evolution. After lunch, of course. Damien wasn't worried that Odin might break their agreement or refuse to swear the oath. Once Odin truly grasped the power of the Void, he would inevitably want Thor, Loki, and Frigga to share in it. That's why Damien had blessed Thor and Loki separately. If he'd given them both blessings at once, and Dinbalkid, he'd be insulted, and then none of them could join the Void. And at his age, Odin would need to undergo at least 100 or 200 evolutions to reclaim his youthful vigor. That process would take him 2 years, or at best, 1 year, if he stubbornly declined the oath. In that scenario, Damien could simply take the lead himself. With the Power Stone and the Reality Stone already in his possession, he could unlock a third hero template. Bolstered by multiple blessings, even someone as formidable as Odin would pose no real threat. Besides, Sonia was both his ally and the official emissary of the Void God faith. Not even the All-Father needed to fear the God of the Void, any more than the other members of the Void cult did. "All right," Sonia said. The moment Damien finished explaining, she understood his plan just as clearly as she had with Mr. Tony. Damien settled into the high-backed chair and regarded Sonia calmly. "From now on, the Void God faith is under your stewardship. When you judge that its power has matured, let me know." Sonia inclined her head. "Once you see their progress for yourself, I'll consider opening the Void to select Asgardians." A small smile touched Damien's lips. "Good, but understand this. Any Asgardian seeking to join the Void on a large scale must earn both your approval and mine. This dual system lets you deal with Odin and any other gods with respect yet without being hamstrung by needless deference. Sonia blinked, surprised by the breadth of authority Damien was granting her. "Just my review, then?" He nodded. "In the eyes of our followers, you are effectively the living void god. Such prestige demands corresponding rights. Since everyone already sees you that way, I'm formalizing it." Sonia drew in a breath. Damien had entrusted her with a power few mortals, or immortals, ever held. "I understand," she said quietly, determination in her voice. "Excellent," Damien replied. "Your endorsement will be the first tier of approval, mine the second. Only after passing both levels will Asgard be officially recognized by the Void." Sonia met his gaze steadily. In that moment, the destiny of two worlds hung on the verdict she was poised to deliver. Under Kassadin's guidance, a handful of Asgardian gods knelt and accepted the Void's blessing. Sonia's eyes glittered as she bowed her head. "Thank you, Mr. Kassadin. I'll give it careful thought." She wasn't particularly invested in these alliances, but serving Kassadin, side by side, held undeniable appeal. And now that she carried a sliver of void power, she could keep a close watch on King Odin's every move. Damien stepped forward, fixing Sonia with a serious gaze. "One thing," he said, "no matter what happens here today, you stay silent. You understand?" Sonia hesitated only for a heartbeat, then dipped her head in agreement. "Understood." Satisfied that Sonia would hold her tongue, Damien withdrew into himself and summoned his hero template interface. He scrolled past dozens of options until he paused on Korgus, the fear of the void, and selected it without hesitation. Immediately, his muscles tensed with new strength, his reflexes sharpened like drawn blades. This template would not only fortify his own body, but also awaken fresh potential in Kha'Zix, the Void Reaver who fought at his side. Other templates would come in time. For now, supreme survivability was the key. Malzahar's prophetic might was tempting, but a body carved from void energy could weather any storm. If Damien ever got the chance to pick a hero archetype again, he vowed to choose the Void Prophet's gift, so that fear itself would hold no power over him. With his decision sealed, something impossible happened. The dark, rune-etched armor of Mr. Kassadin melted away, as if drawn back into a void. In its place stood the man's true face, handsome, stern, and more captivating than anything Sonia had dared to imagine. She'd always wondered what lay beneath Kassadin's helm. His solemn, mysterious bearing had begged for an equally striking visage, and now he saw it, high, sculpted cheekbones, a firm jaw shadowed by stubble, and eyes that blazed with an otherworldly light. Even his physique was beyond perfection, rippling abdominal muscles and taut sinews that spoke of immense, controlled strength. Overcome, Sonia lifted trembling hands to her cheeks, peeking at him through parted fingers as her heart thundered in her chest. But the moment of awe shattered the instant a dark form coalesced behind Kassadin. A chill ran down Sonia's spine. She recognized that shape all too well. Her eyes flew wide just before the phantom emerged from the shadows. Damien stood at the threshold of the void, and even he could not shake the memory of what he saw that day. All around him, impossible shapes drifted like newborn galaxies, titanic figures so vast they made the stars themselves look puny. And yet, by comparison, the shadow behind Lord Kassadin appeared almost dainty, an unsettling reminder that size alone did not measure true power. Sonia, one of the Void Cult's newest initiates, pressed closer to the edge of the Void Rift. She and the others had long believed that these gargantuan beings were a pantheon of gods, ancient deities capable of devouring entire worlds in a single bite. Kassadin, they had assumed, was only one among many. But today, watching the smaller figure coil protectively behind him, while all around it the others writhed and pulsed, she felt a startling realization take shape. Kassadin was not merely one god of the void. He was the only god. Every colossal entity floating in that dark sea was but an extension of his will, an avatar of his limitless power. The galaxy-sized monsters, the planet-eating horrors, the writhing tendrils of shadow and energy, they were all facets of Kassadin himself. He had fractured his divine essence into countless incarnations, dispersing his strength across the emptiness. And now, after some unknown calamity, he was gathering those scattered fragments back into a single, supreme form. A violet haze gathered around Kassadin's feet, coiling upward like smoke from a torch in the wind. Sonia could feel the raw, aching force of each returning shard of power, like the echoes of a supernova settling into place. Cassidy's silhouette trembled, grew, and with every pulse of purple light, the vast deities in the distance flickered, drawn inexorably back to their source. As the last of the fragmented gods dissolved into that converging aura, the air around Cassidon crackled with electric anticipation. Sonia's heart pounded as she realized she was witnessing the rebirth of a singular, unstoppable being. The Void Cult had pledged itself to serve many, yet none could serve anyone but Cassidon alone. And now, as the final tendrils of his power snapped into place, a silent reckoning began to stir across every star and world that lay within his reach. Sonia's gaze locked onto Cassidon's form. Behind him, a shadow began to coalesce, growing ever more substantial until it was no longer mere darkness, but a hulking, nightmarish silhouette. Jagged, indestructible barbs erupted across its body, radiating a raw, terrifying power. Yet Cassidon himself showed no sign of corruption. His features remained unchanged, proof that he mastered this force rather than being consumed by it. 30 minutes passed in tense silence. Then the phantom resolved fully into a monstrous figure standing inches behind Cassidon. Sonia could almost feel the sharpness of its spines pressing through the air, smell its predatory intent. At the same moment, a tremor ran through Cassidon's frame as his own vitality surged back to life. Nearby, Damien raised his hand. In response, the creature for which he'd been channeling power, Korgus, shuddered and swelled with energy. In an instant, Damien amplified Korgus's abilities 50-fold. His eyes snapped open, alight with fierce triumph. "The carnivore has evolved 50-fold," he declared. Damien stood perfectly still as Cho'Gath's deep, resonant voice echoed in his mind. "By devouring flesh, whether fallen prey or slain enemies, you gain evolution, points, and restore vast amounts of life energy. All your wounds will knit closed, and your void power regenerates." Cho'Gath's voice paused, then continued, detailing each awakened ability. 1. Void Feast. Evolved 50 times. When you open that massive maw, you can swallow foes or even raw sustenance to trigger the feast effect. Each feast level increases your physical bulk whenever you revert to another hero form, making your body tougher and your strength far greater. 2. Void Burst. Evolved 50 times. Tear open rifts of nothingness wherever you choose. From these void fractures, countless bone-like spurs blast forth, shredding enemy ranks. 3. Wild Scream. Evolved 50 times. Unleash a terrifying sonic howl. This wave of pure void sound pulverizes living tissue and disrupts every ounce of energy in your opponent's bodies, hampering their every move. 4. Sting of Fear. Evolved 50 times. Any attack you launch can now summon jagged void spines. These spines burrow through armor and flesh alike, utterly annihilating anything they strike. Cho'Gath's final note rang like judgment. Your void skin has transcended into a full void body. From now on, your very soul sustains the void. With that, the ancient behemoth fell silent. Damien felt power thrumming through his veins and an insatiable hunger stirring in his chest. End of first update, 3,000 words. I'd be happy to help. Please go ahead and paste the full chapter text you'd like me to revise, and I'll transform it into a polished, idiomatic English version with Damien as the male protagonist. Chapter 337, Long Live the Void. As the void skin merged into his void body, Damien felt a surge of power reshape him from within. Muscles formed along his frame like living sculpture, each sinew and curve honed to flawless perfection. He floated weightless in the emptiness, and the steady thrum of his heart reverberated through the void like a divine drumbeat. Every member of the Void Cult stopped what they were doing. The deep, resonant pulse drowned out all other sounds, commanding their complete attention. With each beat of Damien's heart, they felt their own pulses ignite and fall into perfect sync with that celestial rhythm. Sonia pressed a hand to her chest, awed as her heartbeat matched his. She turned to Lord Cassidon, her eyes shining with devotion. "The great god of the void, he is resurrecting," she breathed. In that very instant, the call of the void swept across the cosmos. From Void Island to the farthest reaches of the universe, every follower felt the summons and bowed in reverence as the new void heart took shape. At that moment, as the heartbeat of the void pulsed through every fiber of reality and its summoning rang out across the heavens, more than 200 cultists on Void Island could not contain their awe. Together they cried, "Long live the void." Their voices rose in a thunderous chorus, echoing against the sky. Among them stood Alex of Mowgli, his eyes alight with newfound intensity. "I can actually feel the power of the supreme god of the void growing stronger," he shouted to his comrades. It was a sensation unlike anything he had ever experienced, yet in that instant, the presence of the void deity was undeniable. Far beyond Void Island, void cult cells on distant worlds joined the proclamation. Even Tony Stark, who was hunting Hydra's remnants on Blue Star, felt the summons tug at his mind. Stopping dead in his tracks, he urgently contacted Bruce Banner and Steve Rogers. "Tony, are you getting this too?" Bruce asked as soon as the call connected. "It's impossible to describe," Tony replied, his voice trembling with excitement. "I've never felt a power like this, like the void itself is awakening." Steve's tone was equally awed. "Every trace of its energy is surging back, stronger than ever." Tony stared at the starfield beyond his holo display, eyes wide. "Yeah," he murmured, "stronger than ever." Most members of the Cult of the Void believe the Void contains an entire pantheon of gods. But Tony knew the truth. Every towering, dreadful figure they worshipped was just an incarnation channeled and controlled by Damien. Damien wasn't merely another vessel. He was the living will of the Void itself, its primal source made manifest. Tony's eyes lingered on Damien as the echoes of that last unearthly roar faded. "Are you saying the god of the Void has grown more powerful?" Steve kept his voice steady, though his chest tightened with excitement. "I've never felt the Void's presence so clearly." Bruce Banner frowned, replaying the sensation that still throbbed at the base of his skull. That savage cry from Damien had forced itself into Banner's mind, sinking with his heartbeat until it felt as though his very blood was vibrating with void energy. None could say exactly how formidable Lord Kassadin truly was. Most cultists assumed the forms they worshipped were mere avatars or clones, placeholders for the real power they believed lay hidden. They feared that if the true Kassadin ever chose to manifest, the mortal world would shatter beneath his weight. "So this is good, right?" Steve asked. He glanced between Tony and Bruce, searching for reassurance. Tony exchanged a knowing look with Bruce. "I wouldn't call it good or bad. It's more like a tipping point, an undeniable shift in the balance between our world and the void. And once that balance tips, there's no telling what comes next. Of course it's a blessing. When we step into the void, we rely on Lord Kassadin." Bruce Banner spoke with unshakable confidence. "The stronger Lord Kassadin becomes, the living god of the void, the mem, or it proves that our choice was the right one." Tony Stark nodded thoughtfully. "I just can't wrap my head around what happened to him. His power seems to have spiked out of nowhere." He fell silent for a moment, piecing it together. This sudden change had to originate with Kassadin himself. Since Kassadin was currently on Blue Star, Tony had no direct knowledge of the events unfolding on Void Island. Still, he refused to believe the Void Lord could ever really be in danger. "We should check the online communities," Banner suggested. They weren't in a position to return to Void Island just yet, and the quickest way to gather intel was through the networks here on Blue Star. Steve Rogers raised an eyebrow. "What kind of communities?" Tony tapped his gauntlet. "The usual. Forums, chat groups, that sort of thing. If anything strange is happening on Void Island, someone will be talking about it." Bruce gave a curt nod. "Let's get to work then." As they dispersed to their tasks, none of them suspected the dark forces already stirring beyond the interstellar horizon, forces that would soon test Lord Kassadin and all of them in ways they could not yet imagine. "That's right. You haven't set foot on Void Island yet, so I can't pull you in." "Then, let's meet at Stark Manor," Steve replied. Bruce Banner hesitated, then nodded. "Give me 30 minutes, I'll be there soon." Steve, standing on Tony's private island, felt a spark of excitement. He was still a bit awkward after their last run-in, but he couldn't resist the chance to patch things up. "All right, I'll start on dinner and open a nice bottle of wine." Tony had been skittish about facing Steve too soon. He didn't want to offend him, but if Steve was genuinely coming over, Tony would welcome the visit. In the great hall of Odin's palace on Asgard, Odin himself was digging into a lavish feast. With every bite, he could sense a steady current of restorative energy flowing through him. The void's power was immense and terrifyingly destructive, but already he felt long-buried wounds knitting shut. Moments ago, he'd perceived the distant resonance of the void itself and found himself shouting, "Long live the void!" Thor and Loki paused in their meal, exchanging surprised glances. Loki's voice trembled with concern. "Father, what are you feeling?" Odin paused, his brow furrowing as he considered Loki's question. "You think Kassadin's message was a summons for every void cult member to assemble?" Loki shook his head. "If it were a call to gather, I'd expect something far more explicit than 'Long live the void.' A true summons would clearly state time and place." "Then what we just experienced," Odin trailed off, eyes distant. "It wasn't an invitation at all, but a manifestation of the void's power." Loki exchanged a glance with Thor. "I agree, but without a deeper understanding, we can't even begin to decipher its purpose." Odin nodded slowly. "Exactly. My knowledge of the void is too limited to draw any conclusions." Loki straightened his shoulders. "I'll remedy that. Once I've attuned myself to its energy, I'll set sail for Void Island, home to the Void God sect, and uncover what this portent really means." Thor let out a low whistle. "No more guessing, then. We follow Loki to Void Island and learn the truth for ourselves." At Stark Manor's war room, Tony Stark sat across from Steve Rogers and Bruce Banner, reviewing the latest mission intel. The moment Steve entered, he fixed Tony with a curious look. "Tony, you mentioned a community. What exactly is it?" Bruce offered a half-smile. "It's called the Void Cult. Think of it as an underground network of operatives gathering on Void Island." Steve turned back to Tony. "So after we neutralize Hydra, can I head to Void Island and join?" Tony leaned forward. "The cult was founded by Sonia Reed, Miss Sonia, formally. Nearly every Void Island member has signed up. We can nominate you, but Sonia has the final say. We simply forgot to invite you because you've been tied up on Blue Star." Steve's eyes brightened. "Understood. Once Hydra's dealt with, I'll make for Void Island. I don't want my intel pipeline falling behind yours." Tony nodded. "Fair enough. Just remember, Blue Star's basically deserted right now. You can't stay gone too long. I need someone reliable watching over it for the next few years." Bruce chimed in. "Exactly. We can't risk Hydra or anyone else sweeping in while it's unstaffed." Steve cracked a grin. "Point taken. Blue Star will be secure. But first, Hydra. When Blue Star finally enters the interstellar age, you will be free." Damien stood quietly as the supreme god of the Void's promise echoed in his mind. Tony Stark, leaning against the lab's viewing window, raised an eyebrow but offered no objection. Instead, he turned to Steve Rogers and Bruce Banner with a practical concern. "Steve, Bruce, you two still have to oversee our Xandar research," Tony said. "If Steve comes with us to Void Island, who stays behind to protect Blue Star?" Steve gave a firm nod. "You're right. It makes more sense for Bruce and me to hold down the fort here. We'll keep Blue Star secure while Tony and Damien investigate whatever's happening in the Void." "Agreed," Tony said, extending his hand to seal the plan. Then he tapped his gauntlet and summoned the Void Cult's community network interface in midair. "Let's see what the others are saying." We weren't the only ones who felt that surge. Bruce scanned the incoming messages as Tony scrolled through the holo feed. "Yamalix, did anyone else just feel that? The will of the supreme god of the void?" Hercules, "I felt it. But why now?" Supersonic Renoli, "Master Kassadin is definitely growing stronger." Lacey, "What could have triggered this all of a sudden?" Banner frowned. "The Void Cult is on high alert. Something's shifting in the Void itself." Tony glanced at Damien. "We're not alone in sensing this. Let's suit up and get ready to jump." Damien took a deep breath. Whatever awaited them on Void Island was stirring the very fabric of space, and freedom, it seemed, lay just on the other side. In the Void Council's group chat, messages poured in without pause. "Did something happen to Lord Kassadin?" Recorder Sarah typed, her fingers flying over the keys. "I just shouted, 'Long live the Void,' and now everyone's staring at me." Phantom Dam complained, adding a wry emoji. "Damien," Yamalix admonished gently, "even in planning sessions, you must never forget the eternal, all-powerful God of the Void we serve." Sarah pressed on. "Senior Sonia, can you tell us exactly what's going on with Lord Kassadin? Could this be tied to his scheduled meeting with God King Odin?" Someone mused. "That's not an everyday appointment," another chimed in. "If Odin reached out, it must be urgent." "Or perhaps Kassadin's void link has faltered," a final voice guessed. "If he sent a war signal, we'd better be ready." Alerts scrolled by faster than anyone could read. And yet, despite the flurry of speculation about Cassidon, only one question truly concerned Tony, Banner, and Steve. What had happened to Sonia? Sonia leaned forward, steadying her voice as the hollow screen glowed in front of her. Below her, the members of 8, community leaders, scholars, and curious onlookers, filled the virtual forum with questions and ill speculations. She took a breath. "Everyone, please listen," she began. "The great god of the void is on the verge of resurrection. There's no need to panic, just show the proper reverence." A ripple of murmurs greeted her remark. One voice piped up. "You say no need to panic, but with the void god returning, shouldn't we be on high alert?" Sonia held up a hand. "I've just spoken with King Odin. He's officially joined the cult of the void. With his support, there will be no war with Asgard." "Wait, King Odin?" another user demanded. "Asgardians were never welcome here. What about Loki, the god of mischief? Aren't we still enemies?" Sonia shook her head. "No, never was this a blanket ban on Asgardians. The problem was that Odin himself had never taken a clear stance. Had all of Asgard thrown in with us without his blessing, war would have been unavoidable. We're not afraid of battle, but a conflict with Asgard would shake both realms to their foundations." Silence fell over the forum, broken only by the faint hum of the holoscreen. Then someone whispered, "So, with Odin on our side, peace is guaranteed?" "Exactly," Sonia replied. "Now that King Odin stands with us, there's no reason to fear. Let's leave the idle rumors behind." A final message blinked onto the screen. "Truly, Lord Cassidon, God of the Void, is supreme." Behind Sonia, Damien stepped into view. He'd been watching the exchange from the shadows of Blue Star Stark Manor's grand communication hall. When the session ended, he offered her a respectful nod. "You handled that well," he said quietly. Sonia allowed herself a small smile. Outside, the marble pillars and moonlit gardens of the manor stood silent witness to a fragile peace and the looming promise of the Void God's return. Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Steve Rogers exchanged incredulous glances, each seeing the same shock mirrored on the other's faces. "I step away for 5 minutes," Tony muttered, running a hand through his hair, "and the world nearly implodes?" Steve shook his head. "That wasn't just some cosmic quake. That was the god King Odin himself. Yes, the one from myth, fusing with the void." Bruce frowned, voice low. "I know it sounds unbelievable, but anyone of Odin's stature knows what the void can do. It can halt decay, grant near-limitless power, even redefine existence." Tony's eyes narrowed. "So you're saying Odin threw in his lot with Cassidon?" Bruce met his gaze. "It's more nuanced. Odin isn't a supplicant, he's a sovereign. He has the status to negotiate terms with Cassidon rather than be enslaved by him." Tony leaned back, crossing his arms. "Joining the void on his own terms, then, not a blind surrender." Steve tapped his shield thoughtfully. "Exactly. Odin gained immortality and untold power, but he did it as an equal with bargaining power. That's the real danger here." Silence fell as the three processed the implications. If even a god king could walk into the void and come out bargaining for more, what hope did mere mortals have left? Chapter 10: The Oath of Odin. Sonia's calm voice carried authority across the war room. "Even if you have the authority to negotiate terms," she said, "the fact remains, God King Odin has pledged himself to the void." Tony Stark leaned forward, fingers drumming on the table. "Sure, but Odin alone making that commitment doesn't automatically drag all of Asgard into the void cult. He's a negotiator. If Cassidon convinced him to sign on, there are bound to be strings attached." Steve Rogers folded his arms. "Exactly. Asgard isn't a single mind. If only Odin has joined the void under certain conditions, the rest of the realm could still be wavering or outright opposed." Bruce Banner whispered, "And with Sonia serving as the void's envoy, she rarely deigns to show up in person. Her insights are precisely why we're here. If there's ambiguity about Asgard's involvement, she's our best source." Sonia nodded. "These revelations surfaced right after our return. The only way to confirm them is to go to Void Island ourselves. There, we can learn whether Odin bound the whole of Asgard, or just himself." Damien stood, gathering the scattered reports into a neat stack. "Void Island is the epicenter of void energy. It's hostile territory. We'll need full reconnaissance, infiltration plans, and airtight contingencies." Tony flashed a confident smile. "Hostile territory? That's our specialty." Bruce slid the dossier across the table. All right, we leave at first light. Steve offered a determined nod. We'll assemble the team tonight. This mission will tell us if Asgard truly stands with us, or if it harbors a hidden threat. Damien glanced at each of his teammates in turn. Then it's settled. Prepare your gear and your minds. Tomorrow, we sail into the heart of the void. Silence fell as they all absorbed the gravity of their task. At dawn, they would board the ship, bound for Void Island, and the answers that lay waiting in its shadows. On the contrary, Bruce said, it's precisely because Thor and Loki are back in Asgard. That must be what prompted King Odin's decision to summon Kassadin, Tony replied. Knowing his son's involvement with the Void cult, Odin would naturally want an explanation. Bruce nodded. Exactly. Thor and Loki will report everything they witnessed in the Void. If they revealed anything alarming, it would explain Odin's sudden interest and why Kassadin was called in for questioning. Tony tapped his chin. He was itching to return to Void Island and grill the other cult members himself. He'd even considered heading straight up to Damien's mountaintop villa to compare notes. But with so many pressing matters still on Blue Star, an immediate departure wasn't possible. Still, Tony felt satisfied to have uncovered the root cause, the prodigal god's homecoming. Steve glanced between them. So this also proves Odin isn't on his deathbed? Bruce smiled wryly. Indeed, if he were dying, he wouldn't be so focused on a routine debrief. He's in fine health, just doing his job as All-Father. If he hadn't entered the Void, God King Odin's natural lifespan would have run out in just a few years, the scholar explained. But once you join the Void, there's a very high chance you won't die of old age. Tony nodded, a broad smile spreading across his features. Of the three of them, he'd spent the most time with Damien and knew exactly why Damien worried about Odin. After all, Odin wasn't just any deity. He was one of the universe's greatest powers. From his throne in the Nine Realms, he kept countless demons and monsters trembling with fear. The recent calamities that rocked Asgard all traced back to Odin's age. Weakened by centuries, he struggled to harness his overwhelming power and was slow to strike. Had he remained in his prime, swift, decisive, and fully in control, no foreign foe would dare threaten the Nine Realms. Yet for Tony, Odin's might was nothing but good news. As the patron god of Blue Star's material realm, Odin's strength guaranteed ongoing protection for their world. Even if God King Odin steps down in Thor's favor and no longer rules the Nine Realms outright, the fact that he's still alive, whether on the throne or behind the scenes, remains Blue Star's greatest safeguard. That's definitely good news, Steve Rogers said with a relieved smile. Tony Stark had reminded them that, while the Asgardians avoided meddling in human affairs, they would never abandon Blue Star in the face of an extraterrestrial threat. As Earth's horizons continued to expand, Steve increasingly appreciated just how vulnerable their world still was. How's the Hydra investigation coming along? Bruce Banner noticed the tension drain from Tony's shoulders as he asked the question. Bruce's own plans to return to Void Island hinged on eliminating Hydra's remaining cells. Tony tapped through his tablet. We've located Hydra remnants in Sokovia, but that may not be the whole network. We need more time to dig deeper before we can strike. He looked up, steely determination in his eyes. Hydra thrives in the shadows. If we move prematurely, we risk missing their command structure entirely. Steve leaned back, arms crossed. Sure, one stronghold won't be the end of the world for them. Tony Stark waved a hand impatiently, eyes glued to the floating holographic display in front of him. Maybe, but you know I value efficiency. Steve offered a half-smile. We live in a thoroughly modern age. Nobody can completely unplug from technology. No one can hide from surveillance either, Tony added. Give Jarvis a little time, and he'll map out every detail on Blue Star. Tony's grin widened. Jarvis, his own creation, was his pride and joy. With its third major upgrade just rolled out, over 3,000 lines of fresh code, the AI's performance had never been sharper. It was proof positive of Tony Stark's technological genius. Chapter 339. Do I really have to wear a mask? Tony Stark's abilities may not rank at the very top of the Nine Realms. After all, there's God King Odin, the Ancient One, and Captain Marvel, heroes whose names he's known, but whose faces he's never seen. When it comes to sheer technical prowess, though, Tony is unmatched on Earth. He could covertly penetrate any communication device or global network if he wanted to. The only restraint he imposes on himself is political. He steers clear of hacking state systems. Triggering an automatic defense protocol by mistake could unleash missiles, or worse, on the world. "How long do you need for the investigation?" Steve asked. "Give me 6 months," Tony replied. "No matter how well Hydra's operatives are hidden, I'll flush them out," Steve nodded. "That should be enough time to intercept their information flow. As long as information is exchanged, there will always be a trail. Even if this operation doesn't completely annihilate Hydra, it will devastatingly wound their network, leaving them incapable of making any significant move for the foreseeable future. In the meantime, I'll have Jarvis dedicate additional resources to tracking down every last fragment of Hydra's infrastructure. My aim isn't merely to erase 1 or 2 outposts, but to root out this cancer entirely. Only then can we ensure that no malignant force remains within humanity to threaten us all." A faint smile crossed Tony's face as he spoke. Steve and Bruce exchanged glances, each sensing the cold resolve behind his casual tone. With Tony's genius-level intellect and cutting-edge technology, he could disappear from Earth tomorrow and live out his days in peace. But his ambitions reached far beyond simple safety. He dreamed of leading humanity into the stars, and he knew that any remnant of Hydra, left unchecked, could spell disaster once we ventured into deep space. By that time, weapons and technology would have advanced far beyond today's standards, making the stakes unimaginably higher. Modern technology, if unleashed all at once, could drag the blue star back into a primitive age, and for our fragile species, that would mean extinction, Banner warned. If Hydra ever taps into explosive star technology, they could wipe our world from existence. "I'll be ready," I answered. "Keep me posted on your progress." Banner nodded. "Whenever you're ready to strike, just give me the word." Across the room, Steve Rogers gave me a grave look. "Hydra has to be stopped, for good." High atop Xandar Star Mountain, in the villa's quiet dawn, Damien stirred. He felt an unfamiliar energy pulsing through his veins. Slowly, he cracked open his eyes. Over the last few hours, his body had undergone a profound transformation. Void skin had evolved into void body. Damien had assumed it would simply make him tougher, more resilient. But the true boon lay in the power he'd just inherited, Korgus, the void fear. Korgus was the ultimate void entity, an existence born of pure, unfathomable nothingness. Damien watched, fascinated, as tendrils of dark energy curled around his limbs, heightening every sensation, sharpening every reflex. More startling still, he realized his rate of evolution point acquisition had surged without warning. Had he known Korgus's ability would accelerate his growth so dramatically, he thought ruefully, he would have chosen void fear as his primary power from the start. Leaning back against the villa's marble floor, Damien flexed his newly strengthened muscles. The world outside was still in peril, but now, for the first time, he felt ready to face whatever threats Hydra might unleash. Damien felt a surge of power the moment his evolution counter hit 1,000. In that instant, he achieved what legends call the heroic sublimation. Strangely, though, this marked his first transcendence rather than a second. Kassadin's unique gift of founding the Void Cult had granted him a rare third opportunity to select a hero template in rapid succession. Even knowing he could choose again, Damien had no regret about taking Kassadin's abilities a second time. Kassadin's mastery of void magic and teleportation had opened entire new paths for him, yet he realized, even now, that he still had one slot left. Cho'Gath, the terror of the void, beckoned, an option whose sheer size and destructive power dwarfed his other forms. Kha'Zix's Predator offered unparalleled stealth and lethal precision. Kog'Maw's Maw of the Void granted impenetrable armor and a handy boost to evolution gain efficiency. Cho'Gath, however, promised raw, unstoppable force. As Damien drifted back down to the chamber floor, he barely registered Sonia's crimson eyes until she pressed her hands over them in shock. Only then did he glance at his own reflection and realize he was completely naked. The intensity of his evolutionary burst had disrupted the void magic that normally clothed him, leaving him horrifically exposed. Damien tilted his head as Sonia peeked at him through her fingers. "How do I look?" he asked, his tone casual but expectant. Sonia's cheeks flamed. You look incredible." She forced herself to answer, though every instinct urged her to reach out and trace the lines of his perfectly sculpted muscles. They say men are prone to lust, but women can be just as susceptible, sometimes even more so. It's just that society teaches women to hide their desires behind a mask of decorum. Still, when faced with a man this handsome, even the most reserved woman can feel temptation burn hot. Damien rolled his eyes at her flustered response. With a slight gesture, the power of the void swirled around him in a soft hum. Shimmering strands of energy wove together, solidifying into gleaming golden armor that hugged every curve of his physique. Sonia's breath caught at the sight. "Mr. Cassadine, you look amazing, but do you really need to wear the armor?" For a moment, Damien paused, the final plate of his pauldron hovering in midair. He looked down at her, at the hopeful flush in her cheeks and the way her fingers twitched against her palms, and something in his expression softened. Damien shifted in his armor, the metal plates whispering softly with his movement. He met Sonia's earnest gaze and explained, "I don't just wear this suit to conceal myself. The armor helps me regulate my power, keeps me from accidentally tearing through walls, wrecking equipment, or worse." Sonia's cheeks flushed as she listened. She'd long admired Mr. Cassadine from afar, but now, having glimpsed the chiseled features and broad shoulders beneath the mask, her fascination had only deepened. "Then, could you at least remove the mask?" she asked, voice dropping to a pleading whisper. "You always cover your face, so I've never seen you unmasked. Now that I have, I don't understand why you'd hide again." Damien sighed and dropped his gaze to the floor. "If I wander around this island without my mask, there's a real chance Void Cult scouts could recognize me. That puts both of us at risk, and it would disrupt our entire mission." He paused, steeling himself before adding, "I'm sorry, Sonia, but I can't." Her hopeful expression faltered, but she nodded in understanding. Damien offered her a small, apologetic smile before turning back to the task at hand, his identity safely concealed behind visor and steel. Since Sonia had already seen Damien's true face, there really was no need for a disguise, yet traveling openly across the island would draw too much attention, both to him and to her. So, of course, Damien could not agree to her suggestion. As Sonia watched, his handsome features were once again veiled in a soft golden light, leaving her only with the shimmer of his outline. Although her heart sank, she had to admit Damien's reasoning made sense. "You're right," she said, trying to sound upbeat. "The island's rules won't allow it, but when we visit the other islands, you won't have to wear the mask." Noting the disappointment in her eyes, Damien hesitated for only a second before nodding. "All right, I'll go along with it. Thanks for understanding, Sonia." Her face lit up. She grabbed her ledger and began furiously jotting down notes. Damien peered over her shoulder and saw page after page filled with dates, times, and reminders. A wry smile tugged at his lips as he watched her enthusiasm unfold.